Hi, I'm Bella from Colorado, USA. Please like and subscribe. My mom came from a line of amazing horse riders, and our ranch was filled with trophies collected over generations. It was her dream that my sister Nora and I follow in her footsteps. We both learned to ride horses as soon as we could walk. But Nora was 2 years older and got a head start in life. And well, I could never seem to catch up. She always had straight A's in school. She was naturally athletic. And with her auburn hair and blue eyes, she was beautiful. Even though Mom loved us both, it wasn't hard to guess who her favorite child was. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom threw a big birthday party for me and invited all our relatives. But everyone's focus the whole time was on freaking Nora. Such a pretty girl. You already look like a celebrity, darling. I'd been so excited about my new dress, but now I was just feeling angrier by the second. It's like I was invisible with Nora in the same room. Suddenly, I let out an ear-splitting scream and fell to the ground. Oh my God, I'm in so much pain. My tummy hurts so bad. Everyone came running to me and Mom rushed me to the hospital. I was happy I'd ruined the party for everyone, and they would have all just left. But hours later, we got back home to find a mess. I'm so sad you missed your party, Bella, but I made sure the guests had a good time, and I thanked everyone for your presents. I'm glad you're feeling better now. All I could feel was an urge to slap Nora. She just had my birthday without me. As we grew older, I slipped more into the background. I loved horses and could ride well, but it was obvious who the star in the family was. By the time she was 13, Nora had started participating in competitions and was super popular in school. And I'd grown into an awkward kid who was into sci-fi novels and mostly preferred to eat lunch alone in the gym. Once when I was in 7th grade, I was reading under a tree on our ranch when I heard a noise above me. Suddenly, a boy fell down, and I managed to miss him by an inch. Gosh, you nearly killed me. Who are you and where'd you come from? Fell down straight from heaven. I'm gonna punch you in your face if you don't tell me. Okay. I'm Jeremy and I just moved in next door. I did something to my stepfather and he's really mad, so I'm hiding from him. What did you do? I may have given some important papers to our dog and he may have ripped them up. But trust me, my stepdad deserves it. He's not a nice guy. Come on, I'll show you a better hiding place. You can hide anytime you want. I helped him up to his feet, but he yelled out in pain. It seemed like he twisted his ankle. Just then, Nora came galloping on her horse, and Jeremy looked awestruck. Whoa, who is that goddess? Ow! You're trying to break my other ankle too? Oops, sorry. It was an accident. Nora stopped by to ask who he was, and I explained. You obviously can't walk. Hop on, I'll give you a ride. The two of them rode away. And he looked like a princess who had been rescued by a knight. Why did Nora have to be such a freaking hero? And Jeremy and Nora became best friends after that day. He was also in her class at school, and soon the two were inseparable, which meant that he was always at our place. And over time, I couldn't help having a crush on him. He was smart and funny, and we had so much in common. And he loved science fiction too, and we could talk about it for hours, if Nora would let us. One day, Nora showed me an expensive bracelet. Isn't it beautiful? Jeremy gave it to me yesterday. You mean on Valentine's Day? Yeah, but just as a friend, of course. Nora, are you dumb? It's so obvious Jeremy's in love with you. What? No, he's not. You wouldn't know because you don't have any guy friends. Or any friends, actually. And you are so self-absorbed. You're completely blind to everyone's feelings. You're giving him the wrong idea by accepting that present. You don't know what you're talking about, geek, so stay out of it. I knew I was right, but there wasn't much I could do. Soon after in 8th grade, I was so excited when I found out about a huge sci-fi convention happening in town. But as I was telling Jeremy about it, Nora spoke up and said they'd already bought the tickets. Oh, that's amazing. I can't wait. I meant I just got the tickets for me and Jeremy. We're going with our friends. So I can buy my own and come with you guys, right? I can't go alone, it's too far. No, you can't come with us. Why don't you have friends of your own, Bella? Come on, Nora, what's the big deal? I'm not gonna be the only loser with my baby sister tagging along, Jeremy. We're not taking her. You don't even like sci-fi. Why are you being a witch? Jeremy, please take me along?" I'm sorry, Bella. Maybe next time?" I couldn't believe he was being such a coward, and my heart burned when I saw them leaving for the convention a few days later. I just wanted to hurt Nora, and I had a brilliant idea for something I could do. A week later, I was having breakfast when I heard Nora scream. She came running downstairs and waved a calendar at Mom. "How could you mess up my schedule, Mom? I had a match this morning and I missed it." "What are you talking about?" "I woke up to see 20 missed calls from my coach, and he just told me that the first match of the tournament was today. But you've written it here that it's next week." "That's because I got a call from the organizers saying it was postponed. I don't understand. How could this have happened?" "Bella, did you have something to do with this?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Why don't I believe you?" "Oh, wait. Yes, I remember something now. Maybe I did pretend to be one of the organizers and called up Mom to tell her the wrong date. It doesn't feel good to miss out on something important, does it?" The two stared at me in shock, and then Nora pounced on me. "You horrible brat! How could you do this? You made me miss the convention. Who cares about that stupid thing? I'm disqualified for the whole season now." "I cared. You shouldn't have been so awful to me." "I hate you, Bella. I won't forgive you. Ever." Mom managed to pull Nora away, and she stormed off crying, and I was grounded for a month. For the next few days, Nora acted like I didn't exist. I hadn't realized she'd be disqualified for the entire season. Maybe I'd gone too far. I decided to apologize, but I found out that she'd left for a training camp for 2 weeks. But just 3 days later, we got some bad news. Nora had been in a riding accident. Mom immediately rushed off to camp, and when she returned with Nora, I was shocked to see her on a wheelchair. "What happened?" "I don't want to talk to anyone, least of all you." Nora had badly injured her leg, and the doctor said that her recovery would take months. Mom was devastated, and Nora kept herself shut in her room. I didn't dare go in because I knew she wouldn't see me. One evening, I just couldn't help crying in my room when suddenly I felt someone's arm around me.
"Hey, why are you crying?"
"Because Nora hates me and she'll never forgive me. I wanted to hurt her, but I never wished for something bad to happen."
"Of course you didn't. No one thinks that. Nora's just upset about her injury, and once she's better, she'll be fine with you, I promise."
But he was wrong. Just a few days later, Mom called me into Nora's room for a talk.
"Nora's recovery could take up to a year. We cannot miss all the tournaments during this time. She has some modeling contracts too, and we can't lose this money. Someone from our family has to represent us, and that can only be you, Bella."
"But Mom, I'm not half as good as Nora." "She's right about that."
"You've been riding a horse since you were a child, Bella. We have 3 months to train before the next match, and I believe you can do it. You have to do it."
Before I could protest more, Mom left the room. "Good luck trying to be me. It's not as easy as it looks, and you don't have what it takes." Nora wasn't wrong about it being hard. The training was tough, and I had a sore butt for weeks. But 3 months later, when I competed in the tournament, I actually came in third. And suddenly, I was the newcomer everyone was noticing. Sure, people just called me Nora's sister at first, but as I kept doing well in matches, more of them knew my name. But I really wasn't looking forward to Nora's modeling contracts. I was awkward, and I didn't have star quality like Nora. After her styling team worked on me, though, I was stunned at the results. I'd never felt so beautiful, and clearly others thought so too. I was receiving a lot of attention on social media, and at school, I was being treated like a completely different person. This is how people saw Nora, and I had to admit, it felt good.
"Wow, I'm gonna need an appointment soon to talk to you."
"Yeah, but I'll always make time for you. What do you think of my new look?"
"There wasn't anything wrong with it before, but you do look lovely."
For the first time, I felt like he wasn't seeing me as Nora's little sister, and it sent my heart racing.
"Bella, I've been meaning to ask you something."
Yeah?"
"Do you think it's a good time to tell Nora I'm in love with her? I have been for years, but she's never been clear about her feelings, and I just need to know now."
My heart suddenly sank. What was I thinking? Of course, you should tell her how you feel. She'd be a moron for not loving you back. Jeremy grinned and kissed me on the cheek and then walked off happily. A few days later, I came home to see Jeremy rushing out of our house, wiping tears on his sleeve.
I was a fool to think Nora ever liked me. She said she's never seen me as more than a friend, and she never will.
He stormed off, and I felt so mad at Nora for leading him on all this time. I didn't see her till later at dinner, and it looked like she'd been crying, but Mom looked really excited.
Bella, I have such amazing news. You've been selected as one of the best newcomers to participate in a tournament in London. This will open international doors for you, darling.
I knew it had always been Nora's dream to compete in Europe. As Mom went on and on, Nora suddenly swiped half the dishes off the table.
It should have been me, but you've stolen everything from me.
Nora, I only started competing because of you and Mom.
Oh, shut up. You've always wanted everything I've had. Congratulations. Now you have it.
That's not true.
Oh, you wanted Jeremy too? I've seen how you look at him with your puppy eyes. It's embarrassing. Well, it looks like he and I aren't friends anymore, so you're welcome to have him too.
That's enough. You know what, Nora? Maybe I did want to know what it felt like to be you, but I've realized that I'm just as talented and beautiful. You're just better at getting whatever you want without caring for anyone's feelings. You've misled Jeremy, and you've always made me feel small. And now I will go to London, and I won't feel bad about it because it has nothing to do with you. Only me and my talent. Jeremy didn't turn up to school the next few days, and then I found out that he'd left the city to stay with his real dad. For good. He hadn't even bothered to say goodbye. And a week later, I left for London. I won first prize in the tournament, and it opened so many opportunities for me. Mom decided that I'd finish high school in London while I kept competing for more championships. I heard Nora was back to training, but she and I didn't talk anymore, and I was enjoying my new life away from her. A year later, I was at the subway station when I spotted someone from a distance who looked exactly like Jeremy. I pushed through the crowd and followed him as he climbed onto the train, and I managed to hop on just as the doors closed. He looked shocked to see me, and we both hugged and laughed. It turned out that he'd joined a university in London.
I had no idea you were here too.
Of course you didn't. You left without a word and never kept in touch.
That was wrong, but I just needed to get away. I'm sorry, and I've missed you.
Jeremy and I started hanging out really often over the next few months, and I was happy to have him back in my life, but I kept my feelings in check. I didn't want to fall for him again. On New Year's Eve, Jeremy invited me to a party at his friend's place, and we had the most amazing night dancing away. We all counted down to midnight, and he turned to me with a smile.
Happy New Year, Bella.
And then he kissed me, and the whole world just faded. But then I pulled away suddenly. I started to walk away.
Bella, wait. Did I do something wrong?
No, nothing. I just have to go.
Please, stop. I've been wanting to tell you for a while now. I think I'm in love with you.
Nora turned you down, so you thought you'd settle for me now? As a consolation prize? I've always been second best to Nora in everything, but not anymore. I refused to answer Jeremy's calls or texts the next few days, but then one evening, I got the most unexpected call from Nora. She said she was throwing Mom a big party for her birthday that weekend, and she wanted me to attend. Plus, you haven't even seen my new training school yet. What school? I gave up racing, Bella. My leg's not good enough anymore, but I decided I couldn't stay angry forever, and I had to find another dream. I train other riders on our ranch now. Anyway, I hope you come. I felt both sad and happy to hear that, and I decided it was time to go home and see her. 2 days later, as I was leaving with my bags, I bumped into Jeremy right outside my place.
Before you say anything, please listen to me. Yes, I loved Nora for years, but being away from her made me realize that we weren't right for each other. We're better off as friends. And you're not second best to anyone, Bella. If you don't love me, I can accept that. But I just had to tell you how I feel. I love you.
Jeremy, I love you too, you idiot. As he pulled me close, he suddenly noticed my luggage.
Wait, where are you going?
To see Nora. I need to fix things with her.
I'm coming with you.
Hi, I'm Delilah from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was 2 when my rich uncle adopted me and took me to his huge mansion. I was bigger than most kids my age, but he accepted me with all his heart. Unlike his son, Rusty. Rusty was 6 years older, And even though he had everything, it wasn't enough because he wanted it all for himself. We shared our birthdays, so when I turned 3, Uncle threw us a joint party. Why does she get the bigger cake? Isn't she big enough already?
Don't be mean. It's Delilah's first birthday with us. Now, smile for the pictures.
But Rusty just threw the cake and walked off. I felt so bad.
I don't think he likes me.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. He'll come around.
But he never did. If anything, Rusty became more bitter. I did great at school, while all he did was laze around. So Uncle started paying me more attention, and he hated that. When I was 10, I won the state spelling bee competition, and Uncle took me to an amusement park to celebrate. I was very excited, till the operator refused to let me on one of the rides.
This is not for teens. It's for kids only.
Yeah. Of course, I knew that. I just wanted to see how the rides worked. I'll leave. Did he think I was a teen? I'm only 10. I darted faster than a bullet as the crowd stared. And after that day, I started getting more conscious of my height. I was 13 and almost 5 feet 11 inches, which was weird for my age. I was taller than most boys in my class. I didn't let that get to me, but it gave Rusty a chance to pick on me. He would call me giant, Bigfoot, whatever came to his mind. To make up for his behavior, Uncle gave me the biggest room in the house and stuffed it with gifts and toys.
Sure, she needs a bigger room. With that size.
You don't have to be so mean, okay? I know I'm tall, but you're dumb and I never make fun of that.
You, I will get you for this.
He chased me for an hour but couldn't come close. Who knew I could run like that? I wanted to see how good I was, so I started practicing with the track team, and soon I beat everyone. My long legs made me super fast. This was awesome! Uncle was proud, but it pissed Rusty off, and he went completely off the rails. He failed 12th grade twice and blew all his money on his girlfriends without blinking. One evening, Uncle had to bail him out of jail in the middle of the night for stealing exam papers. Luckily, he was the school trustee, so Rusty only got suspended for a week.
Why do you embarrass me like this? Where did I go wrong? Oh, that's easy. You got her at home, and you forgot about your son.
That's not true. Uncle loves you just as he loves me.
Don't act like you're part of this family, and never interrupt me again. Enough!
Uncle and Rusty had a huge fight that night, and a week later, Rusty went to London to finish college. I never saw him again, and he hardly called home. I didn't miss him much, but Uncle did, and it made me sad to see him unhappy. Things went back to normal in a few years. At 17, I was a whopping 6 feet and the tallest girl in school. People would stare at me all the time and say the weirdest things.
Can you even hear me up there? Or should I scream?
Wow, where do you buy your clothes from? The tent shop? All my clothes are limited edition, and that makes me unique, while you're just so common. I didn't let anyone talk me down, but it still bothered me. I wanted to buy cute clothes and wear pretty shoes, but nothing fit me. One time in the mall, I was window shopping when a flying figure went past me, getting chased by some guards. Let me go! I need this! I couldn't see who the girl was, so I walked closer, but I tripped on a huge rack and all the clothes fell on our heads. Guards got distracted and lost their grip, and she ran away. And I ended up paying for all the ruined clothes that didn't even fit me. Later that day, I saw my uncle packing up when I went home. Are we going somewhere?
No, dear, I am. We're opening a new business in Greece, and I'll be out for a month.
But can I come with you?
I want you to concentrate on your school and practice. I'll be back before you know it.
The day my uncle left, I felt super weird. I'd never been on my own. And a week later, I got the worst news of my life. My uncle's secretary told me he'd caught a rare fever and was on total bed rest. Doctors had no idea how long it would take him to recover. I was devastated and wanted to visit Uncle, but no one was allowed near him since the fever was contagious. So I decided to concentrate on my finals. But after my last exam, I came home to Rusty and a girl who looked oddly familiar. What are you doing here?
This is my home, and I can come by whenever I want. By the way, this is Gina, my girlfriend, and the queen of this house.
I looked at Gina, but she ignored me completely. Rude. Later that day, when I crossed their room, I heard her arguing with Rusty. You have a sister? You never told me about her.
She wasn't worth mentioning, and she won't stay here for long.
before I could hear anything else, the maid showed up and I left. For the entire week, I noticed that Gina was an odd duck. She stayed all day in her room. Whenever she came out, she would scream at the servants and run back up. One time, I was in my room when Gina walked in. "Empty your room. I need more closet space." You can't just walk in here and ask me to do stuff. Get it? Suddenly, she started screaming for Rusty. And that's when it hit me. She was the same girl from the mall. Wait a minute. I know you're…
What is it, darling?
I thought you were rich, but my room here is smaller than my bathroom. I need more space, so move her. I'm not going anywhere.
You are, and you will. Or you can pack your bags and get out. Your choice.
What? You can't do that.
Now that Dad's not here, I'm your legal guardian. So, if you want to keep running or going to school, stop bugging me and get moving.
Ugh, so annoying. I immediately wanted to call my uncle, but he was too sick to bother, so I kept my head low and started packing. Before I left, I kept a parting gift for Gina and laughed my butt off when she went around crying over her half-eaten clothes. Much deserved. That night, I searched for Gina on the internet, but the girl was a dead end. I knew she was lying, but there was something else she was hiding. Something big. I could feel it. The next morning, I found Rusty alone and tried to warn him. Your girlfriend is a liar.
And you're giving me a headache.
I'm serious. I saw her stealing from the mall just last month.
Gina's family is one of the richest in London. She doesn't need to steal. You can fool my dad, but not me. I'm smarter. I need Gina. Don't screw this up or I'll be your worst nightmare.
Rusty walked away, and I couldn't help thinking about how this was possible. I was almost certain I'd seen her. But if Gina was rich, then maybe I was mistaken. This was so confusing. I shrugged the thoughts away and left for school. But I was super distracted that day during practice and twisted my ankle while running. I couldn't walk, so the school called someone to pick me up. And Gina showed up. You should have just sent a driver. I was in the neighborhood. Now come on, I don't have all day. She helped me to the car and I tried to talk to her, but she was on her phone the entire ride home. And the moment we got home, she ran to her room without even helping me out. What was wrong with her? For the next week, I rested at home. And every time I would try to get close to Gina's room, Rusty would ask me to back off. He was so paranoid that he had guards outside her room. Is she a princess? Why do you need so much security? Jeez.
That's none of your business. She's my girlfriend, and I'll do whatever she wants. Buzz off.
The more Rusty said stuff like that, the more curious I got. He didn't love anyone but himself. So all this newfound love for Gina was very weird. I wanted to know more, but soon after, the coach started training us for international track events, and I got busy. Sometime later, Uncle's secretary informed us that they were moving him to a bigger facility, and Gina threw a party the same day. Guess you're very happy that Uncle's not coming back anytime soon, right? What? No, it's my mom's birthday. Really? Then how come she's not here? Because she's not around anymore. Gina started tearing up as she ran upstairs, and just then Rusty showed up.
I knew it. What did you say to her?
Relax. I'm sorry. I think I may have stepped over a line. I'll apologize.
You better, or I won't give you permission to run track. Get that?
I went upstairs to find Gina sobbing in her room with her mom's picture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know how you feel. I grew up without my parents too. I just miss her a lot. Even though she can't be with me, I throw her a party every year. My mom loved birthdays. Gina and I chatted for a bit, and I realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. I could see how deeply she missed her mom, which made me feel connected to her. Maybe I judged her too soon. Gina warmed up to me after that, and we often hung out. But soon, I noticed how she'd only talk to me when Rusty wasn't around. I asked her one day, and she gave me the weirdest reply. Oh no, I'm just taking a break from all the wedding preparations. Wow, I had no idea. Do we have a date? We wanted to wait for his dad to come back. Gina sounded super excited, but when I asked Rusty about it, he shrugged it off.
Didn't I ask you to keep your tall head out of my business?
Just don't break her heart, okay?
Whatever.
I knew he wouldn't listen to me, but I had to try. Gina deserved better than this moron. A few days later, we had the school dance, and I decided not to go. No boy in school had asked me out yet, and showing up alone was humiliating. When Gina heard, she volunteered to tag along. I don't know what's more embarrassing, not having a date or having your almost sister-in-law as a date. Just keep your head high and you'll rock. I followed her advice and was having a great time till I heard someone screaming from the other side of the room. It was Gina howling at a girl from my class. Don't you get tired of bullying each other? So she's a little tall. She's way better than all of you, including these frat boys you crush on. You can't match her at all. Literally. I pulled her away, but she continued shouting till we reached the entrance. What was that all about? These people were saying weird stuff about you. I couldn't take it. I'm used to it, and I can take my own stand. I know, it's just that I was bullied as a kid, and this stuff gets to me. Okay, forget about it. We're here, so let's enjoy the dance. Come on. Gina and I danced the night away without giving a fig about anyone, and had the best time. And a week later, I got busy with track practice. I had back-to-back events, and the coach was very tough on us. But it all paid off when I got selected. I immediately called my uncle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was excited to tell Gina about it, but I came home to loud noises coming from Rusty's office. How could you do this to me?
You thought this was forever? Your job here is done. Pack your stuff and leave.
Gina stormed out furiously. I was sure Rusty must have backed out of the wedding, and I wanted to make sure she was okay, so I followed her. I saw her enter a hospital and go into a room with a frail woman. Machines beeped around everywhere as she smiled at Gina.
Oh, it's been so long. My darling daughter, Shelley.
I'm sorry it took so long, Mom. I have to wrap something up, and after that, I'll get you out of here soon enough. So her name was Shelley? And her mom was alive? Who was this person, and what did she want? I had so many questions. I wanted to go inside, but looking at her mother's condition, I decided to wait for her at home. But there, I had another surprise waiting for me. Uncle was home, and he was going ballistic on Rusty over some papers. Uncle, you're back! How are you? I was so stressed when I found out about your illness.
I was fine, Delilah. In fact, I was more than okay.
What do you mean?
I'm ashamed to even say this, but my own son got me kidnapped for property. Thankfully, the police found me just in time.
Kidnapped? How is that possible? I spoke to your secretary.
He wasn't my secretary. I went there alone.
Uncle sat me down and told me that someone had stolen his phone before he got on the plane, and then on his way home, he was kidnapped. A few months back, Rusty had called him up asking for $1 million, and when Uncle refused to pay him, he planned to get him kidnapped and force him to sign the company over. I looked at Rusty in shock, and he didn't show any remorse.
Yeah, so I did it. You gave everything to her, leaving me with nothing.
Then I met Gina,
And she's so freaking rich. So with her help, I could have thrown you both out.
You're so evil. Who would do that to their own father? Someone who doesn't care about anyone but himself.
I thought I told you to leave, Gina.
Call me Shelley, and I'm not your slave, and I'm not rich either. Gina told us how Rusty was a wanted con man in London who'd scammed many people, including her dad. So she pretended to be rich so she could date him, help him sell the company, and leave with the money. The money he stole was for my mom's surgery. We fell into debt paying her hospital bills. I wanted to get back at him, but he tried to fool me again. I told the police where your uncle was. That doesn't make it right, Gina. You lied to us. But you helped Uncle, and for that, I'm thankful. As Uncle called the police and Gina sobbed, I saw Rusty sneaking out with the papers, but I grabbed him just in time. Think you can outrun me? You wish. Rusty got arrested for kidnapping and embezzlement. Gina got called in for questioning and received a 6-month sentence for helping Rusty, after which we paid her mother's treatment and even compensated other people Rusty had conned. Soon, it was time to leave for my international track events, and my uncle came to drop me off.
Make me proud.
Haven't I always? Uncle hugged me, and it felt like home.
What would you do if one day you found out your dad had a secret wife? Well, I thought it was the worst thing that could ever happen, but I thought wrong. Wait until I reveal how things escalated to a complete disaster that no one expected. I'm Ivy, and it all started one day at school. I was sitting eating lunch alone because my friend Sarah had been avoiding me all week. Every time I looked over at her, she ignored me. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked over to her table and said, "Sarah, seriously, what did I do wrong?" Her face turned bright red, and she said she had to go. But I refused to leave her alone until she told me. Well, soon enough, I regretted ever asking, because what she said freaked me out. You see, Sarah lives just outside the town near a forest. There are only 2 houses out there, and it's super creepy. Anyway, she told me that she'd seen my dad's car parked outside her neighbor's house for the past week. I was shocked. I told her she was lying because my dad was on a business trip in Paris, and he'd even sent me selfies from the Eiffel Tower in the background. But she said it was definitely him, and when I called her a liar, she started crying. That's when I knew she was being serious, and that the only liar around here was my dad. This whole week, I'd been staying at my grandma's, and yet my dad had been in town the whole time? I couldn't believe it. Soon, Sarah stopped crying, and I told her it was okay. I wasn't mad at her. I asked her if I could come over to her place after school to confront my dad. She said that was fine, as long as I didn't get her involved. She was such a goody two-shoes. So after school, Sarah and I took the bus back to her place. But my dad's car was nowhere to be seen. Then Sarah took me into her bedroom and pointed to the back of the house. Oh my God, his car was there! I could feel the anger rising up inside me, and I ran out of Sarah's house towards the neighbors. Sarah tried to get me to stop, but I was very angry. I marched right up to the front door of the house and was about to knock when I noticed a big photo through the glass. It was my dad and some woman, and they were wearing wedding clothes. I almost screamed. Was this some kind of joke? I needed to think. I had to get out of there. What else was my dad hiding from me? I started walking away quickly, but then I tripped on a rock and almost fell. Through the window, I heard a woman's voice saying, "What was that?" I just panicked and started running. I jumped behind a bush and saw my dad open the door and glance outside. "Nothing, honey," he said. "It must have been a bird." I had to literally grip onto the tree to stop myself from running at my dad and shouting. I waited until he'd gone back inside and ran back to my friend's place. I was crying and shaking as I texted my dad saying, "So, how's Paris? When are you back, Dad?" He replied right away, "Not for a month, sweetie, but the time will fly by. Be good for your grandma now." My dad was such a liar. He promised me that after Mom was gone, it would just be me and him forever, and that he would never remarry. Well, now I was going to make him pay. I went home that night and decided to confront him the following day. I was going to embarrass him so much. But when I got to Sarah's house, his car was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone? I tried to call him, but it went straight to voicemail, and I started to panic, thinking maybe his new wife had done something to him. She did look like the gold digger type. Sarah could see I was worried, so she asked her mom if she'd seen a man next door recently, and Sarah's mom just giggled and said, "Oh, you know what Janelle is like. There's always some man on the go, but it looks like she's finally settled down and gotten married. I saw him leave with a suitcase early this morning, but didn't get a good look at him. He looked handsome, though." Sure enough, later that night, I got a phone call from Dad, and he was actually in Paris. For real. He even put me on video and showed me the view from his hotel room. I was too shocked to actually say anything, though, and just told him I wasn't feeling well and hung up. All I could think about was how I needed to find out who this monster of a woman was that had stolen my dad away from me. And then it hit me. This woman was my stepmother now. I couldn't just go knock on her door, though. What if she recognized me? I mean, surely my dad had mentioned me, right? But then, why hadn't I been invited to their wedding? I had so many questions, and I needed to find a way to befriend my new stepmother and get my answers that way. Sarah suggested I break into her house, which was just ridiculous, but I had an idea. The next day was a Saturday, so I gathered up some cleaning supplies from my grandma's place and then dug in my old dresser box, where I found an old blonde wig. Then I took the bus over to Sarah's. Except I didn't go to Sarah's. I went to pay my new stepmother a little visit. I must have looked ridiculous, carrying a giant feather duster and wearing a blonde wig, but I didn't care. I had bigger things to think about. I marched right up to her door, trying to be as confident as possible. I knocked. She ran to the door and was dressed up all fancy. And then when she saw me, her face fell. "Oh, I was expecting someone else. Sorry, I'm not interested in buying anything. Have a good day." She was about to close the door, but I said, "Wait!" Then I told her I was from the local school, and we were doing some cleaning jobs to raise funds for a charity to help animals. I could tell she still wasn't interested, so I said, "Please, those animals need all the help they can get." She said, "Fine, but make it quick. I have plans today." As soon as I was inside, I started cleaning the photo of her and my dad, and she saw me staring and told me to hurry up. So then I headed upstairs and started cleaning. When I got to her bedroom, I spent longer there, even sneaking a peek inside her closet. What kind of woman had my dad fallen in love with? It looked like she had lots of fancy clothes. And then I saw something familiar. My mom's favorite dress! I thought I was going to be sick. What was it doing there? Without thinking, I took it and shoved it under my sweater. I hoped she wouldn't notice. But it was not okay that she had this. I tried to do the best job possible so that she'd invite me back. And to my complete surprise, she did. She saw that I had actually done a good job cleaning. "Thank you, Grandma, for teaching me well," and laughed and asked if I could come again 2 days later. I couldn't believe it. That was too easy. Of course I gave her a fake name, and as I walked away, I almost laughed. I was officially my stepmother's housekeeper. Oh, this was good. I knew I'd reveal who I really was at some point, but I needed more time. What if she was hiding things from my dad? I mean, had my dad given her my mom's dress? I needed to find out. 2 days later, I was cleaning, and afterwards, she asked me if I wanted to stay for some tea and cake. She seemed kind of lonely, and for a second, I felt sorry for her. I mean, Dad was away a lot, so she must have been missing him, just like I was. That day, she asked me lots of questions about myself, and even complimented me on how pretty I was. Afterwards, I felt kind of guilty for lying to her. I mean, she actually seemed quite nice. I could see why my dad had fallen in love with her. But still, my dad had kept this hidden from me, and that wasn't okay. The following week, when I was cleaning, I heard a car pull up outside. I froze. Was Dad back already? I ran over to the window to take a look, but it wasn't my dad. It was some other man. Suddenly, my stepmother shouted upstairs to me that she had a meeting now and would be in her study and that I wasn't to disturb her. I was very curious, so as soon as I heard her study door close, I crept downstairs and looked through the keyhole. They were sitting opposite each other, and it did look like a business meeting. But then my stepmother put her finger to her lips to say, "Shh," and pointed up towards the ceiling. And then the next second, she got up and went over and started kissing the man. I couldn't believe it. I almost gasped. I couldn't stop watching. And then the man pushed her away and said, "Babe, please, you gotta take those pictures of your husband down. I feel like he's watching us. It's creepy." And then my stepmother just told him to ignore the pictures and said her husband was away so much he'd never find out anyway. Well, that's what she thought. I'd just seen and heard more than enough. If my dad knew what she was up to, he'd be heartbroken. I had to tell him. This was sickening. I ran back upstairs, and then the man left. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. This was all too much. A few minutes later, I heard a phone ringing, and then my stepmother answered. It was clearly my dad on the line, because she said, "Oh, I miss you too, baby. Please hurry home." I felt so angry hearing that. I picked up one of the perfume bottles in her room and threw it on the floor. It smashed and pieces flew everywhere. Of course, my stepmother came running upstairs, and that's when I realized she was on a video call. I threw myself under her bed, pretending to clean up the bits of broken glass. No way could my dad see me here. But then Janelle bent down and said, "Let me introduce you to my husband." But I just mumbled that I was cleaning up the glass and would meet him later. My God, if my dad saw me, he would freak out. I thought about not returning after I'd seen her having an affair. But I wanted to collect evidence for my dad. So over the next 2 weeks, I kept visiting and cleaning. And that man was there all the time. One night as I was leaving, I asked her who he was. And she blushed and said he was just an important client and that they were signing a business deal. Yeah, right, I thought. Then one day, just before my dad got back, I was at her house cleaning. I'd started to clean the toilet with her toothbrush after I'd caught her cheating, and it gave me so much pleasure to scrape the toilet bowl with it. It served her right. I was polishing the toilet seat with it, when suddenly I heard her running up the stairs. I quickly hid the toothbrush just in time because she came storming into the bathroom and started vomiting. I got such a fright and asked her if she was okay. Then I headed home. The next day, I decided I was going to quit. My dad was coming home, and I couldn't risk being caught by him. Plus, I was sick of being around her and her lies. I did one last clean for her because I also needed the cash. And as I was cleaning her bathroom, I noticed something in the trash. My jaw almost hit the floor. It was a pregnancy test, and it said 1 to 2 weeks on it. Oh my God. She was pregnant. I did the math and realized there was no way this could be my dad's baby. I was so shocked, I lost all track of time, and the next moment, I heard my dad's voice downstairs. I had to get out of there without him seeing me. I waited until he was in the kitchen, and then I ran as fast as I could down the stairs, out the door, and over to Sarah's. The worst part of it all was knowing that he came to see his wife before coming to see me. Did he love her more than me? I watched as they went out into the garden and started hugging, and I quickly took a photo of them. And then I saw her showing my dad the pregnancy test, and he looked happy. He picked her up and swung her around, and all I could think was how the baby was not his. Later that night, Dad came to pick me up at my grandma's and take me home, but I told him I was fine staying at grandma's and didn't want to come home. He could clearly see that something was up, and just before he left, I decided that was the moment. I showed him the photo I'd taken of him and my stepmother, and he almost dropped my phone in shock. He turned to me and said he could explain, and then he broke down and said he'd been wanting to tell me for so long, but he was afraid that I wouldn't be okay with it, and that he really loved this woman. He so badly wanted me to meet her. I didn't tell him I'd already met her because I had a plan. This week, my dad kept apologizing, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in meeting his wife that weekend. I told him I'd love to, and he seemed relieved. Then he said he'd chosen a special restaurant and promised that I'd love her as much as he did. When the weekend rolled around, I put on my mom's dress, the one I'd stolen out of my stepmother's closet, and wore a pair of big sunglasses. Obviously, I didn't wear my blonde wig because I didn't want to give myself away. My dad told me to take my sunglasses off, but I refused, saying it was part of my outfit. And then he complimented me on the dress and said it looked as good on me as it had on my mom. So my stepmother had stolen the dress then! At first, things went well. She didn't recognize me and she was acting very sweet towards me. And then she said she and my dad had something to tell me. That I was going to be a big sister! I decided that was the perfect moment. I pulled off my sunglasses, reached into my bag and pulled out my wig and said, "Oh yeah? And is this baby definitely my dad's?" Well, you should have seen the look on her face. She literally screamed and pushed herself away from the table. Then she started pointing at me saying, "It's you? But you're my cleaner!" Then she turned to my dad and started shouting at him, saying, "Did you set this up? Were you spying on me? Using your own daughter to keep an eye on me? And she even stole my dress!" The whole time, my dad looked so confused. He clearly had no idea what was going on. So I told him everything, that the baby wasn't his, and that I'd seen his wife cheating on him over the past month. My dad was so furious, he grabbed my hand and we left the restaurant. As we stormed out, I turned to my evil stepmother and said, "By the way, I didn't steal your dress. You stole this dress from our house!" My dad was so disgusted by the whole situation, and I thought he'd be angry. After all, I pretended to be someone else just to get some info about my stepmother. But he was actually very grateful. He apologized to me about 1,000,000 times and said he'd been such a fool to fall for such a terrible woman. And of course, for lying to me about where he'd been and the fact that they'd gotten married. Well, now they're divorced. Thank God! As soon as the divorce was filed, my dad turned to me and jokingly said, "Next time I meet a woman for a date, I'm going to hire you as a spy to go and clean her house, okay?" At least my dad still had a sense of humor. And thank goodness for Sarah living so close. Otherwise, would we ever have discovered what a liar she was?
Listen up, ladies. Tighten your ponytails because you have 15 minutes to run a mile around this field.
Oh, Miss Cooper, these extensions cost $1,000. We had to sacrifice a horse's hair in the process. And Tia has like Satan-level cramps. Why don't you end class early today? Girls, let's go get mani-pedis on me. Oh, yeah, all right. Hi, I'm Holly from New Jersey, and my daddy is a billionaire who owns a bunch of fancy hotels around the country. And when you're the daughter of a billionaire, people will pretty much always give you what you want. That's why Miss Cooper let me treat everyone to mani-pedis. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Being the richest girl in town may sound like a dream, but early on, I learned it was a huge responsibility. Kids at school literally all wanted to be me and tried to copy everything I did. From my fashion choices to even the way I walked. I have a funny walk since I'm always wearing 5-inch heels. But I liked being a role model, because I love helping people find their inner fabulousness. Like when I met my BFF Tia. I'd opened my locker one morning to find some of my stuff was missing. Namely, my favorite scarf. People are monsters! Whoever stole my Vuitton scarf, shame on you! I hope a spider eats your eyelashes in the middle of the night so you'll never get to wear mascara again! I was shaking with anger as I stormed by the girls' bathroom. That's when I saw Tia wearing my scarf, crying hysterically. "I did it! I stole your scarf! Kids were making fun of my outfit, and I heard that you kept some spare accessories in your locker, but I couldn't find you to ask your permission. I'm going to jail. I'll have to wear prison clothes. I look really fat in orange." I told her she could keep my scarf because, boy, did she need it. Her clothes looked like they'd come out of a literal dumpster. So either she was poor or had the fashion sense of a baboon. I took Tia under my wing after that. I gave her a makeover and we became besties. I also convinced her to stop watching MSA on TikTok and switch to YouTube so she wouldn't fry her brain. But in 10th grade, things took a scary turn. I developed a crush on this super smart kid at school named Sebastian, but he wasn't paying any attention to me. So, to impress him, I made my 16th birthday party chemistry-themed, with tons of science-y decor and designer lab coats.
So, what do you think of this amazing nerd party? Did I tell you I ordered a piñata of the world's greatest scientist, Harry Potter? Are you serious right now? I'm very serious. How about we go dance? I don't want to be mean, but you're not my type. I only came to this party because you said you were handing out iPads as party favors. Did he just reject me? At my own birthday party? Another guy ended up asking me to slow dance, but I was so bummed out and distracted that I totally didn't notice that the guy who was leaning in to kiss me was Tia's longtime crush. Oh my gosh! How could you do this to me? You were seconds away from kissing Freddie. You know I've had a crush on him since the 9th grade, ever since I farted in class and he took the blame for me. Tia, I'm sorry. I was distracted and... Oh, don't start giving me excuses. I talked to you about that boy and his abs for years, and now you think you could just swoop in between us with your high heels and your gorgeous fake hair. As of now, this friendship is over. What? Don't say that. Suddenly, a smoke cloud blew up in my face from one of the lab stations I'd set up. I was immediately rushed to the hospital, and there, I received insane news. I had to get facial reconstruction surgery from the injury. When I woke up from my procedure, I expected to be surrounded with friends and care baskets, but nobody came to visit me, which was bizarre. And as weeks passed, I didn't get a single call or text asking how I was. The people at my party knew I'd gotten severely hurt. Maybe they didn't realize that my injury was so serious? I arrived at school a couple of months later, and to my shock, everyone completely ignored me. Okay, what was going on? Ow! Sebastian? How do you know my name? Because I invited you to my party? And don't give me that judgy look. I know my face looks like a bloated baby on steroids. It's because I just got surgery, man. The only time I ever look bloated is if I eat gluten. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you new to this school? And that's when it hit me. He didn't recognize me because of my new face. So that's why the kids were ignoring me. Except it still didn't explain why everyone had ghosted me for 2 freaking months. I decided to find Tia and ask her about it, but throughout the day, I didn't get a chance to talk to her because apparently she'd become the new queen bee after I'd left. Then at lunchtime, I discovered something that shook my world. I was headed to the library when I overheard Tia talking with someone. So, do you think Holly will ever come back to school?
Ew, I hope not. You know how everyone secretly hates her. I don't know if she's healed from her chemical injury or whatever, but we're all better off if that brat is out of our lives.
Wait, what the sugar-free fudge? My BFF and all the girls at school secretly hated me? Since I was unrecognizable, I decided to get the scoop from some other girls. And when I did, I discovered what Tia said was true.
Holly paid teachers to change your grades. Once, she gave our science teacher a pair of $10,000 boots.
Holly wore peacock feathers to school. She supported peacock cruelty.
Holly and I used to be best friends, but she never really cared about me. She just saw me as some charity case and told me I needed a makeover. And then she danced with my crush of 2 years.
So, it was true. I was the most despised girl at school with no real friends. That was why nobody cared that I was in the hospital. And what's wrong with making your BFF your charity case? Was Tia against charity? I decided to get ice cream after school so I could eat my feelings. One fattening calorie overload of double chocolate fudge, nuts, and extra whipped cream that I'll probably pay for later. It's been a rough day. I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, didn't we meet earlier today?
Sebastian, you work here? I randomly guessed your name from your tag.
But you also go to my school, right? I was about to answer when suddenly I heard some party horns behind me, and in marched Tia with her minions who were blowing confetti. That's when she announced that she'd won the lottery, but wanted to donate some of the money to the ice cream parlor out of the goodness of her heart.
Just because I'm a millionaire now doesn't mean I'm above any of you. So many people in my place would just spend our government's dollars on diamonds and handbags, but I care about the poor.
You know we're a successful business, right?
Just tell my viewers how grateful you are.
She was publicly donating to charity to appear like a saint, but she was also wearing real leather boots and talking to all her friends about how she'd pay the principal to change all her grades. She thought I was a monster for being rich, but she was just like me. That night, I decided to take on a new identity and filed some fake documents under the name Juniper, which was the name of my favorite perfume. That way, I could enroll as a new student, become friends with Tia, and expose her as a fake. Then, she'd know what it's like to be in my shoes. The first step in my plan was to get in with Tia and her minions. One morning at school, I overheard Tia bragging about how she donated thousands of dollars to an alopecia awareness foundation. So that night, I chopped off all my hair and then put it in a bag, which I took to Tia the next day.
Ew, what is this?
It's hair. My hair. I want to donate it.
Oh my gosh, is that why you have that ugly haircut?
Well, if I'm helping someone in need, I'm happy to look ugly, as long as it's temporary. Everyone gathered around us, and I could tell they were impressed. After that, I became somewhat popular, which got me in with Tia and her friends. Jackpot! The next step was figuring out how to expose that hypocritical witch. I was about to head to the mall one day with Tia and her friends when I saw Sebastian leaning against the wall, looking really upset. I told Tia to go ahead without me so I could go check on Sebastian. Hey, are you okay? No. My dad hates me. I failed one stupid test because I was working long hours, and now Dad is pissed at me because I'm not a superhuman who can work full-time, do a million extracurriculars, and get perfect grades. That's so unfair. You should either quit your job or one of your extracurriculars. Are you living on cloud 9 or something? I can't quit anything. I have to get a full scholarship to the best college in the country, or I'm toast. I felt bad after Sebastian told me that, so I offered to help him out during his next work shift when the manager wasn't there. And it was rough.
I ordered a mint chocolate swirl with 2 scoops of vanilla, and this has 3. How am I supposed to eat all this?
My apologies, miss. I'll take the extra scoop.
No, don't yell at him. So he gave you an extra scoop of ice cream. Boo-hoo. In some countries, there are children who only get 1 scoop of ice cream. Did you ever think of that? And why should I listen to a girl with such a hideous haircut? That did it. I grabbed her ice cream and smashed it in her face. Sebastian almost got fired.
Luckily, I bribed the boss with $5,000, but I still felt horrible. Don't beat yourself up. You were just looking out for me, and I really appreciate you donating that money to save my butt. After that, the two of us became good friends. He was smart and sweet, and I really respected him for how hard he worked to support himself. It made me realize how lucky I am. One day, I was doing homework in the courtyard when Tia invited me to this exclusive rooftop party. I'd sort of forgotten about my revenge plan ever since I started hanging out with Sebastian, but I didn't have anything going on that weekend. But when I arrived at the address, I realized it was one of Dad's hotels. What were we doing here? He had a 2-year waiting list, and only celebrities were allowed at the parties.
All the girls at school sneak in here every weekend to go to celebrity parties. We wouldn't have been able to get in, but luckily, I used to be friends with the owner's daughter, Holly. You know, that rich brat everyone hated? I tricked Holly's daddy into giving her tons of hotel memberships. I would have ended that friendship ages ago, but I didn't want to lose the memberships.
I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. It was one thing to have my BFF and all the girls at school hate me, but they'd all been secretly using me too? I wanted to scream and tell them off, but I couldn't even bring myself to speak. So I excused myself, and a few hours later, I texted Sebastian to meet me so I could have a real friend by my side. Sebastian, why do you even hang out with me? I'm just a dumb, superficial bimbo. What are you talking about? Just because you're rich doesn't make you a bad person. You even gave yourself an interesting haircut so you could donate your hair. No, I didn't. I purchased a wig and cut off the wig's hair. I was too selfish to donate my real hair. I was too selfish to even chop off my extensions. Before Sebastian could answer, my phone rang and it was Dad, telling me to come to the hotel immediately. Sebastian accompanied me, and when I arrived, I couldn't believe my eyes. The hotel was burnt to ashes because Tia and the girls had blown up fireworks and started a wildfire. The police had arrived to take the girls to juvie, even though Tia begged me to bail her out. I've got news for you.
as you can see by my hair, I'm not Juniper. I'm Holly, your ex-best friend who had to have reconstruction surgery. I know I've been a bad friend to you, and I know I can be selfish and spoiled, but what you guys did to me is unforgivable. We're done. Tia and the girls were taken away, but I didn't feel any better. Dad's hotel had burnt down, and I couldn't help feeling like it was my fault. If I'd been a better person, these girls wouldn't have hated me and wouldn't have done this. I stayed in my room for a few days. When Sebastian came to visit me, I expected it because he wanted to end our friendship because I'd lied to him about my identity. But surprisingly, that wasn't it.
Holly, I'm not gonna lie to you. You are kind of spoiled, and it's messed up that you lied to turn everyone against Tia. But it's nothing compared to what Tia did to you. And you're becoming a better person. I didn't fall for you because you're perfect. I'm in love with you because you're an amazing friend who's mature enough to learn from her mistakes.
You're in love with me?
You probably don't feel the same way, but okay, maybe you are.
No, duh. Don't make me spell it out for you.
Hi, I'm Elodie. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I was born on the outskirts of Paris, and my early life was pretty uneventful until I turned 7, and my parents decided we were going on our first real vacation. That involved flying to the Maldives on the other side of the earth. I was super excited, but as soon as the plane took off, I started feeling very uneasy. The height made me feel dizzy. Then, halfway in our flight, we started having really bad turbulence, and that made me panic.
Are we gonna crash?
Don't be silly. The chances are really low.
So you're saying there is a slight chance we might die?
I cried hysterically for the remaining flight, and when we finally landed, I was shaking. Not even a week of fun at sea could make me forget, and when it was time to go back home, I refused to get on the plane again. I caused such a scene at the airport that my parents had no choice but to take a ship for the return trip, and it drained their credit cards.
This is the last time we're going on vacation ever.
Mom and Dad argued about money all the way home, and soon after, they separated. I was convinced it was my fault. No, honey, we were having problems for a while. And don't worry, we'll be okay. But seeing them divorce was heartbreaking. Dad remarried, had new children, and completely forgot about me. Mom tried many things to cheer me up, but it seems like nothing was working. Until one day, she took me ice skating at the local rink, and that changed everything. When I was on the ice, it felt like I was flying, and all my problems disappeared. Mom saw the potential I had and signed me up for private lessons. By the time I was 10, I was already winning junior local competitions. My training was expensive, but Mom worked double shifts to cover for it. If this is your dream, I will do anything in my power to help you.
You're the best, Mom. I'll make you proud.
At school, I did well enough. My peers admired me, but unfortunately, I didn't have many close friends. Also, as time went by, I started noticing I wasn't like other girls my age. Like one time when I was 15, I was at a friend's house for a sleepover and we were watching the movie Titanic. During the final scene, all the other girls were crying, but I just couldn't get it. I snatched the remote and paused the movie.
This is so stupid.
Look, there's enough room on that door for Jack to climb too.
Elodie, you're ruining the moment. This moment is already ruined. Who even likes such dumb movies?
Needless to say, I was never invited for a movie night again. So maybe I wasn't that much of a romantic, or at all. Big deal. As I grew older, most of my peers started dating, breaking up, and crying over ice cream, while I was still waiting for my first crush to happen. I felt like I was being weird, and the only person in the world who got me was my best friend Louis. We got closer months ago. Mom is happy I'm not getting distracted by dating, but her sister and friends always ask why I don't have a boyfriend, as if there's something wrong with me.
It's not something you can force, the same way I can't like girls. And even if you never fall in love with someone, who cares? You're amazing just the way you are.
I know, but sometimes I wish I wasn't so different, and that guys would stop asking me out.
I wish that was my problem.
It would be if you came out.
No thank you, I'd rather swim with alligators.
Louis was terrified of his father finding out he was gay. In a way, we were both fishes out of water, and maybe that's why we got along so well. I knew I could talk to him about everything without being judged. When I turned 18, I was added to the national competition that would send the winner to the Olympics. Lewis. That would give me the opportunity to have a real sponsor, relieving Mom of the huge financial burden. By that point, I was training daily, and my coach had given me a very complex program.
You have a real chance of winning, Elodie, but you really need to land that triple axel.
That jump would keep me up at night. It was so difficult. Less than 20 women landed it in competition, ever. And as if that wasn't enough, one day, the restaurant where Mom worked caught fire, and she ended up in the hospital with a broken ankle and some burns. Her condition wasn't too serious, but she needed time to recover.
I won't be able to work for a while. I'm sorry, Elodie, but I can't pay your coach anymore.
I was devastated. It felt like my only chance at a career had just been taken away.
But I didn't want to show that to Mom. She was already feeling bad, and I didn't want to make her feel worse.
I picked up a job in a small cafe to earn some extra cash, but between studying and working, I was exhausted. I was crying on the phone with Lewis one night when he came up with a crazy solution.
You won't like it, but hear me out. My dad is having this big party in a couple of days with all his business partners, and he insisted that I invite my girlfriend.
What girlfriend?
I may have lied about that. Dad kept asking me why I was still single at my age, so I panicked and told him I was dating someone. I know it's wrong, but I never expected him to meet her. Anyway, you could pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll ask him to sponsor you. He likes donating to all sorts of causes, and for a potential daughter-in-law, I'm sure he'll accept.
I don't know. Lies like that always end badly. Can't you just tell him the truth?
You don't know him. Ever since I was little, he wouldn't stop talking about my future wife and how he hopes I'll have like 25 grandkids. Trust me, this is the only way.
I was uncomfortable with the fake dating plan, but Lewis was right. It would benefit both of us, at least until I managed to win the championship and get another sponsor. So when the day of the party rolled out, I put on my prettiest dress and ended up charming all of the guests. Lewis was cold sweating when it was time to introduce me to his father, and I could see why. His dad was a very stern-looking man with a permanent frown on his face, but when we started talking, he seemed kind in his way. Lewis took the opportunity to tell him about Mom's incident and how I needed help with my career.
I understand, but unfortunately, this isn't a good time for my company. Maybe next year.
I felt like the earth stopped spinning. Lewis looked as shocked as me and promised to talk to his dad again, but it was of no use. Some days later, I was at the cafe working, but I really couldn't focus and started crying again. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder.
Why is a pretty girl like you crying? You're ruining your makeup.
I looked up and saw Henry, a famous skater who had won the championship the previous season, staring at me. He sat me down, and I ended up telling him all my worries. So now, my career is basically over.
It doesn't have to be. I could pay for your training.
Really? You can? But why? You hardly know me.
I know that everyone needs to see real talent. My family is one of the wealthiest in the country. My car insurance is more expensive than your lessons. It's nothing.
I couldn't believe my luck. From that day on, I started practicing with Henry, and he seemed quite impressed with my skills. Some days we would go have coffee after training. He was a lot more experienced than I was, and I loved hearing about his travels and all the talented people he met during competitions. One afternoon after practice, Henry was dropping me at home when he leaned in and tried to kiss me. I quickly pushed him away, and he seemed very confused.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I think I might have given you the wrong idea, Henry. I like you, but only as a friend. I'm just not interested in dating anyone.
I see. What can I say? It's breaking my heart that you're doing this to me, and I get it, but I don't think any other guy would. You have to be careful about giving a guy wrong signals, especially when you get so close in such a short period. Guys always expect something in return. Anyway, I guess I'll leave now.
Henry gave me a quick hug and left. I decided to keep my distance from Henry after that. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Soon it was time for the competition, but the day before the competition, I was so stressed out I could barely stay still. So Lewis asked me to go to the local fair with him to calm my nerves down. We went to all the booths trying our luck. I spent an embarrassing amount of money at the duck pond game, and Lewis won at the miniature rifle range. The lady gave him a huge heart-shaped plushie, which he gave to me.
A lucky charm for tomorrow.
Sure. It has nothing to do with how bulky this is. We were having a good time, going on roller coasters and eating fries, but just then, I heard someone calling my name from the crowd. I turned around and saw Henry walking in our direction.
So, he's the reason you broke up with me?
Henry? No, you're misunderstanding. Lewis is just a friend.
Just like I was a friend to you? You know, if you liked someone else, you could have just said that. And what's even about this guy that made you reject me? Is it money? Careful, dude, you got yourself a gold digger. Don't you dare talk to her like that! Or what, you'll hit me?
Henry took a step forward, his fist balled up, but I got in the way and pushed Henry aside. It's not worth it, Lewis. He's just a crazy, possessive guy. Forget about him.
Oh, wow.
crazy and possessive? This is how you say thank you for being a good friend and helping you? Something this idiot would never do?
I wanted to argue more, but I decided against it and left with Lewis. I couldn't believe Henry would turn on me like that. I thought he was my friend, but I couldn't waste too much sleep because of him. I had a competition to win. I set the alarm on my phone and went to sleep early so I got some rest. But the next morning, I woke up to Lewis screaming in my face.
Get up, Elodie, you're late!
What? Oh my god, how did I not wake up? I checked my phone and the screen was glitching. It looks like my phone's broken.
We don't have time for that! Hurry up, or you'll miss the competition!
I quickly got dressed and left with Lewis, but the road was jam-packed with traffic. It was the weekend and the main carnival day. As if that wasn't enough, the main bridge was closed because of a small accident. This is the only way to cross the river. We're never gonna make it. What am I gonna do?
I might have an idea.
Lewis got out of the car and we made our way back to the fair from the previous night.
Okay, anytime now.
Who? What?
That.
I looked where Lewis was pointing and my heart dropped. Right over the fair, a couple of hot air balloons were already taking off and others were waiting for customers on the ground. Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
I know you're afraid of heights, but this is your only chance. Listen to me, Elodie. You can't let your fear win. Not now, when you're so close to making your dream come true.
Lewis was right. My stupid fear was getting in the way of my dreams, but I was stronger than that. We paid the man piloting the balloon and hopped on. As we took off, I closed my eyes and wrapped myself around Lewis like an octopus.
You can look now. Trust me.
I slowly opened my eyes, and it was so different from what I remembered from that airplane all those years back. Sure, I was still afraid, but from up there, the world looked so peaceful and beautiful. The flight didn't last long, and soon we were landing in front of the arena. We ran inside, and I got my skates on just in time. The place was packed, but I felt confident and performed my best routine. And then came the final moment, the dreaded triple axel. I took a deep breath and spun 3 times, landing beautifully, and the crowd went crazy. The results were announced soon after, and I was over the moon to bag the first prize. Right after I got my trophy, I was getting back to Lewis when Henry got in my way. What now?
I just came to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong and totally out of line. Also, I really thought that hackers would hack your phone and keep you away from the competition, but I guess talent always finds a way.
You hacked my phone? That's why the alarm didn't go off and nobody could reach me? That's horrible, Henry. Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you your place. But like I said, I was wrong, and I'd like to start a new friendship with you from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't trust you, and friendship is based on trust. Now, if you'll excuse me, my friend is waiting for me. I went backstage to Lewis and was kind of surprised to see his dad waiting for me.
Congratulations, young lady. I'm proud my son has such a talented girlfriend.
Actually, Dad,
Lewis gathered himself for a moment and then told his dad the truth.
I'm sorry for all the lies, but all this time I was afraid of disappointing you.
You're right, I am disappointed, but with myself. I kept projecting my ideal life without even considering you'd want something different. Son, all I really care about is for you to be happy. And you, young lady, this was a big step in your life, and I have a surprise for you.
Lewis and his dad took me home with them, where his dad had organized a party to welcome Mom after her discharge from the hospital. She couldn't be at the competition, so the party was our chance to celebrate together. Mom introduced herself and thanked him, and then they kept chatting, and it gave me a weird feeling. What's going on with our parents? They're so red. Are they sick?
Worse, they like each other.
And yes, you guessed it. That's how I ended up with a stepfather and brother. I learned that you have to face your fear, or you'll be afraid for the rest of your life.
Hi, my name's Chloe. People say that my head is always up in the clouds. I guess I do spend a lot of time fantasizing. But you would too if you were in love. I'm in love with Michael. Isn't that just the most romantic name? I can't help but think of the day when he'll finally ask me out. I bet we'll end up together. They say that 25% of women marry their first loves. Watch out! A voice cried from behind me. I felt a pair of strong hands pulling me back. A moment later, I was down on the floor and a car horn was blaring in my ear. I scrambled away from the curb. That car nearly hit me. With my heart painfully pounding, I turned around to see who pulled me back. OMG, it's Michael. Are you hurt? He cried. Didn't you see the red light? You can't cross the street yet. I'm okay, I stammered. My heart wasn't just pounding because of the car now. Michael's face was just a few inches away from mine. Suddenly, he sucked in his breath. Is that your phone? He gasped and pointed to something on the ground. Oh no, I moaned as I gingerly picked up my phone. The screen was completely shattered. I must have dropped it. Michael helped me up, but I could only stand there and look horrified. Michael lightly touched my shoulder and asked me if I was okay. I could only nod when he said that he had to go because he was late for the game. I didn't know if I was feeling more horrified with Michael seeing me so stupid or for my phone getting destroyed. I dreaded going home. I knew I was going to get an earful from my parents. True enough, when I got to the kitchen, I told my mom about needing a new phone. What happened this time? She asked with irritation. I swear, Chloe, that's the third phone you've ruined. I couldn't even tell her that I almost got run over. That would get me so grounded for the rest of my life. Can I get a new phone? Please? I begged. It worked the last time, but my mom just shook her head. If you want a new phone, you'll have to earn the money to buy your own, she said. We're not spending any more because you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Chloe, you have to focus on the real world. Stop daydreaming. I felt too sad to argue. How was I going to survive without my phone? Then I remembered my AirPods. Oh no, they were connected to my phone. I tried to disconnect the Bluetooth connection, but the screen was shattered. I guess I'll have to save up more money for AirPods as well. I sadly placed my AirPods on top of the flour canisters on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to hold them anymore. A few hours later, I was lying on my bed when Jasmine came in. I've been calling you the whole day. Why aren't you answering? She asked. So I heard that you broke your phone again, an irritating voice said at the doorstep. I turned and saw my brother Chris. It's none of your business, I told him. Even if he's just a year older than me, he always acts so superior. He's such a pain. Just leave me alone, I muttered. I'm going, he grinned. I just can't wait to tell Mac another Klutz Chloe story. Stop using that name, I shouted back as he closed the door. And stop telling people about me. I sighed and realized that there were other, more important things to think about right now. Jasmine and I had to think about a project for our business class. We needed to make a real business and make it happen. Whoever earned the most money from that project gets an automatic A. I hope we earn enough from this, she said. I nodded. I needed some money for a new phone. We just needed a great idea for a business. Our first idea was simple. It was walking dogs. I mean, how hard can that be? But apparently, Jasmine and I didn't think it through well enough. On the very first day of dog walking, we had to walk 8 dogs. Neither Jasmine nor I realized that we might have a problem making these dogs obey. Stop barking, Jasmine cried to Miss Penny's Chihuahua. Mr. Elliott's Labrador can eat you for breakfast. But all that shouting and pulling at leashes didn't work. The dogs were going crazy. A few moments later, Jasmine and I were in the middle of a furry island and the dogs were trying to jump on each other. We couldn't even move because our legs got tangled up with the leashes. Can I offer you ladies some help? Said a voice from nearby. I turned around and saw Michael. I can't believe he's seeing me again, looking like a complete idiot. He whistled and whispered a few words to the dogs. He must have done some magic. The dogs started to calm down, but I was getting hypnotized by his voice too. Hey, Jasmine hissed as she elbowed me. We're loose now. She thanked Michael and practically pushed me to keep on walking. Let's get this dog walking over and done with today, she said, looking and feeling angry. Let's give these dogs back to their owners. This is a terrible idea. So I guess Jasmine and I were back on square one. We needed another business idea. I got it, Jasmine cried when she saw me the next day. I thought about it last night. I couldn't call you though. Don't remind me. I sighed. I still can't believe that I'm surviving this long without a phone. I felt so detached from the whole world. But Jasmine's idea was actually kinda cool. We decided to make cute picture frames with strips of colorful paper and glue. Jasmine saw some online, and they were in demand. We can use these beads and glitter too, I added. We were sure that people would line up to buy our creations. We spent the next few days making them, and they turned out really well. I bet even boys will buy these for their girlfriends, Jasmine said while we were lining them up on the porch to dry. Suddenly, I had the perfect vision of Michael giving me the pretty pink frame that I had just made. Of course, I would choose the best picture of us to put in it. Maybe we can take a picture in the park at sunset. I was so engrossed in my fantasy that I don't even remember Jasmine going home that day. So I was startled when my mom started shouting by the front door. "Chloe, it's raining so hard now. Didn't you hear the thunder?" She yelled. "Are these your crafts on the porch? They're drenched." I ran outside and felt my heart drop to my stomach. Mom was right. Some of the frames were on the floor, some of them were drowning in puddles. Even my favorite pretty pink one was ruined. "Jasmine's going to kill me," I groaned. But oddly enough, she didn't. When I told her the news the next day in school, she just shrugged. "It's a blessing in disguise, actually," she said. I thought it over and realized that my idea was pretty lame. I mean, who needs a picture frame when you've got pictures on your phone? I wouldn't know, I reminded her with a sigh. I was starting to realize that I would have to live a few more months without a phone unless we made some real money. "Come on, Chloe," Jasmine said. "This is supposed to be an easy project. We just have to think of a business. Once we have a great idea, it'll be a piece of cake." I jumped up and squealed. "That's it! It was the best idea ever. The easiest way for us to make some money and an automatic A was to provide people with what they loved the most. The answer was food. So Jasmine and I got working. We had an avalanche of recipes, baking materials, flour, eggs, sugar, and tons of sprinkles. For one whole day, it was whisk, mix, and bake. I promised Jasmine that I would focus and not even think about anything else except making the perfect chocolate cupcakes for our bake sale. After 6 hours of baking, we were almost done. I just had one last batch to pour into the cupcake molds. Unfortunately, that's when my brother decided to appear in the kitchen. "What's with all the cupcakes?" he asked. "Don't touch anything," I said, whacking him with a spatula. But Chris tried to swipe one anyway. I tried to grab it back, but ended up knocking the boxes of ingredients all over the counter. "Stop it!" I cried, and I heard something plop. "Hey, I just wanted a taste," Chris replied, laughing. His eyes were twinkling with some mischief as he ate one cupcake. He kept looking at my batter. Finally, my mom came in and shooed him away from the kitchen. "Mom, I'm going to hang out with Mac and the guys," he added. Then he grinned at me. "See you later, loser." I was so upset with my brother that I wasn't paying much attention to the batter. I just wanted to finish this so I could think of something nasty to get back at Chris. The next day, Jasmine and I set up a table outside the cafeteria. People loved our cupcakes. Money was pouring in. "I bet you can buy a new phone with all the money we earned," Jasmine told me happily. But I wasn't hearing her anymore. I spotted Michael walking to our table. "Hey," he said with a heartbreaking smile. "Can I buy one?" I blushed and offered him the best-looking one from the table. I expected him just to pay and leave, but suddenly he pulled up a chair. "I heard that you were slaving away to make all of these," he said. "They're good." I smiled shyly and offered him another one. "I'll eat another one if you eat one with me," Michael added with a wink. So I grabbed the nearest cupcake and took a bite. But even before I could chew, Michael suddenly asked me the most amazing thing. "Would you like to grab some coffee later? I'll pick you up at home." I gulped and practically choked on the cupcake. I started coughing. Michael gently patted my back. "Yeah, sure," I replied somehow and took a big sip of water to stop my coughing. "But I'll just meet you in the coffee shop." "Okay," Michael said, standing up. "See you later." I watched him walk away. When I turned to Jasmine, she had the biggest smile on her face. "We have the best project, and you're finally going out with Michael," she squealed. "I'm so happy." The hours couldn't pass fast enough, but finally all our cupcakes were sold. Jasmine offered to add up all the money herself so I could go home and get ready. But that's when I started to feel funny. It felt like there were huge butterflies in my stomach. I figured that I was just excited and nervous about my date. I prayed that I wouldn't humiliate myself in front of Michael. I was massaging my grumbling stomach when Chris popped inside my room. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. Then he saw my phone on my desk. "Hey, Someone's calling you. I told him not to mind it. I wouldn't be able to answer it anyway. Chris suddenly looked at me, then back at the phone. What? I groaned. Nothing, he said, and there was a twinkle in his eyes again. What's with the fancy face? He added. Do you have a date or something? I nodded once, still massaging my tummy. Chris made a gagging noise. Who'd want to date you? He asked with a smirk. I smirked back at him. You'd be surprised, I replied as I left, praying that my stomach would settle down. I finally got to the coffee house and sighed happily when I saw Michael. We sat and sipped our coffee. We talked and laughed. I've known him for a while now, but I had no idea that he would be this great. My tummy kept groaning and buzzing, but I tried to ignore it. When I checked my watch, I sighed. I didn't want our date to end, but I had a curfew. Michael offered to drive me home. I was starting to feel all tingly and excited. Will he kiss me goodbye? He opened my door like a gentleman and walked to the driver's side. Suddenly, in the quiet of the car, I heard a voice. Kiss him! Kiss him! I looked over at Michael, who was just getting in. Kiss him, the voice said again. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Oh my goodness. Was it fate or was God talking to me? I looked at Michael again to see if he noticed anything, but he was busy fiddling with the stereo. Kiss him, I heard one more time. So I did. His face was just inches from mine. I bent my head to catch his lips. I closed my eyes, and that kiss was the most wonderful thing in the world. Then suddenly, I felt a jolt in my stomach. I covered my mouth and started to heave. What's wrong? Was I that bad? Michael gasped. I tried to shake my head, but I couldn't. The only thing that my body allowed me to do was to lean down and puke. Coffee came out, the cupcake came out, and I felt something else pop out. I was too horrified to open my eyes and look. What's that? Michael said while looking at the yucky brown gunk on his car floor. I opened my eyes. Is that an AirPod? He gasped. My eyes flew wide open and I looked closer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How did I ever manage to eat an AirPod? Then I remembered the cupcake. A lot of things fell on the kitchen counter while I was baking. The AirPod must have landed on one and I ate it. Michael became very quiet as he started the car. All the while I sat and felt absolutely humiliated. I took a quick glance at him and I was surprised to see his shoulders shaking. I'm so sorry, I gasped. Michael couldn't keep it in anymore. He pulled over and started to laugh. He laughed for so long, and each second that passed made me feel worse. You're really something else, he said between gasps. I felt so hurt. How could he be so mean? No, wait, he hurriedly added when he saw my face. What I meant was that you're amazing. Every minute with you is like an adventure. I love how crazy and unpredictable you are. Somehow, even with puke on the floor, I managed to smile and melt with his words. Michael practically said that he loved me. He dropped me off and said that he would just have his car cleaned. He promised to come back in a little while. I think I floated all the way to the front door and found my parents in the living room. Great news, my dad said when he saw me. Jasmine called. She said that your bake sale earned the most money. You won. My parents went over to hug me. Then my mom took out a box. We're so proud of how you really focused on this project, Chloe, she said with a smile. I think that merits a reward, too. Here. She handed me the box, and there was a new phone inside. Wow, I cried. Thank you. They spent the next hour gushing over me, saying that I was probably going to grow up to be a business tycoon or something. Chris even came over and patted me on the head. You're not such a loser after all, he said. I tried to take it as a compliment. How was your date? Did he even kiss you? I stared at Chris. Suddenly, things began to click into place. He knew all about the AirPod. He saw it falling into the batter. He saw me clutching my tummy when my phone was lighting up. He knew that I swallowed one, and it was his voice I heard. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and I jumped up. Michael grinned at me. Hey, Mac, my brother cried. Come on in, let's watch the game. Michael shook his head. Sorry, dude, I have other plans tonight. I saw my brother's jaw fall open when Michael reached out to hold my hand. Were you calling my phone today? I asked my brother sweetly. It was so nice of you to check up on me. My date went great, by the way. This has been a perfect day, even with all the puking. I got a phone, an A, and a kiss. And I'll never forget the look on my brother's face when he finally realized that his little sister is dating his best friend.
Hi everyone, I'm Daria and I live in LA. please like and subscribe. I was born to loving parents who adored me. And 2 years later, my sister Caroline arrived, and even though we were sisters, we looked nothing alike. For starters, I had long, beautiful hair, which my mom loved and would spend hours combing. As for Caroline, she was blessed with curly hair that usually looks like a bird's nest, but she didn't have a worry in the world. Growing up, I always noticed how my parents were two opposites of a magnet. Mom was strict and careful with money. Dad was a free spirit and always lived in the moment, and I loved him for that. One time, all four of us visited the museum, and it was there I saw the most amazing thing ever. Lockheed Vega, Amelia Earhart's plane. I had read about her in my history class and was totally fascinated by her.
Dad, Dad, I want a picture inside the plane.
Inside? It's not allowed.
Pretty please.
Fine. But promise to share your kitty meal, cause your mom won't let me have another one.
Deal.
Well, while Mom and Caroline were busy listening to the tour guide, Dad and I sneaked and took pictures in the legendary aircraft, and it was amazing! Dad, I want to be like her and fly airplanes. Oh, you want to be a pilot, honey? That's so nice. Since then, Dad would show me movies on pilots, flying, and everything related to it. I so wanted to be like Amelia. Things were fine until one day my parents noticed something was wrong with my eye. They immediately took me to the doctor, and I was diagnosed with a condition called lazy eye. That meant I had poor vision in just one eye, and it would wander to the side, and the best way to fix it was surgery. This made my life very hard at school. For starters, I had to wear big glasses, and then the problem of my wandering eye was there.
Are you looking at the board or the teacher's butt?
No, I'm not. I was looking at
The teacher's butt. I know!
I so hated when people did this to me. Mom began saving every penny for my surgery, which would happen when I was 10. But luck was against us. Dad lost his job. Even though he tried to find another job, he just couldn't, and soon he just gave up. And we'd see him sitting on the couch all day playing video games. It got difficult for Mom to take care of the three of us with just her salary, and they would fight almost every day. But one night, their fight got very loud, and I heard a knock at my door.
Doria, can I stay in your room? I am scared.
Oh no, Caroline, you don't have to be scared. I'm right here, and I promise I will always be there for you. Okay? Now, why don't we have some fun? Caroline and I played and jumped up and down on the bed. It was so fun. We talked the night away, and I told her about my dream to become a pilot.
Will you take me on the plane with you?
Of course. I'll even let you sit next to me and take you to different places. When I turned 13, Mom had finally saved enough money for my surgery, and I was so happy. To celebrate, Dad said he would get me a surprise. I loved surprises. This was one of the best days ever. Ta-da! Congratulations, Daria. What's wrong, honey? It's your fave. That's one ugly cake. I said red velvet, not carrot cake.
It is red velvet, Dumbo. Taste it.
It is, but an ugly one. Boo-hoo, you didn't get a pretty cake. Can we just eat now? I gotta go for practice. Forget it, I'll eat later. That was somewhat rude of her. But as we were growing up, I realized how Caroline had begun to get distant. I talked to Dad about it, and he said it was just a phase, and how she was so much into sports. I did miss the younger, naive Caroline, but thank God I had Keisha, my neighbor and best friend. She knew all my secrets, including my big fat crush on the school's hottest guy, Jason. The guy was everything a girl could ever dream of. Plus, he was in a band too. So hot, right?
Daria, you should totally tell him about your crush.
So that he'll see me as one of his fangirls? No, thank you.
Oh, come on. He won't see you that way. You better tell him soon or I will. Kidding.
That evening when I got back home from school, I saw Mom and Dad arguing. Again. So what's this one about? Ooh, let me guess. Dad overslept. Wait, he got another parking ticket. Ooh, I know. He burned dinner. Nah, this time, Dad spent the electricity bill on food for him and his friends when he came over to watch the cricket match. Can you believe it? That's a new one. Perfect. Now the power is cut. Well, things didn't change over the next few years, and when I was 17, Mom announced she would have to move to Dubai because she had a really good job offer there. We decided that Caroline and I would stay back with Dad and finish our studies here. Dubai? Won't you miss us? Of course I will. I know you can handle things here. I trust you, sweetie. Plus, I'll be back in a while. After Mom left, everything was on my shoulder. It was unfair, and I sort of resented her for that. Good job opportunity or bad? How could she just leave? I was pretty upset, but when Dad stepped up, things got better. He spent most of his time taking care of us, which was unusual, but I loved it. After I was done with high school, I was excited and started saving money for the pilot training program, but I was still falling short.
Daria, why don't you just borrow from your mom? Or maybe Caroline?
Oh, Mom said she will give, but I can't ask her for the entire amount. And Caroline? She won't give it up so easily. She keeps an account of everything. She's a little weird in that way.
So, why don't you take it and give it back later?
She doesn't have to know. Borrow from Caroline? I didn't want to, but I was out of options. So I borrowed some cash from Caroline's safe box and pretended like nothing was wrong. I'll bring it back soon. Just a few weeks later, when I got home from my part-time job, I saw Caroline having a yelling competition with Dad. What in the world was happening? Caroline, what's going on? Well, I was missing a big chunk of money recently, and it turns out Dad stole it. No way. Why would he walked in with gifts for us. Expensive ones. Where would he get the money from? How can you accuse me of doing something like this? I saved this. Yeah, right. You saved money? You don't know the S of save, Dad. Caroline stormed out of there, and I saw Dad staring at me. Later, Mom found out, and it got even worse. I felt extremely guilty and wanted to tell Caroline everything, but I couldn't. The guilt was eating me, and one day I just wanted to be out of the house, away from everything. So Keisha and I went to a cafe where we ran into someone I never thought I would meet. Jason. Hey, Daria. Haven't seen your pretty face in so long. I don't know why I just said that. It's been so long. Jason, it's so nice to see you here. Why was my voice going so high? Since that day, Jason and I had been constantly texting and calling, and soon we became really good friends. I even confessed about my elephant-sized crush on him, and he said he liked me too. A couple of weeks later, I invited Jason for Caroline's birthday. After all of her friends had left, it was just the four of us and Dad, and we decided to watch a movie. But Caroline was still not talking to Dad, so he left saying he was feeling tired. I felt so bad for him. The guilt was eating me alive, and I wanted to confess to Caroline immediately. But the outfits worn by the actors distracted me. Oh, that's a lovely design. Maybe if the dress was in red and not orange, it would have looked better.
What are you talking about? That dress is red. Do you need glasses now, Grandma?
Oh, shush. But that is orange, right? No, it's red. Like really bright red.
Maybe the contrast in color looks different from the angle you're sitting at?
Yeah, maybe. But I let this go and focused on my test for the pilot training. But when it was time for the vision test, I was left in shock. I had color blindness. But I got my eyes fixed and had surgery. This happens a lot. Color blindness can often go unnoticed. But look at the bright side. It's just partial color blindness. Just partial? This cannot be happening. Does this mean I still can be a pilot? I'm afraid you can't. I'm sorry. I ran out of there and locked myself in my room as soon as I got home. This was single-handedly one of the worst days of my life. To add to this, all Mom did was call and talk to me for a little while because she had to rush to a meeting. It's like she didn't even care. I was beginning to hate my life. I was sick of staying at home and decided to go over to Keisha's place. and even bought our favorite milkshakes on my way. But I was not prepared for what I saw.
Oh my god, Daria!
Are you freaking kidding me? Daria, how could you do this to me? Let me explain. I wasn't talking to you. I can't even look at your face. Keisha, how could you?
You weren't dating him. I liked him too since high school. And before I knew it, we kissed at Caroline's birthday.
Hold up! At my sister's party? Under my roof? And you sat next to me and held my hand while watching the movie. You know what? I don't need a backstabbing friend like you. And a jerk. I'll pass. You both deserve each other. I was fuming with anger, and I'm pretty sure I looked like a steam engine. I threw the milkshake at them and stormed out of there. I cut off all contact with both Keisha and Jason and avoided them. I felt so betrayed. Why was all this happening to me? My life was the worst. Before I knew it, Mom ended up coming back to check up on me. Wow, look who decided to show up. Finally got some time off of your work to check on your family? Don't talk to me that way, Daria. Do you have any idea how much I've been through? And what about what I've been through? Huh? You didn't show up when I got to know about my colorblindness. Instead, you showed up now. Because I'm acting sad? I just hate you. I saw the look of shock on Mom's face before I was being dragged out of the house by Caroline.
What is wrong with you? Why are you acting this way?
I just hate how my life has turned out. I went through so much. This awful eye condition, Mom abandoning us, and now Jason and Keisha.
Oh my god, shut up. She didn't abandon us, and what? Some boy problems? Grow up. Everyone has problems. Did you know I actually failed my exams when Mom left? Instead of crying and making a scene, I decided to do better. And I did. And when Dad stole the money, I lost my mind. Do you know why I was saving that money? To buy these new shoes for football so that I could perform well and get the scholarship. But I couldn't, and I lost it. Oh my god, what have I done?
Caroline, I have to tell you something. It wasn't Dad who stole your money. It was me. I am so sorry. Before I could complete my sentence, Caroline slapped me across the face. You selfish person. Are you happy? Ruining my life? My relationship with Dad? You know what? I'm glad Keisha and Jason are together. You don't deserve to be happy for what you did. Caroline, please listen. Since that day, Caroline had refused to speak to me. I apologized to Dad and Mom for what I did, especially Dad. I should have said something that day, Dad. I wasn't strong enough. You know, I had seen you take the money from Caroline's safe, but I wanted you to tell her yourself. What you did was hard for me to believe, but I am glad that you came clean. In the end, that's what counts. Mom and Dad didn't forgive me right away, but eventually they did. However, my sister didn't. Every time I tried to talk to her, Caroline acted as if I didn't even exist. Dad told me to give her some time, and I did. A couple of months had passed, and I was still at home with no idea what I'd do with my future. But one day, Dad gave me the brochures of some universities. So what? You can't fly a plane. You can help build one. Aircraft engineer? Why didn't I think of... Thanks a lot, Dad. I'll apply for it. I did. And the day my acceptance letter arrived, I was over the moon. And there was only one person I wanted to tell this to, Caroline. I decided to get her those shoes. But once again, I was short on cash. But then I had the best idea. Once I had the shoes, I put them outside Caroline's room and waited for her to see. Do you forgive me? I'm still mad at you, but thank you for this. Why are you wearing a cap? What did you do? I sort of sold my hair. Don't worry, it'll grow back. I'm just happy that you're happy. I can't believe you did this for me. Thank you so much, Daria.
I felt goosebumps on my skin as I climbed the seemingly endless flight of stairs. I was cursing myself for this stupid idea. There were definitely better ways to surprise my girlfriend. But it was her birthday, and she did adore horror movies. That's why I decided to prepare a surprise candlelight dinner in a creepy, abandoned hospital at night. As soon as I stepped onto the 3rd floor, the door closed behind me with a bang. And that should have been my first warning to give up on this ridiculous idea because things were about to get real crazy. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to protect yourself from getting into crazy situations. I pushed the door to check if I was locked in, but thankfully I wasn't. With shaking hands, I messaged Taylor. "Hey babe, I'm waiting." Winky face. I suddenly panicked. Damn it, no! I'd sent it to my boyfriend, Oliver, instead. I immediately unsent it and sent Taylor another message. Hopefully Oliver hadn't seen it. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching. I called out, "Babe? Taylor? Is anyone here?" Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I almost passed out. I heard laughter. "Taylor!" I yelled. "Babe, don't do that. You nearly scared me to death." She answered, "And who told you about this venue?" I told her that I thought she'd love it, but then she caressed my cheek and said, "I do, but you don't." My heart fluttered. My girlfriend was such a stud. Just as we sat down to eat, we heard a blood-curdling scream. Taylor got up and dashed out of the room to check it out, and I followed. We went into a room at the end of the hall, and we saw a guy looking out the window. Thinking it was a ghost, I hid behind Taylor. She called to him. Who are you? What do you want?" The guy replied, "My phone. I dropped my phone. Damn it." I gasped. His voice sounded familiar. Oh no, it couldn't be. But then he turned, and I almost wanted to jump out of the window myself. It was Oliver. I asked, "What are you doing here?" He replied, "You told me to come." The blood drained from my face as Taylor turned to me. Thankfully, everyone was suddenly distracted when Oliver said, "We have one little problem, guys. We're stuck." Taylor shouted, "What do you mean we're stuck?" Panicking, I ran outside to check the door, but it wouldn't open this time. I pushed even harder, but it wouldn't budge. The elevator wasn't working anymore, and the other fire exit door was locked as well. When I got back, Oliver and Taylor were staring at each other. I swear the tension between them was so strong, I could feel it in the air. And at that moment, I realized that my worst nightmare had come true. I was stuck in the creepiest place possible with my girlfriend and boyfriend. I yelled, "We have to get out of here." Taylor said, "The door opened easily when I came in. Someone must have locked it accidentally." Oliver snapped back, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Taylor replied, "I don't know. You tell me." Geez, I had to do something before they killed each other. I pulled Oliver into a corner and explained, "Babe, that's Taylor. She's my cousin. She doesn't know that I have a boyfriend, so be cool. You're my other cousin. Get it?" He took out a piece of paper and pushed it into my pocket, saying, "Read it later, babe." I then pulled Taylor into another room. She said, "Ooh, this is hot, babe," and pushed me against the wall to kiss me. I said, "Babe, that's Oliver. He's my cousin, and he's staying with us at the moment. I don't know why he turned up here. He doesn't know that I'm into girls, so be cool. You're my other cousin. Get it?" She replied, "Okay, whatever. Don't know why, but something about that guy is super familiar." I quickly said, "I'm sure you don't know him. He's not from around here. Let's go." We started looking around to see if we could find a way out. Taylor's phone was in her bag, which was on her motorcycle outside, and Oliver had dropped his, so our only chance was my phone. I tried dialing 911, but of course, there was no signal. They were both holding onto my shirt as I led the way back to the room where Taylor and I had been on our date. Just then, Taylor picked up something from the floor. It was the little love note that Oliver had slipped into my pocket. She looked at me and then at Oliver and said, "Kendra, who gave this to you?" Before I could reply, Oliver jumped in and said, "What's it to you? Huh? But out of her personal business, will you?" Taylor looked furious, and I did the only thing that I could think of and said it wasn't mine. "You know I think these notes are stupid." Then I took it from her and tossed it away. I turned to the window and started screaming for help, but no one seemed to be in the area. Taylor suggested we gather the bed sheets, tie them together to make a rope, and use it to climb down from the window. But Oliver immediately rejected her idea. "How are you so dumb? It's too risky. We're on the 3rd freaking floor. Don't you girls have any hairpins? I could try opening the lock with one." Taylor turned to him. "No, Nancy Drew, we don't. And I don't think that would help anyway. My idea is much better." As they continued to argue, I climbed up on a stool, hoping to get some phone signal. We needed to get out of here tonight before they found out I was dating both of them. Suddenly, I lost my balance and slipped. Luckily, I landed in Oliver's arms. He looked so handsome, and his strong arms always made me feel safe. He said, "Easy there, babe." He was about to lean in for a kiss when we heard Taylor clear her throat. She sarcastically said, "How I wish I had a sweet cousin like him," before walking away. She looked angry and jealous. As I ran after her, I tripped over something and fell forward and straight into her. She cried as she lost her balance and we both fell to the floor. Her body felt so soft and she smelled really good. Our lips were so close as I stared at her pretty face. She was about to reach for my lips to kiss me when we saw Oliver glaring down at us. He said, "We shouldn't be messing around, girls. Get up and move." Ugh, I found them both so attractive in different ways. It was so confusing. Maybe this was my chance to finally decide between them. Suddenly, Oliver came up to me and said, "I think your cousin has a crush on me. She keeps checking me out." I wanted to laugh, but then Taylor said the same thing about him. They thought jealousy was interest. For some reason, that pissed me off. Clearly, it was only me anyone liked. It was past midnight already, and Oliver suggested we wait until morning to find help. I thought it was a great idea. The less we talked, the less likely it was that they'd find out my little secret. But Taylor seemed agitated. I started dusting a bed off when Taylor said she didn't want to sleep in a room with a boy. She said, "I just wanted to have a girly time with Kendra tonight. We have lots of catching up to do." Oliver said, "Fine, I'll sleep in the next room then." In bed, Taylor hugged me from behind and said, "Well, I can't complain. I like how it's turning out." But I couldn't help worrying about Oliver. He only had one candle with him. Moments later, I noticed a blood stain on the bed and started freaking out. My period had started. Taylor said she had me covered and gave me a tampon. My girl was a lifesaver. I gave her a quick kiss. When I came back, she hugged me again. But Oliver being alone kept bothering me. I suggested that we move to his room. I said, "He's kind of a wimp. He might be scared." Taylor answered, "Are you kidding me?" I said, "Oliver is my cousin. He's my responsibility. We have to stick together." Oliver slept on a couch across the room and Taylor and I on the bed. Taylor had already fallen asleep, while I kept imagining shadows and whatnot dancing around the room. What if the ghost of a dead patient suddenly lay down beside me? I caught Oliver's attention and signaled him to sleep on my other side. He slid under the cover with me. My heartbeat started to race when I felt his hand holding mine. It felt weird to be sandwiched between them, but for some reason, it felt exciting. Suddenly, a loud rustling noise in the hallway made us all jump to our feet. Oliver asked, "What was that?" Taylor answered him, "I don't know. Why don't you check it out since you're the guy here?" Using a candle, Taylor and I followed Oliver out of the room. We saw a lot of emergency things scattered on the floor. I screamed when a huge rat suddenly ran out in front of us. When I turned to them, I almost laughed when I saw them hugging each other tightly in fear. They took like 10 steps apart when they realized that it wasn't me they were hugging. Oliver said, "Sorry about that. I thought you were my cousin." Taylor answered, It's not a big deal." We couldn't fall back asleep after that and just sat in silence. Man, this was getting uncomfortable. I spotted an empty bottle in the corner. I shouted, "Let's play truth or dare." We sat down on the floor and Oliver spun the bottle. It landed on me. Oliver smirked and said, "Okay, Kendra, I dare you to kiss Taylor." I looked at him in shock. Was this some kind of test? I laughed and said, "That's gross, Oliver. She's my cousin." Taylor looked pissed when I said that. She said, "Oh, well, I guess the only two people who aren't cousins here are me and Oliver." And she suddenly crawled over to him, pulled him towards her by the collar, and kissed him. Oliver looked really surprised and turned red. I was so angry, but it's not like I could say anything. Thankfully, it was morning now, and everything had started to brighten up. We looked like a bunch of zombies. I checked my phone and was horrified to see that my battery had totally drained. We followed Taylor to the laboratory room and saw some chemicals spilled on the floor. Oliver slipped, but before falling, Taylor was able to catch him. She told him, "Watch your step, dude." Oliver looked up at her, and seeing how they were staring into each other's eyes made me feel like I had been stabbed through the chest. I was jealous, but I didn't know of who.
I pushed them apart and said, "Come on, let's get to work. I don't want to be stuck here forever." We found some jars and test tubes with scary-looking things inside. Taylor explained what they were with confidence, and Oliver looked oh so fascinated. He said, "Wow, that sounds so cool." Taylor replied, "My dad's a surgeon. That's why I know these things." Oliver just stared at her, and Taylor looked like she was enjoying it. Suddenly, Taylor said, "I'm so cold." I started taking off my jacket, but she said she didn't want me to catch a cold, so she went to our room and got into bed. Oliver went in after her and put his jacket around her shoulders. Taylor must have thought it was me because she said, "I love you, babe." But Oliver just turned red, and when Taylor saw who it was, she blushed too. Ugh, it was so annoying. I had to get their attention back. I walked away and tripped on purpose. Acting like I had a sprain, I shouted for help, but no one came. I was furious. I marched back to the laboratory room and my jaw dropped in horror at what I saw. My boyfriend and girlfriend were kissing. I screamed, "What the hell? I hate you both." Both of them looked so shocked as they stepped away from each other. Taylor said, "What did you say, babe?" I told her Oliver was mine. Oliver asked, "Did you just call her babe too?" I answered, "Yes, because she's my girlfriend. She's mine." All of a sudden, I realized what I'd done, but it was too late because they both looked furious. Now what? I immediately walked out and looked for a corner to cry in. A few hours had passed and my stomach growled. I realized that we hadn't eaten for more than 12 hours. I found them in our room eating the leftovers from last night. My anger flared. Oliver feeding Taylor with his own hands. The freaking traitors. They were officially together now? I complained that no one had even asked me for food, and Oliver said, "But I thought you were on a diet." Taylor repeated him, "Yeah, I thought you were on a diet." I told her to stay out of this, and she replied, "Or what? You'll cheat on me?" For a minute, the whole room was absolutely silent, but the tension was killing me. I chose to walk away again, or I'd go crazy. Nighttime came again, and I was so pissed. I spent another hour screaming for help, even though I knew it was useless. When it was time to sleep, I went to join them, wondering what the sleeping arrangement would be tonight. I'd probably be the one on the couch now. I noticed that Taylor was missing. I asked Oliver where she was, and he told me that he had been looking for her too. Oliver tried to hold my hand as we checked each room, but I smacked it away. How dare he? He had kissed my girlfriend, and it was unforgivable. He then told me that he didn't trust Taylor. "I think she already escaped and left us here. We should get out already." I was annoyed. How could he think about Taylor like that? I said, "You seemed to find her just fine when you were kissing her." Just then, he looked out the window and yelled, "See? I told you." He showed me a rope made of bed sheets hanging from the window. He said we could try going down that way too, but I hesitated because I saw her motorcycle still parked outside. I said, that looks like a really steep drop. Let's try to find another way?" My stomach growled again. Oliver grabbed my hand and pulled me to the back of the nurse's station. I was surprised when he took out some snacks and water bottles from a drawer. He said, "If you want to stay here, it's fine. We have everything we need." I said, "Of course I don't want to stay here. And where did this food come from?" Oliver said, "I don't know, babe. It was just here. I thought you probably brought it for your date. And look how she's left you now." We lay down to sleep. Just as I had dozed off, I woke up in shock. I'd heard a phone ring. Was I imagining stuff? Something just wasn't right. I tried to open the huge door at the end of the hallway again, and unexpectedly, it opened this time. I went inside and heard another ring, then a moan. I followed the sound and was shocked to see Taylor tied up to a surgical bed, and next to her was a phone. I immediately ran up to her to untie her and grab the phone. We had to call for help. She revealed, "That creep planned all of this. I remembered how I knew him. I used to date his sister, and he tried hitting on me back then. He found out I was going out with you. He wanted to get rid of me by trapping me in here." What? Panicking, I looked around and saw a fire extinguisher under the sink and used it to hit the metal lock bar on the fire exit door. We tried and tried until it opened. Finally! While Taylor and I were running down the stairs, Oliver screamed from the top, "Bring her back to me, you stupid witch." He started to run after us, but in a panic, Taylor suddenly tripped. I helped her get up, but Oliver was able to catch up and grabbed me by my shirt. He yelled, "She never even noticed me and used to make fun of me with my sister, and now she's trying to steal my girlfriend. When you texted me by mistake, you gave me the perfect chance to set things straight. You're mine, Kendra. You can't be hers."
He was about to pull me back, shaking Taylor off. Then suddenly, we heard sirens. The police had come. Oliver looked horrified, and then he was off. He ran down the stairs and out of the door. For a minute, I was scared he'd gotten away. But just then, 2 policemen came into sight, and they grabbed him. We ran downstairs and told them everything. To say he'll be behind bars for a long time is an understatement. My parents would be worried sick, so Taylor drove me home next. Before going inside, I invited her to spend the night with me. But to my surprise, she shook her head and said, "I really loved you, Kendra, but I need time to think about us." Tears rolled down my cheeks. "What do you mean? Are you breaking up with me?" But Taylor just left. Over the following weeks, I realized how unfair I had been to Taylor. She had always loved me and been strong for me, and all I had done was cheat on her. Now, she didn't even want to talk to me. Until one day, when the doorbell rang. When I went to check, someone stood at the back door with a huge bouquet of flowers. For a minute, I was terrified. Was Oliver somehow back? But then, the person holding the flowers peeked at me from behind them. "Taylor, I'm so sorry. I was crazy, and I just got carried away, but I love you, Kay. Even after everything, I love you." "I love you too."
Hi, I'm Eden from California. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I was little, I hated my parents. They ignored me 24/7 because they were famous actors. They were always shooing me away while they signed autographs for their fans and talked on the phones with their agents.
Can't you read me a bedtime story? Just this once?
Eden, just take something from the shelf and look at the pictures.
Luckily, I had someone at home to be with, so I didn't lose my sanity. My Aunt Zoe. Aunt Zoe was kind of a teenager. She wore heavy makeup and tight clothes and was obsessed with social media. Time for our morning selfie, baby girl. My aunt was my live-in BFF. But one day when I was in 10th grade, my parents decided to ruin my life. I woke up and smelled smoke, so I ran downstairs to see what was burning. But I didn't see anything. Instead, my parents were just sitting on the couch and told me the worst news ever. They made Aunt Zoe move out.
Don't worry, you two can still keep in touch. But your mother and I have decided it's best if just the 3 of us are in this house.
Why? Because she's too helpful around the house? Because she actually cares about me, unlike you two? Do you smell that smoke, Eden? My sister was cooking breakfast this morning and started a fire. She's a child trapped in an adult body. We love her, but we can't live with her. I was boiling with anger. I refused to speak to Mom and Dad for days. But one night, I agreed to go with them to a celebrity after party, but only so I could get dressed up and get free refreshments. At one point, I was standing by myself when this famous teen actor came up to me.
Hey there, gorgeous. Just say your name and I'll make an autograph out for you.
I really don't want it. Maybe go make another girl's dream come true. I started to walk away, but the guy pulled me close to him.
Stop fighting your desires, princess. You deserve this.
With that, he leaned in as if he were about to kiss me. I shoved him off so hard that he fell backwards onto the refreshment table, smashing it in half. Uh-oh, I hadn't meant to hurt the guy, but everyone started freaking out and rushing to him as they called the ambulance. All the party guests went ballistic at me. My parents and I got kicked out of the party, and me assaulting the celebrity was all over the news. My parents were furious.
You've completely ruined our reputation. Now everyone thinks we have a maniac for a daughter and no one's hiring us. Apparently, Eden has violence issues we didn't know about.
Violence issues? That's gotta be a joke. My parents were serious. They registered me for an anger management group every week for 4 months. It was the dumbest thing ever. And everywhere I went, people would stare at me. One morning, I decided to lock myself in my room for the day to have a break from everyone. Then suddenly, I saw my door lock moving, and Aunt Zoe burst in with a police officer.
Eden, your parents are missing.
What do you mean missing?
They were last seen shooting a movie in the Joshua Tree Desert. Now there's no trace of them.
I felt my heart pound as I thought of Mom and Dad lost somewhere in the desert. I had barely talked to them in the last week because we were fighting, but now I felt horrible.
Listen, baby, I don't want you to worry about anything. The police are going to search for them. I'll move in and take care of you in the meantime. I hugged my aunt tight. I was so grateful she was by my side. She spoiled me extra that week with breakfast buffets in bed and trips to the spa. The house was 10 times messier than usual, and Aunt Zoe threw multiple midnight parties during the week, but I had missed her so much. Then one day, I was at school and went to the library to study for exams. But as I was wandering through the aisles, I felt someone watching me. I turned around to see the crazy actor who tried to kiss me, staring at me through the open bookshelf.
Hey there, princess. You happy to see me?
Oh my God, what are you doing here? Did you track me down?
I did in fact track you down, because even though you tried to kill me, my heart is still screaming for you. I've never met a girl who's played so hard to get before, and I like it.
He walked around over to me and stood inches away from my face, and I just lost it. I slapped him hard across the face and he cried in pain. Listen, you psycho creep, if you don't get lost this second, I'll call the cops. And I'll hurt you for real this time. If I were you, I wouldn't take any chances. I stormed off and decided to get coffee with Aunt Zoe to cheer myself up. Before we went out though, Aunt Zoe insisted on wearing Mom's clothes.
She has so many designer dresses I'm in love with. I don't think she'd mind, would she?
No, I don't see why she'd mind. Actually, I have to tell you something important. Once we were settled at the cafe, I told my aunt everything that had happened. But to my surprise, she shrugged like it was no big deal. You know, sweetie, maybe you should date him. He's super cute and he's like a huge star. You could be famous just like your parents. I'm sorry, are you suggesting I date someone who tried to kiss me, turned everyone against me, and stalked me?
You're overthinking this, Eden. Dating a star like that could change your life for the better. But maybe you're too young to understand.
I was shocked. How could she be so blind and insensitive? I knew I wasn't overreacting. But if nobody wanted to support me, then so be it. I would take matters into my own hands. I called the cops that day and told them the situation. And thankfully, I was able to get a restraining order against the guy. I wanted to cry of relief. But when I got home, I heard laughter coming from upstairs. I walked up to see what was going on and saw my parents' bedroom door was wide open. And inside was Aunt Zoe. She was wearing Mom's clothes again and talking to the mirror. The weirdest thing was, she was talking in Mom's voice.
No, thank you. I can't believe this is my 3rd Golden Globe.
Oh, you're a fan too?
Oh, you guys are so sweet. I can't take it.
Aunt, what are you doing?
Just having a little fun, playing a little dress up. Was there something you needed?
I felt really confused and weirded out. What did Aunt Zoe mean she was playing dress up? I decided not to dwell on it and got right to telling my aunt about the restraining order. I'd hoped she'd be happy for me, but instead, she looked super pissed.
I can't believe you'd do something so stupid, Eden.
Do you know what I would do to be wooed by a celebrity like that? To be seen with him in magazines and to be famous? Poor me. A star actor tried to kiss me and tracked me down to profess his love. Ugh, cry me a river. Yeah, he tried to ruin my life. Aunt Zoe ignored me and walked out of the room. Did she really think fame was more important than my own safety? She was insane. And the dressing up as Mom in the mirror was strange, too. Maybe Aunt Zoe just really missed my parents and was acting out. Things were awkward between us that week, and Aunt Zoe started acting weirder. Not only was she dressing every day in Mom's clothes and talking in Mom's voice, she started going by Mom's name.
Eden, you're not allowed to call me Aunt Zoe anymore. You have to call me Aunt Savannah.
And Aunt Savannah is off to an acting audition. How? You're not an actress.
What are you talking about? Aunt Savannah is a star actress.
Aunt Zoe pulled out her phone, which was opened to Mom's email account. She had been talking with a bunch of directors pretending to be Mom.
If they notice I look different, I'll just tell them I had a little plastic surgery.
Aunt Zoe started laughing as she walked out the door. She was totally out of her mind. What was happening to my aunt? That night, I was asleep in bed when a loud machine woke me up. I ran downstairs to find Aunt Zoe shredding hundreds of pictures of my parents. Are you shredding pictures of Mom and Dad?
It's something that has to be done.
They're obviously not coming back, which means we have to perform a ceremony to say goodbye to them. All of a sudden, Aunt Zoe scooped up a pile of shreds and put it into a pot of boiling water. I'm putting their old pictures into a soup that we're going to eat. Then they'll really be gone for good. And I'll be the one who'll live here now. That is the most twisted thing I've ever heard. And you know what? I know I'm going to find my parents. The police were able to help me with that stalker actor, and I know they'll help me with this. And if you're gonna act this crazy, maybe you shouldn't live here anymore. I fled from the kitchen and out the front door to the police station. I just didn't feel safe around my aunt at that moment. I spoke to the cops and asked for an update on my parents. I also told them about Aunt Zoe's weird behavior. Eden, don't worry. We're gonna continue searching for your parents. Also, I think it's best I find you somewhere else to sleep tonight. Your aunt sounds mentally ill and you should stay away from her right now. I knew the policewoman was right, so I slept in a shelter nearby and went back to the station the next day. And when I got there, Aunt Zoe was waiting for me, looking furious. You little brat. You had me worried sick about you. Well, I'm sorry, but you were acting like a crazy person and I just couldn't be around you. Suddenly, Aunt Zoe ran up to one of the cops and hid behind them. Do you hear how mean my niece is being to me? She wasn't always like this. But ever since her parents went missing, she's turned all her anger on me. As her legal guardian, I want her to go to a psych ward so she can get proper help. I love her, but I can't live with her right now. I couldn't believe the words I was hearing. Luckily, the cop didn't believe Aunt Zoe and sent her to another room so they could do an investigation. I stayed with the police while they continued the search for my parents. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted my parents back, and I wanted my aunt back. I stayed at the police station until midnight, feeling totally numb. Then suddenly, the door opened and the cops came in with my parents. I burst into tears and hugged them for the longest time. I don't understand. What happened to you guys? Your dad and I decided to drive to the movie shoot and we got lost in the desert. Luckily, we found some campers who were able to feed us. But still, we're so sorry we scared you. Before I could answer, the cops came over with a serious expression on their face. We just wanted to update you. We caught Zoe and put her back in the asylum. What do you mean, back in the asylum? My parents were dead silent and looked at each other. Eden, we know you love Aunt Zoe, but she's never been a mentally well person. The reason she moved out was because we sent her to the psych ward. She's always been jealous of your mother's success, and one night, she tried to set our bedroom on fire and hurt us. That's why you smelled smoke that morning. I was horrified and completely heartbroken. My aunt had been my favorite person in the whole world, but apparently, I never really knew her. God, I feel so stupid. I'm sorry I got mad at you guys when you kicked her out. You were only trying to keep me safe. Oh, darling, we don't blame you. We've neglected you for so many years, and as crazy as my sister was, she did take good care of you. But we're taking time off from work now. We're ready to give you the love and attention you deserve. We are so sorry about everything. We love you, Eden. I love you guys too.
Hi, I'm Katie from New York. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My aunt said my parents had an accident when I was a baby, and since then, I've lived with her and my cousin Lucy. But you'd never guess another kid lived in this house. All the wall frames had pictures of just Aunt and Lucy. Lucy had the biggest room bursting with toys and books. Lucy had so many clothes, she had another room as a closet. And me? Well, I lived in the attic with her hand-me-downs. But I didn't care. All I ever really wanted was for Aunt to love me like she loved Lucy. So I did whatever Aunt asked me. I served her breakfast in bed, polished her shoes, painted her nails, but somehow she was just never happy. Once when I was 10, a new neighbor came to visit Aunt, and she looked awestruck when she saw me. What a beautiful child! That gorgeous red hair and those adorable dimples. Adorable? They're just dents in her face. Stop smiling, Katie. You look like a moron. Go get us tea. I went to the kitchen, spat in Aunt's tea, and gave her the cup with a very serious face. There. But soon after I turned 13, my whole life was transformed. One day at breakfast, Aunt was going through the mail when suddenly she spat out her cereal. Just then, I saw the letter she was reading had my name on it. Hey, what's that? But Aunt had already jumped off her chair and she threw the letter in the fireplace. Why'd you do that? It was mine. I saw my name. And who would write to you? You didn't see anything. As she stormed off, I couldn't help thinking, who would write to me? A few days later, the doorbell rang and a postman was standing outside. Express delivery for Miss Katie? Suddenly, a flying figure pushed me aside and attacked the postman. Oh my God! Aunt! I tried snatching the letter from her, but she was off with it like a bullet. What the freaking turtle? What was she hiding? I was dying to find out, but the letter stopped coming. But one evening, when the bell rang, Aunt ran to open the door, and standing outside were 2 bodyguards with a wealthy-looking man. Can you explain what happened to the letters and plane tickets I sent for my daughter? Wait, what? Just then, the man spotted me and his eyes welled up. Oh my God, you must be Katie. You look exactly like your mother. I'm your dad, sweetie. Dad? You're my dad? Why didn't you come for me before? He tearfully explained that he and Mom had gotten divorced before I was born, and she told him never to get in touch. He found out just recently that Mom had an accident so long ago, and he tracked me down. As we hugged tight, I turned around to Aunt. You made me think he wasn't even alive. And why were you keeping the letters from me? Because you don't deserve to go live like a princess. You should be my maid after everything I've done for you. You've used me all these years. Used you? I did everything you ever asked, just so you'd love me. Did you ever love me at all? Even a little? No, how could I? You're like a toothache that just never goes away. That's what I was? Dad told me to pack my things immediately. But before going, I made sure to rub Aunt's toothbrush inside the toilet. Then I took Dad's hand and left without even saying goodbye. We flew over to New York, and I was shocked at the size of Dad's mansion. And my room was 5 times bigger than Lucy's. This was freaking awesome! As Dad was showing me around the house, I suddenly saw a tall woman staring at me coldly from a distance. Dad was married, so that must be my stepmom? Mary, there you are. Come meet Katie. But Mary just turned away and slammed the door behind her. Later that night, I walked past their bedroom to hear Dad and Mary talking in loud voices. It's her first day here, Mary. Think how unwelcome she must have felt. What about me? You just expect you'll bring a child home and I'll start loving her like she's my own? I crept away without hearing any more. Great. Another mom figure who already hated me. When I went down for breakfast the next morning, Dad greeted me with a smile, and so did Mary. Sorry, Katie. I wasn't feeling too well yesterday. I hope you slept well? Yeah, as if she cared. When I asked Dad for the orange juice, Mary quickly got up to pour it for me, and she dropped the whole jug in my lap. Oh my God, what are you doing? I'm so sorry. It just slipped from my hands. I know you don't want me here, but you don't have to be so petty. With that, I stormed off. Her whole innocent act was fake, and she proved me right soon enough. A few days later, I was walking over to the sofa in the living room when suddenly, I tripped over something. I went flying straight into this weird statue, and I stared at the wreck in horror. Mary leapt up angrily from her armchair. Oh my God! How could you be so clumsy? Do you know what that's worth? Just then, Dad burst into the room, and behind him were some guests. What happened? We heard a loud crash. Oh, honey, Katie broke the statue by accident, but thankfully she's not hurt. Dad looked really upset but stayed silent. I couldn't stop myself though. You were just shouting at me, but the minute Dad came in, you became an angel? What? No, I was just shocked. I didn't mean to shout. Stop acting, Mary. You just want me to look bad in front of Dad. I think you tripped me up with your leg. What? You little brat, how dare you? You must have tripped on the carpet. That's enough! In case you both forget, we have guests. Katie, please go to your room. I walked off angrily and slammed my door shut. I didn't trust her one bit. Dad got me enrolled in school soon, and I felt nervous walking into the huge building. A few kids were looking at me, and I smiled, and suddenly a bunch of boys were surrounding me. Oh my God, can you do that again? Do what? Smile, please smile again. I did, and all the boys just stared at me. What was wrong with my smile? Those dimples are so freaking cute. I could just look at them all day. Wow, these dents in my face? Boys like these? Just then, a girl pushed through the crowd. Get away from her, you morons! You're scaring her. Hi, I'm Veronica, and I don't have a redhead in my group. You look nice and rich, so we're friends now, okay? Well, she wasn't really giving me a choice. I was part of her popular girls gang now. I love my new school, but it started bothering me really soon that Veronica could be rather mean to other kids. I tried to tell her a few times, but she always said she was only joking. But then one day, I walked into the cafeteria and I saw her and her friends making fun of a kid on crutches. Hey, Limpy, what would happen if I took away one of your legs? And with that, she pulled away a crutch and he landed hard on the ground. Veronica, are you crazy? He's already hurt. Why are you bothering him? Oh, come on, we're just joking around. But it's not funny. You're just being a jerk bully. Hey, no one talked to me like that, tomato girl. She pounced on me and pinned me against the wall. I pushed her back and she went crashing straight into the chemistry teacher walking by. He dropped all the bottles he was holding, and the vile smell of chemicals had everyone gagging and running out of there. And Veronica and I got suspended for a week. Dad would be so disappointed. When I went down that evening to tell him, he wasn't in his study, but I found freaking Veronica poking her nose through his things. She just picked up a pen and put it in her pocket. What are you doing in my house? Your house? You live here? Since when? You're interrogating me, you thief? Put that pen back right now, or else. Or else? What does that even mean? I leapt at her, trying to reach her pocket as she fought back and screamed. Suddenly, we were pulled apart by Mary and another woman. This witch attacked me! She's the one who got me suspended too, Mom! Katie, Veronica is my guest. Her mom and I are friends. What's going on here? I guess I just have better taste in friends than you. I brushed past her and stormed off. Of course Mary was friends with awful people like herself. A few days later, Dad was away on a business trip, and someone quietly opened my door at midnight. To my surprise, it was Mary with a hand behind her back. What do you want? Your dad told me it's your birthday, and I just came to say, well, happy birthday. She stepped forward with a cake with candles on it. I never had a birthday cake before. I thanked her awkwardly, and she sat down on the bed. Katie, I think we got off on the wrong foot, and I'd really like to start over. Maybe we can get to know each other better? She looked really sincere, and I wondered if I'd judge her too quickly. Yeah, I think I'd like that, Mary. We started hanging out more, and I found myself actually liking her. She took me to lovely cafes, shows, and galleries around New York. She had the best taste in clothes, and shopping with her was so much fun. And soon after Dad returned, Mary threw me the most amazing birthday party ever. It was the best day of my life. A couple of months later, there was a dance in school, and I'd been asked out by this new boy who had all the girls drooling. That evening, I wore a gorgeous dress Mary had picked out for me. She'd even done my hair and makeup. I received so many compliments, and my date just couldn't keep his eyes off of me. We were slow dancing to a song when suddenly, someone pulled the back of my dress really hard, and I heard the fabric rip. Oh my God! I turned around in horror to see Veronica grinning and holding part of my dress, but everyone was staring at my back, at a long, ugly scar. I'd had it since I was 7, when I fell down the stair once. Look, Marcus, look at that disgusting thing on her back. It's like she's freaking Frankenstein. Suddenly, I leapt forward and slapped her hard. The only monster here, Veronica, is you! I ran out in angry tears and got into my car. I didn't care if anyone knew about my stupid scar, but the only person who could have told Veronica about it was Mary. She'd seen it when she was helping me try on a dress one day. I burst into the living room and started screaming. How could you be such a witch, Mary? You almost made me believe you cared about me. What are you talking about? What happened to your dress? Veronica ripped my dress because you told her about this scar. Even Dad doesn't know. I only told you. And you thought it could be something you'd tell Veronica to use against me? You're the most horrible person I know. You're even worse than my aunt. I hate you! As I cried furiously in my room, Dad came in and hugged me. Sweetheart, there must be some mistake. Mary wouldn't do this. She would. She did. No one else could. Don't defend her, Dad. Just don't. If Veronica thought I was gonna be embarrassed and hide, she was so wrong. I went back to school the next day expecting weird looks and comments. But what happened left me shocked. The principal walked in during the first lesson and said, "The entire class came to me this morning to complain of an incident at the dance yesterday. And there is no way that I will tolerate this kind of behavior in my school. Veronica, you're expelled As Veronica stared at her in horror, the whole class erupted into cheers and applause. This totally made up for everything. And when I got home that afternoon, I heard screams from the living room. It was Veronica's mom. No one had been spying on Katie. Your stupid maid saw her scar one day and told us. And so what? My daughter played a harmless little prank and now she deserves to be expelled? Her entire future destroyed? All because of that stupid, disfigured, red-haired witch? Don't you dare talk like that about my daughter! And with that, Mary punched her. Get out of my house. You are not welcome here, ever! As the butlers let her out, and she went screaming, Mary suddenly saw me, and I started to cry. I'm so sorry, Mary, for thinking it was you. I've had a hard time believing you could really care for me. I heard you the first day. You said you couldn't love me like your own, and I guess I've been scared to love you, in case you didn't love me back. Oh, darling, I said that, yes, because I couldn't love you right away. It was also new for me, too. I've never been anyone's mom, but I've tried so hard to get to know you and love you, and I really do now, Katie. I love you. You're my daughter as much as your dad's now. I love you too, Mom.
Hello, I'm Lily from Estonia. I grew up in an orphanage with my brother Joe. He's 2 years older than me, and we're total opposites. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might get a kiss from your true love. My big brother Joe had shiny blonde hair and blue eyes, and he always got all the attention. Look at this gorgeous kid. He's so beautiful. But I was the opposite. I had dark hair and dark brown eyes, and my skin wasn't as fair, and no one ever said I was pretty. They hardly noticed me at all. Joe was tall and outgoing, and everybody liked him. I was short for my age, and the mean girls loved to tease me.
Aw, poor Lily. She's just so ugly. How does it feel to be a loser with a perfect brother?
But Joe always had my back. Maybe you should learn to respect others.
Oh, for you, Joe? I'll learn anything. I'll learn how to respect others, and how to cook and clean. I'll even learn how to give birth.
You don't learn how to give birth, you just give birth.
I agree. You're right. You're so smart. See, Joe? I learned my lesson. I respected her. Now love me, Joe, please.
In school, things weren't much better. Joe was super smart and almost a genius.
Joe, that's amazing. A perfect score.
I could barely pass my exams, and I had a hard time paying attention in class. Sometimes I talked to the other kids when I wasn't supposed to, and I got out of my seat and I ran around the room, but I couldn't help it.
Lily, sit down.
Most of the teachers didn't like me at all. One time I was in grumpy old Miss Koppel's class, and I really had to go to the bathroom. The break just ended 2 minutes ago. You couldn't go then? Oh wait, you were busy playing. The only thing you do in school. No bathroom for you. But it's an emergency! Miss Koppel didn't budge. I tried to hold it, but a minute later, I peed my pants.
Ew!
Joe caught me crying in the hallway. What's wrong?
Miss Koppel wouldn't let me go to the bathroom.
Joe's face turned bright red, and he stormed into Miss Koppel's class. You stinky witch. Maybe a bitter old lady like you shouldn't be teaching. You should be at home fighting with your husband who's lost his hearing because of your constant screaming and will go blind soon looking at your hideous face. Miss Koppel sent Joe to the principal's office, and he got detention for 2 weeks. I felt so bad. I'm sorry I'm weird and stupid and always causing trouble. Don't say that about yourself, Lily. None of that is true.
Yes, it is. You're just pretending it's not. Don't worry about me and my problems. I'll handle them on my own. You don't have to be my big brother anymore.
No way. I'll always be your big brother, and I'll always have your back, no matter what. And one day, I hope you'll see how special and smart and beautiful you are. Joe hugged me, and I cried like a big baby. Then one day, the most amazing thing happened. We were adopted by a really nice couple. They had a big house, Joe and I got our own rooms, and new clothes. They even enrolled us in a fancy school. I was nervous at first because school was still hard, and I always got distracted. I was scared that my new teachers would hate me too. But then my new parents took me to the doctor.
Lily has ADHD, which means she's a bit hyperactive and has trouble paying attention. But she's a smart girl. Her IQ is well above average.
I went to therapy for a while to help me learn to stay focused. It was difficult at first, but Joe and my parents were really supportive, and eventually I got better. I started getting A's on my tests, and I even won Student of the Month for best behavior. together. When Joe and I reached high school, our lives totally changed. One day, Joe and I were hanging out at the mall when a strange woman ran up to us. Your face is a work of art. Have you ever thought of being a model? Not really. Stick with me, darling. I'm gonna make you a star. The woman was a modeling agent. Joe signed a contract with her, and soon, every other weekend, he was doing photo shoots all over the city. My life was much better too. My grades were at the top of my class, I had a bunch of new friends, and when I looked in the mirror for the first time, I liked what I saw, especially since my mom always told me how pretty I was and that I should love myself just as I am. I had a newfound confidence, and everyone noticed. Even though Joe and I weren't together all the time, we were still close. We had our own lives, and that was okay. We were always there for each other. Then one day, our dad got a new job and we moved across town. Another family, twice as rich as my parents, lived next door, and they had a daughter my age. The moment Joe saw her, he started acting strange. He was really dying to meet her. Oh, love at first sight? Something only beautiful people do. Why don't you just go over there and say hello? Just say hello? It's not that easy. It has to be just right. She's my destiny. She's my true love. We're meant to be. We started thinking of ways to make them meet. What made it harder was that she was homeschooled. We saw a lot of sophisticated teachers coming and leaving the house. Joe took one of my shirts and went to her house, pretending he found it in the yard and it belonged to the girl. But a maid opened the door and took it, then slammed the door in Joe's face. One time, I saw the mystery girl leaving her house, and I started calling out random names. Emily, Sarah, Anna, Amber. But she still didn't look up. A couple of weeks passed, and I thought Joe would have moved on, but he was still determined to meet this girl. He hatched a new plan every day, but none of them worked. I needed a break, so I snuck off to the park to sketch. As I was sketching an oak tree, I heard someone walk up behind me. I turned to see a cute boy smiling at me. Those are pretty good. Your shading and detail are amazing. I froze. I'd never shown anyone my drawings before. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. The boy's name was Ryan. He was a couple of years older than me, and he was a talented artist. We talked for hours. Every time he looked into my eyes, my heart skipped a beat. Geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go. Maybe we could meet up tomorrow and, talk about art? Sorry, I can't. I was such a dork. What was I thinking? Asking a cute boy like Ryan out. He must already have a girlfriend. I wanted to crawl into a hole. It's okay. Sorry I asked. No, it's not like that. I'd love to see you again, but I'm leaving for New York tomorrow for art school. My heart sank. This doesn't have to be goodbye. Ryan pulled out one of his sketches from his notebook. He wrote his phone number on the back and gave it to me. I want you to have it. I can't take this. You can give it back when I see you again. On my walk home, every time I thought about Ryan, I couldn't help but smile. I turned the corner onto my street, and then I saw something insane. The mystery girl was scaling the side of her house like a cat burglar. I hid behind a tree and texted Joe, but then the girl came charging at me like a maniac. She tried to grab my phone. Give it to me. Let go, you crazy girl. My phone slipped out of my hand, fell to the ground, and broke. I was so mad. I turned to yell at her, but then she started bawling like a big baby. I'm sorry about your phone. I just didn't know what to do. Her name was Sophia, and her parents made her break up with her boyfriend because he was poor. They won't let me see him or talk to him. My heart's been ripped to pieces. It hurts so bad. Please, make it stop. Don't cry. Things will be okay. How? Thankfully, Joe walked up just then. Sophia took one look at him and got all googly-eyed. Then she got confused. I can't do this. Sophia pushed Joe and ran away crying. The next day, Sophia showed up at her door. What I did to you wasn't cool. I was having a hard time. If you don't mind me asking, what's wrong? Well, I'm broken. Excuse me. If I could just squeeze past you. Each time life smiles at me, bad things happen shortly after. I fell in love with our gardener's son. It was a secret because I knew my parents would never approve. I don't know how, but they found out and things got really bad. I'm so sorry. If you could just step to the side a bit, I could get out of your way, and they fired him and his father and forced me to break up with him. Then they took my phone and homeschooled me for a while. My dad is an important politician, and he can't risk his reputation. And now, every morning, I wake up in a puddle of tears. That's so sad. Yes, very sad. I've got an idea. Why don't you two be friends? It might make you both feel better. Over the next few months, Joe and Sophia started getting closer, and so did our parents. Joe started dressing in expensive clothes, buying Sophia fancy gifts. and he'd brag to Sophia and her parents about how much money he made modeling. Once, Sophia's parents invited us for dinner.
Oh, neighbors, you have such a strong, confident, independent young man. I bet girls are fighting over him all the time. Yes, but I have eyes only for one girl.
As Joe looked at Sophia and she blushed, everyone noticed the two and smiled.
Oh, this is wonderful. We've been so worried about Sophia. I'm so happy she's found someone like you. We had to protect her, you know. She was tricked and manipulated by a dirty, poor boy that stole her heart. Ugh, poor people. You can't trust any of them. They're all liars and cheats.
That's not true.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl. You'll learn soon enough.
Then Sophia's parents laughed at me, like what I said was some big joke. I'm not naive. You're just wrong. Joe and I used to be poor. We're not liars and cheats. We're not dirty, and we're not bad people.
Joe's an exception, of course. Who knew an adopted orphan could be so perfect? You guys hit the jackpot with your son. Your daughter, well, she's no Sophia.
Oh, you're right about that, honey. Joe lowered his head. My parents looked away, and I was about to explode. What's that supposed to mean?
Thank you for the meal. We must get going.
When we got home, my parents sat me and Joe down for a talk.
Joe, we don't want you seeing Sophia anymore.
No, that's not happening. I love her. You can't tell me what to do. Stop yelling at Dad.
Son, what her parents said about your sister is unacceptable. They were just joking. They're really nice once you get to know them.
Are you blind? Sophia's parents are jerks, and ever since you've been hanging out with them, you've changed.
If I have to impress Sophia's parents to get their blessing, then I'll do it. True love is worth it, but you wouldn't know anything about love. You've never had a boyfriend and you look like you sleep in a trash can. Don't talk to your sister like that. That's enough. No more Sophia, and that's final.
Then Joe got mad and shoved Dad. Dad fell and hit his head hard on the table. Dad! I rushed to Dad's side. He was really hurt. Mom called the ambulance. Then I looked up and saw Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe ran out of the house. Dad had a minor concussion, and we spent the night in the emergency room. By the time we got back home, all of Joe's things were gone. We heard from the neighbors that he and Sophia moved into her parents' villa in Paris. Dad was weak after the injury, so I helped him out at the office. Staying on top of my schoolwork and helping Dad was tough, but I enjoyed spending more time with him. My parents and I tried calling Joe, but he never answered, which made me really sad. My new friend Ryan always found ways to cheer me up. He sent me funny sketches and MSA videos. One summer, he came back to town and we sat under the oak tree. We saw a boy and a girl playing on the swings, and I started to cry.
What's wrong?
I miss my brother. He was my best friend and always had my back. I'm scared I'll never see him again.
He's your brother, and he could never stop loving you. I'm sure he'll come back to you one day.
Then Ryan handed me his sketchbook and I drew a picture of me and Joe. Ryan encouraged me to study art, and eventually I started selling my drawings. 5 years later, we got married in a small ceremony in our backyard, and soon after, we had a baby. But there were complications. I felt this horrible pain, and the machine started to beep. As the doctors raced to save me, I cried out, "Joe, my brother, Joe, come to me." Then I fainted. I woke up from a coma 2 days later, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Joe and Sophia sitting beside me with tears in their eyes. Joe?
Yes, Lily.
Is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry for everything.
I looked up at my parents. They smiled and nodded. I knew from the look in their eyes that they'd forgiven Joe and wanted me to do the same. You broke our promise. You said you'd always have my back, but you chose Sophia and her parents over us. My parents are just mean and have been controlling my life since forever. We had enough and we couldn't take it anymore, so we left. And they cut us off.
But it's been so hard. I couldn't find work. We barely had enough money for food and rent, but I was ashamed to come back and ask for help.
We felt like we broke your family. We didn't want to make things worse.
Then we heard you were in a coma, so we came immediately. I couldn't let you down again. Lily, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to let me earn the privilege to be your big brother again.
You'll always be my big brother. I just wanted to see you. I would have helped you no matter what. Then Joe hugged me and I hugged him back. Hey friends, I'm Sarah from North Carolina. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've had to fight for my mom's attention. And it was all because of my elder sister, Amanda. She was the family's golden child, and Mom loved her to bits. Amanda was great in studies and sports and looked like a porcelain doll. Sometimes I wondered why God had to make her so perfect. Gosh, how I envied her. One time, we got our report cards from school, and as usual, Amanda had aced all the tests.
Wow, Amanda, I'm so proud of you. My daughter gets an iPad. Show me your results, Sarah.
Mine didn't come yet. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Mom, it's in her bag. She must have failed again.
Amanda then ran and brought my report card, and I just wanted to kick her hard.
C's, D's, and an F again? When I go to school, teachers can't believe you're Amanda's sister.
When Mom left, Amanda kept laughing at me and telling me I was a dumbhead. No, I wasn't. I just didn't want to try because I knew no matter what I did, Amanda would always be one step ahead of me. We both had our birthdays in August, and Mom would always throw a combined party. On Amanda's birthday, one time Mom even forgot to have my name written on our cake. But I was glad Dad was always on my side. He'd spoil me rotten. Every time Mom would scold me for having bad grades or making some mistakes, Dad would defend me and take me out for ice cream.
I know your mom has a lot to say. For me, her arguments go in one ear and out the other.
Wow, I should do that too.
Dad was the best. But in 5th grade, something awful happened. He suddenly left us and settled in Europe. He promised to come for me soon, and I waited for weeks, but he never did. Even his number became unresponsive after some time. That was a huge blow for me. Mom and Amanda tried to talk to me, but I just shut them out. I knew Dad had left because of Mom, yet she still acted like she was innocent.
Sweetheart, I know how you feel. Just know that I'm here for you.
What are you talking about? I'm fine. And please don't be here or anywhere for me. Because of you that Dad went away.
Saying that, I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. Things were pretty much the same at school. I had no friends, and Amanda was like the most popular girl. One time during recess, I was looking for a place to sit, and seeing an empty chair at the table, I pulled it. But just then, I heard someone yell. OMG, a girl was about to sit, and I had pulled the chair without realizing it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Really? Are you blind? I think you were just trying to be funny. I'll teach you a lesson. Saying that, she took my tray and rubbed it all over my face. The entire cafeteria burst into laughter. But the worst thing was spotting my very own sister laughing at me too. I instantly ran out and hid in the janitor's room and cried. Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder and jumped in surprise.
Who's there? I know karate and I'm not afraid to use it.
Just then, someone turned on the light, and I saw a boy my age. It was Eric. He was a new admission, and since he was cross-eyed, the kids made fun of him all the time. Hey, I was here first. It's kind of my hiding spot, so you have to leave.
Nope, not happening. I'm not going out there.
I can understand. Why do people have to be so awful?
No idea.
We both sat there for some time, and then Eric handed me a cloth, and I cleaned all the icky food from my clothes. We have to go out at some point. Maybe we could support each other and go out together? I really liked Eric's idea. We took a deep breath and stepped out of the janitor's room, acting like nothing had happened, and pretending like we couldn't care less about jerk bullies. It totally worked, and for once, I had a friend. Eric and I started hanging out together all the time, and we grew really close. One time in 7th grade, we were having the most boring history class ever, and Eric was hating it the most. I think I'll start crying. She's just dragging the lesson. Aw, anything can be fun if you know how to draw. I showed him the sketch I'd made of our teacher, and he nearly burst out laughing. You are the ultimate jerk. But the teacher heard his comment and sent him to detention for using the word jerk in the class. I couldn't just sit and listen to her blabbering, so I stood up. Yes, Sarah, do you have something to say?
Yes. I want to say jerk. Everybody is a jerk.
Detention for you too. When I went to the detention room, Eric actually thanked me for getting him kicked out of that boring class. And I knew you'd be here within minutes because you can't stay too long without me. He was so right. He then had this awesome plan of sneaking out of the school to visit a fun fair nearby. How could I say no? Eric and I had an amazing time. We took so many rides and ate tons of ice cream. For a while, I remembered all the fun times I had with Dad and thanked my lucky stars for sending me Eric, my best friend. But when we returned to school, I was shocked to see my mom and Eric's parents there. What were you thinking, sneaking out of school? Are you crazy? You never do such things, Eric. What's gotten into you?
Oh, I'm sure it must have been my daughter. She's really a handful.
But Mom, it was both of us.
Yeah, it was my plan.
But no one would listen to me, and in the end, I was the only one to be suspended. I hated Mom so much for that. She didn't even once try to be on my side like Eric's parents did for him. Once we got home, I had the worst fight with her. I wish it was you who'd left. Dad was the one who loved me. All you can see is your perfect Amanda.
Oh yeah? Well, guess what? Your dad left because he was selfish. But you never see that I'm the one doing everything for you. I'm the one who stuck around.
Selfish? Dad? How?
I am not having this discussion with you. Just go to your room, right now. I went to my room and I was so angry that I knocked everything off the table, even the picture of Dad and me. But I regretted it instantly because I loved that picture. Just as I was picking it up, I accidentally cut my hand on a piece of glass. And that's when Amanda walked in and totally freaked out.
Oh my God, Sarah, you are so careless. Let me see your hand, come on. She cleaned up the wound and put a bandage on it. Why are you suddenly acting like you care about me? Because I do care. No matter how dumb and hot-headed you are, you're still my sister. And I love you. You and Mom are the only family I have. Look, I know I've not been the best sister or made things easy for you, but I will try to be better, okay? Fine. I don't hate you either. Amanda chuckled and so did I. She asked me why I got into trouble, and when I told her that I'd bunked school with Eric, she seemed really amused. So, is he like your boyfriend or something? Yuck! Ew, gosh no! Eric is my best friend. Ew, please don't ever use the B word again. We both burst into laughter. After that day, things were somewhat better between Amanda and me. She even started helping me with my studies, and it was because of her I cleared my exams and entered freshman year of high school. During summer vacations, Dad suddenly seemed to remember that he had kids and sent tickets for me and Amanda. Amanda refused to go, but I was really excited. But when I got there, I learned Dad had a new family.
I'm sorry I hid this from you, kiddo. I wanted to tell you everything a while back, but there was never a good time.
I was so angry at him, and now I was stuck here for a month. The only thing that got me through was talking to Eric for hours every day. He told me that he'd started seeing a girl, and I was really happy for him. When I finally went back home, I was so eager to meet Eric.
Dork, I missed you so much.
Me too. So tell me, who's the mystery lady? Won't you introduce me to her?
Sure, I'd love to. How about we meet tonight at the pizza joint?
Awesome! In the evening when I went to the pizza joint, the girl sitting next to Eric made the earth beneath me shake. It was Amanda. I felt like someone had punched me. The moment Eric and Amanda spotted me, they smiled, but seeing my angry face, their smiles dropped. Wow, awesome. This is like the cherry on top of my terrific life. Well done, sister, for stealing the only friend I had. And Eric, are you stupid? You know how Amanda is. All the guys are after her, and she chose you just to mess with me. Don't you see it? Sarah, how can you say that? I finally thought things were better between us. Why do you always have to be so bitter? I'm not talking to you. Eric, come on, let's go. I want to talk to you alone. Seeing how he didn't even budge, I felt angrier. Fine, but don't come crying to me when she dumps your sorry butt. It was as if the whole world was against me. My mom didn't like me, Dad abandoned me, my own sister stole my best friend, and he proved to be the worst. He stabbed me in the back. For days, I was angry and avoided everyone. Even though Eric kept trying to talk to me, I refused to listen to a word. Some weeks later, the spring dance was announced, and when I learned that Amanda and Eric were going together, I felt so alone. But luckily, a guy from my class asked me to the dance, and that made me feel better. Mom, I want your purple dress. I'm gonna make some changes. I am so excited for the dance. Of course, my dear. You'll look lovely in that dress. Sarah, do you want something of mine? Or perhaps we can both go shopping and get you a new dress for the spring dance, please? The way she said please made me give in, and I went shopping with her and got myself a new dress after trying so many. I actually had a really good time with Mom. Maybe she wasn't so bad after all. On the night of the dance, Eric and Amanda looked like $1,000,000. Mom took so many pictures of them while I waited for my date to come, but he just didn't show up.
Come on, Sarah. You should just come with us. Forget about that guy. Yeah, you look amazing. Just join us. As your third wheel? No thanks. I hated the pity in their eyes. I went to my room and climbed out the window. I just wanted to run away from everybody and everything. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't even realize it started raining. I ran into a park and sat under the gazebo as I cried. But then sometime later, someone swept me into their arms. It was Mom. Mom, how did you know I was here? Magic. No, I just followed you. Tell me, baby, what's bothering you? Is it the Amanda and Eric thing? Honestly, I don't know. I think it's everything. You love Amanda more than me, Dad leaving us to get another family, Eric choosing Amanda, all of it. Mom hugged me tighter. I love you both equally, sweetheart. Because you had such a strong bond with Dad, I felt like I needed to be more caring towards Amanda. She always felt left out when you and your dad had fun, and it made so much sense. I'd never put myself in Amanda's shoes before. Honey, no family is perfect. We argue, we fight, we even stop talking to each other at times. But in the end, family is family, and the love will always be there. Come on, those two are soaking in the rain for you. When I looked up, I saw Amanda and Eric. They both came running to me, and we all hugged. Well, the spring dance went amazing. Amanda had Eric, and I got asked by a really cute boy to dance. We had fun like no one was watching, and for the first time in many years, I felt happy and loved.
Hi, I'm Kiara from Norway. Please like and subscribe. From the moment I was born, my dad decided I'd be the future of our small country. He was the head of the government and was loved and respected by everyone. Dad always wanted me to be like him, so my training started pretty young. You must have seen kids running after butterflies in the park or jumping on couches. Well, I never did any of that. Instead, I had to attend special etiquette classes as soon as I was old enough to sit at the table. I never spoke loudly, and there were certain words I wasn't allowed to use, like poop or pee. Always say, I want to drop the browns in the bowl, or I want to put gravity to good use. Well, that did get me some strange looks in kindergarten, but I didn't care. One time when I was 7, I went with Mom to my friend's birthday party. I was having an amazing time stuffing my mouth with cake, but when I wanted a 5th helping, Mom refused. You know the sugar rush makes you hyperactive, Kiara. No more cake. But when Mom wasn't looking, I sneaked to the table quietly and cut myself a huge slice. Just then, Mom saw me and tried to snatch it from my hand when my classmate Naomi bumped into me and the cake went flying onto Mom's face.
What have you done? I wanted that cake. It's so yummy and sugary. Not like all those awful salads I have to eat at home. Here, have mine. This one's even more sugary since I added strawberry syrup on top. And here's a secret. Salads taste much better when you put chocolate sauce on it.
That was genius. I tried her recipe that night, and the sugar rush made me go wild. I transformed into a little tornado bouncing off the walls, destroying everything in sight. And Dad was not amused. He gave me the biggest lecture on how I needed to behave responsibly and grounded me for a week with no gadgets, no storybooks, and no desserts.
This should teach you how to live a disciplined life.
I sulked for hours but knew better than to argue with Dad. The next day at school, Naomi asked me if I tried her recipe, and I told her the truth.
But that's so lame. If kids won't eat sugar, then who will? We can't have the sugar factories go bankrupt, right?
After that day, Naomi brought sweet treats for me every day, and soon we became best friends. Meanwhile at school, I studied my butt off to ensure I topped my grades. I knew it was always expected of me, and I loved studying anyway, so I wasn't complaining. But studying wasn't the only thing I was good at. By the time I was in high school, I was the president of the student council, a national-level chess player, and the best actress in the school's drama club. And I absolutely loved the drama club. It was the only time in my life when I could forget who I was and slip into the life of another character. One time, I got chosen to play Juliet for an inter-school drama competition, but the guy playing Romeo broke his ankle and got replaced by the biggest jerk in our school, Justin. And he was so annoying. Ever since I'd made fun of his gigantic glasses in first grade, he'd held a grudge against me and was such a pain in the butt.
Romeo, oh Romeo, where art thou, oh Romeo?
Kiara, oh Kiara, I'll make you a tiara of spiders and flies all dead to put it on your ugly head.
That's not what you're supposed to say!
No? Sorry, I forgot my lines. But you're such a piece of art that poetry just flows out of me whenever I see you.
God, why was he such a moron? Other than this minor glitch called Justin, my life was perfect. Hey, Naomi, I won the Spanish debate competition. Again. Could it be that no one else participated? Well, it's not my fault everyone's scared to compete against me. Girl, why don't you just slow down and enjoy life? You know, you don't have to be perfect at everything. I know, but that's just how I am. No, it's just how you've made yourself to be. Tell me, when's the last time you went to a party? I don't know. But that reminds me, Dad's hosting a dinner for his politician friends tonight, and your dad's invited too, so you better come along. That night at the dinner, all the adults were mingling with each other while Naomi and I sat in a corner sipping orange juice. What a bore fest. Catch me if I fall asleep. What's wrong with this party? The music's nice, the people are classy, and the food is good. How dare you call this food? Cows eat this stuff. Burgers, cupcakes, extra cheese pizzas, that's real food. As for the people, I bet they secretly hate each other. Can't you see all the fake smiles? That's called being polite. Polite my butt. After putting me through this torture, you've gotta accompany me to the school's camping trip this weekend. I don't think Dad would. Just then, Dad walked over and said he wanted to introduce me to someone.
Kiara, meet Ted. His dad's a media mogul in the US. And my dear friend, we keep joking about you two getting married. Why don't you two get to know each other?
Ted took me out for a stroll in the garden, and it was so awkward. He cracked the lamest jokes, kept bragging about how rich and famous his family was, and even tried holding my hand once. I avoid holding hands since it's the flu season, and I can't risk catching an infection.
I like it. A girl who knows how to take care of herself will take good care of my babies too.
What the freaking fudge? Thankfully, at that moment, someone came looking for him and he left. I thought of escaping to my room when I saw Naomi at our mansion's gate talking to someone. It was Justin, and he was dressed as a pizza boy. What are you doing here?
Belly dancing. Can't you see I'm delivering pizzas?
Sorry, Kiara, but I was starving and the food at your party is, terrible. But Naomi, it's healthy, and it's good to eat healthy food. Good luck trying to convince yourself, hun, but I'd rather eat unhealthy food and go to heaven sooner. Yum.
I have a spare pizza if you want some.
I can't eat junk food and take risks with my health.
Holy potatoes. I always thought you were a snob, but you're actually a nutcase. I guess it's no fun being you.
Can you stop being a jerk? It's easy for you to judge when you don't know a thing about me or my life. Feeling angry, I turned and stormed off. But deep inside, I knew no matter how much I tried to deny it, Justin was right. It was no fun being me. Feeling a bit frustrated, I went to Dad's study later that night to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. I had to tell him about that self-absorbed dimwit Ted, and that there was no way I could have a future with him.
What do you mean Ted's not your type? You don't even know him yet. Besides, I've decided this marriage will be great for your political career.
Marriage is not a deal, and I'm still a teenager.
So where's the rush? You two can start dating and then eventually get married.
I couldn't believe my ears. Dad had decided my future, and I had no say in it? I was so mad at Dad that the next day at school, I told Naomi I'd accompany her to the camping trip. Your dad agreed? I hope you told him you can't take security along. Dad doesn't need to know. Whoa, who are you, girl, and what did you do to my perfect friend? I'm just letting her take a back seat for a while. Later that day, I was going to the library to return some books when suddenly a hand grabbed my arm and pulled me into an empty classroom.
Listen, I'm sorry for last night, but it seems tragic that you've never eaten a pizza before. So, I got this for you. Take a bite. I promise you won't die.
Justin looked straight into my eyes, and for some reason, it made my heart skip a beat. It's amazing.
Not as amazing as you, though. I mean, you amaze me.
And why's that?
You're the only girl I know who looks like a goat eating a pizza.
What an absolute jerk! That weekend, when I snuck out of my house early in the morning for the camping trip, Naomi's car was already waiting for me. We drove for hours and reached a huge house by the lake in the middle of nowhere. Where are we? And where are the camp people?
Kiara, don't be mad, but I lied to you. This isn't a camping trip. Justin and I decided to organize an overnight party, and I thought Dad's lake house would be perfect for it.
What? You've gotta be mad. You know I hate parties.
That's 'cause you've never been to one. Come on, Kiara, it's just one night.
Even though I was super mad at Naomi, I agreed since I had no other option. Her driver had already left after dropping us off. As we went inside the lake house, I discovered Naomi had invited tons of people, including some of our classmates, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. I stood like an outcast for a while until Naomi forced me to join everyone. And I must admit, I had a lot of fun. That night, we played Spin the Bottle, and I got partnered with none other than Justin. Our task was to spend an hour in the woods. Oh, come on, you can't be serious about this. It's just a stupid game.
Guys, I think Kiara's too chicken to do this. She's a scaredy cat.
Me? Scared? You've gotta be kidding. I marched ahead of Justin, and in a matter of minutes, we were out in the woods. Justin asked me to stop, but I was determined to prove my bravery. So I kept going, and soon we were lost.
You idiot. How are we gonna go back?
No one's ever called me an idiot. And why don't you open Google Maps or something?
Because there's no signal here.
We tried finding our way back, but when we couldn't, we fell asleep under a tree. When I woke up the next morning, I found myself lying awkwardly over Justin, drooling on his jacket. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Ugh, you're heavy. I'm gonna have a sore back for a month.
You could have woken me up.
And risked your anger? No thank you. Besides, I understand you're used to sleeping on soft mattresses.
I wanted to tell him his abs were anything but soft, but I knew better. Justin, I want to drop the browns in the bowl.
You want to what?
Oh, gosh. I need to use the washroom.
And where will your highness find it in the middle of this jungle?
No need to be so snarky. I'll go find one myself.
Where do you think you're going? Don't even think of wandering alone unless you want to end up in some bear's browns.
He then pointed towards a big rock and asked me to finish my business behind it. We spent that day wandering through the woods. Thankfully, Justin knew how to climb trees and he plucked lots of fruit that kept us going. We talked about random things and I found myself getting attracted to him with each passing second. He was funny, smart, and incredibly handsome. And for some reason, I felt totally at ease with him. I told him everything about my life. My love for theater and Dad's expectations of me. He told me about his younger sister who was sick and that he was working 2 jobs after school to earn money for her treatment.
That's why I was at your home that night delivering pizzas.
You aren't who I thought you'd be. You pretend you don't care, but deep down, you're actually a good person.
And you're trying so hard to earn your dad's approval that you've forgotten to have your own life to live.
You don't get it. It's not that easy.
It isn't so complicated either. Okay, close your eyes and see yourself as a politician giving a speech. Do you like it?
Yeah, kinda.
Now, picture yourself on stage, giving the best performance of your life.
In that moment, I imagined myself as Juliet, delivering my lines with such confidence that the audience cheered loudly. It felt so surreal that my eyes flew open.
So, which scenario did you like better?
I don't know.
Don't lie to yourself. You have one life, Kiara. Live it the way you want to.
Suddenly, Justin's face was so close to mine that I forgot to breathe. Then he gently lifted my chin and kissed me. It was the most magical moment of my life. Just then, we heard the sound of helicopters and we started shouting and waving like maniacs to catch their attention. Soon, a team of paramedics rescued us, and when I finally reached home, I thought Dad would be relieved to see me. But to my surprise, he looked furious.
I can't believe you would be so reckless, Kiara. Do you have any idea how much negative publicity we've got?
Dad, I was lost in the woods for hours, and all you care about is negative publicity? I stormed off to my room, wishing I'd never been rescued. That night, I was about to go to sleep when I got a call from Naomi that left me stunned. I wish I'd never invited you to my party.
Your dad is literally ruining my life. He got my college application canceled by telling the dean stories about my reckless attitude. And he even got Justin fired. You knew how the guy was working so hard to save money for his sister's treatment. But Naomi, I didn't save it, Kiara. I wish you had a spine.
Saying that, she hung up on me, but I felt my blood boil. How could Dad do such things? I ran to Dad's study and confronted him, and he didn't even bother denying it.
They got what they deserved.
That was it. Something in me snapped that day. Dad, how could you? That college was Naomi's dream, and Justin's working 2 jobs so he can afford his sister's treatment.
I don't care. Those kids were distracting you from your goal.
My goal? Says who? Did you even consider for a second that I may not want to be a politician? All my life, I worked so hard to make you happy, but I just can't do it anymore. For the first time in my life, I shouted at Dad, and he looked stunned. The next 2 days, I refused to eat anything until Justin got his jobs back and Naomi's admission was restored. Ultimately, Dad had to listen to me. Then, when I told Dad a few days later that I planned to join an acting school in the US after I finished high school, he threw a massive fit. But I was no longer the Kiara he could dominate. I knew Dad had bribed the college dean into kicking Naomi out, so I threatened to tell the press about it. I'll create a massive media frenzy, one you'll never come out of. I knew Dad's reputation meant everything to him, so he had to agree. I moved to the US, and over the next few years, I worked my butt off and became a popular actress. One day, I was backstage after a performance when I heard a familiar voice.
Autograph, please.
Yeah, for me too. Justin? Naomi? I was so happy to see them both that I jumped and hugged them. We sat and talked for hours. I told Naomi how I felt so ashamed of what Dad did that I never contacted them. I thought they hated me. Naomi told me she'd graduated from an even better college and apologized for her bad temper that day. And Justin told me how he'd saved up enough money for his sister's surgery and had even started his own pizza chain back in Norway. I am just so happy for you guys.
Can you maybe make me even happier? By going to dinner with me. How does this weekend sound?
Oh, really? And what if I say no?
I'll try again and again and again.
I shut him up with a kiss as Naomi cheered us on. Hi, I'm Rigel from Washington. Please like and subscribe. My parents were space scientists at NASA, so they named me after one of the brightest stars in the galaxy, Rigel. Now, problems started when they expected me to be a star performer at school, too. But there was only one thing that got me starry-eyed, watching anime. But my parents kept pushing me towards space science.
Rigel, we got you the latest spaceship Lego set. Come on, let's put it together.
I haven't pooped for 3 days, so the gas inside me might explode. I gotta go.
Rigel, it's such a clear night. Let me show you some constellations.
Some other time, Mom. I have to go walk our goldfish.
I darted out of the house faster than a bullet train. When I was in grade 6, my parents had to move to New Jersey for a year for some project. On my first day there, I was in the garden when I saw a girl my age next door. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes, and she was dancing like a ballerina princess on her porch. When the music stopped, I clapped for her.
That was beautiful. Thanks. You must be the new neighbor Mom was talking about. Are your parents astronauts? Have they been to the moon?
I told her what my parents did, and her eyes widened.
So their job is to look at the stars? Do you know how many of them are up there?
Of course. There are 20,000 gazillion million stars.
Wow, you sound like a genius. Mom says when God forgets to give someone beauty, he makes up for it by giving them brains.
Okay, that was kind of insulting. The girl introduced herself as Bianca, and she told me her mom was a model and her dream was to become the best ballerina in the world. We even went to the same school, and I found out Bianca was super popular. She had her own YouTube channel with amazing dance videos and thousands of subscribers. We grew close, and most days after school, she'd hang out at my house, mainly because of Mom's cupcakes. My mom doesn't let me eat sweets. She says I won't be able to dance if I put on weight. No need to listen to your mom, honey. Scientific studies suggest that makeup gets absorbed through the skin and shrinks brain cells. Imagine how tiny your mom's brain must be.
Put that cupcake down, Bianca, and tell me something. Did you become a space person because you're ugly and no boy on Earth wanted you?
What? I have a husband.
And where did you meet him?
At work?
Exactly.
But we don't work in space.
Then why do you keep telling people you're a space worker? Liar. Come, Bianca, let's go.
Clearly, our moms couldn't stand each other, but that didn't stop Bianca and me from being friends. Once in class, our math teacher, Mrs. Watson, was giving a really boring lecture, so I started sketching her. Suddenly, Bianca grabbed my notebook, scribbled something, and handed it back. She'd made Mrs. Watson's butt bigger and labeled the picture Mrs. Butson. I giggled loudly, and just then, Mrs. Watson walked up and snatched my notebook.
Who made this?
I did. No, I did. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in, and they went crazy.
My daughter would never do such a thing. She's an angel. Then why don't you take her to space with you next time? And don't bother coming back.
I'm a space scientist, not an astronaut, but a bimbo like you wouldn't understand.
Bimbo? As if counting the stars is really a smart job. And at least I'm gorgeous. Your looks could make onions cry.
Suddenly, Mom lunged at Bianca's mom and pulled her hair, and her wig came off. She pounced on Mom's face and broke her glasses. The principal had to call 4 teachers to pull them apart. That evening, I was on my way to the market when I heard loud noises coming from Bianca's house.
Stop hanging out with that girl. She's a good-for-nothing loser just trying to get you in trouble.
No, Mom. Rigel's my best friend.
Bianca, you're too innocent. If she was the one who made the sketch, why did she let you take the blame too?
Bianca fell silent and I quietly walked away. Why didn't Bianca say she'd drawn something too? I tried to avoid Bianca after that day, but it was hard since she kept following me around like a lost puppy. One day, she was at my place when she saw my bicycle and said no one had ever taught her how to ride one. Well, I can teach you if you want. Woohoo! This is so much fun! Suddenly, Bianca's mom came out running and started shouting.
Get off that thing right now. You'll hurt yourself before your big ballet performance next week. And you, stop teaching my daughter stupid things.
Riding a bicycle isn't stupid, but you wouldn't understand because when God gives you beauty, He forgets to give you brains.
Did you just call me stupid?
No, I called you beautiful. Bianca's mom refused to let her go out after that until the day of her ballet performance. But one night, I got a text from Bianca saying she was super bored, so I asked her to sneak out of the window where I was waiting for her with my bike. We both had so much fun taking turns riding it. When it was Bianca's turn, suddenly a car whizzed past her. She lost her balance and went crashing into a lamppost. My parents rushed her to the hospital where the doctor told us she'd broken a bone in her left foot and would probably never be able to dance again. I'm so sorry, Bianca. Get lost, you witch. I won't ever be able to live my dream because of you. Mom was right. You're just a good-for-nothing loser who can't stand anyone who's prettier and more popular than her. I was shocked at her words. How could she mean that? She made it sound as if the accident was my fault. Honey, she's really upset right now. But don't worry, she'll come around. Only Bianca never did. She blamed me for what happened and turned into this mean bully who didn't miss a chance to put me down. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with it for long since we moved back to Washington soon after. By the time I was in high school, my parents had given up all hopes of me becoming a NASA scientist, but I was still obsessed with anime. So when our teacher announced career day in class, I decided to dress up as my favorite anime character. As I entered the classroom in costume, I saw all the boys gushing over a new girl. She had blonde hair and really blue eyes. OMG, it was Bianca. I quickly tried to hide my face behind my bag, but Bianca spotted me. Hey, Rigel. Long time no see. Ew, what are you dressed as? A homeless beggar girl? I'm dressed as my favorite anime character, Mikasa Ackerman. So you're still making those weird drawings, huh? As they say, once a loser, always a loser. Bianca became super popular thanks to her stunning looks. All the boys wanted to date her, and all the girls wanted fashion tips from her. And Bianca never failed to rub her popularity in my face. Rigel, 97 guys proposed to me today. Or wait, was it 99? Well, good for you. I bet no one's ever asked you out. Such a loser.
Mikasa Ackerman can never be a loser.
I turned around to see Toby standing behind me. He was a year senior to us and was an awkward skinny guy with braces and huge glasses.
I just wanted to tell you that I loved your outfit that day.
Thanks. Are you into anime too?
Yeah, big time.
We ended up discussing our favorite shows and characters and didn't even notice when Bianca marched off angrily. After that day, I started hanging out with Toby, and he told me something shocking. Bianca was his stepsister.
Her mom married my dad a few months back. Things are weird between Bianca and her mom. They hardly ever talk to each other.
I told him about our friendship and how things ended between us.
Now I get why she's mean to you. Do you want me to talk to her?
No, I don't want things to turn ugly between you two because of me. Toby and I started getting closer day by day, and we had tons in common. One evening, he invited me to his house to show me his collection of anime comics. His favorite anime character played the guitar, and he had a similar one in his room too. When I asked him if he knew how to play, Toby shyly took the guitar and started playing, and he was phenomenal. Wow, Toby! You could easily play in our school band. You're so good! The next day, I insisted Toby meet our school band teacher, and he agreed to give him a chance after hearing him play. After that day, Toby joined the school band. I even gave him a little makeover, and his popularity in school shot through the roof. But he just wanted to hang out with me, and this really pissed off Bianca. My brother doesn't know what a two-faced person you are. Stay away from him. He deserves someone better. Why do you have to be so mean, Bianca? What happened all those years ago wasn't my fault. Really? You have to have some nerve to say that. If you hadn't made me sneak out of my room that day, I'd still be dancing. How was I to know you'd get into an accident? We were just kids, Bianca. Let it go. Easier said than done. She pushed me aside angrily and marched off. Gosh, this girl was something else. A few weeks later, Toby and I were chilling at my house when he saw some of my anime drawings on the table. Oh, it's nothing. Just a hobby right now. I tried hiding my drawings, but when Toby insisted, I showed him the anime series I'd been sketching.
Wow, these need to be published. You have no idea how amazing you are, Rigel. Can I show these to my dad?
Toby told me his dad's friend owned a big publishing house and he could actually get my series published. I was super excited by the idea, so I put my sketches in a folder and gave them to him. The next day, I reached school early and waited anxiously for Toby when a girl from my class told me he was waiting for me in the auditorium. But when I got there, it was completely empty. I was about to leave when the stage lit up and Bianca walked onto it. And she was holding the folder Toby took with him. Surprise, surprise. So what were you saying that day about letting things go? Well, today, I'm gonna do something, and you're gonna have to let it go. Okay, Rigel? Just then, Bianca pulled a lighter from her pocket and set my folder on fire. I watched in horror as years of my hard work got burned to ashes. But just then, I noticed a spark from it land on her dress, and in a fraction of a second, it caught fire. Before Bianca had a chance to react, I ran on stage, peeled off the thick carpet, and wrapped it around her. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. Are you hurt? No, I'm okay, I think.
Bianca, what did you just do? Are you insane?
Toby told me he'd been looking everywhere for the folder this morning, and a maid told him she'd seen Bianca take it from his room last night. Yes, I stole the folder because I wanted to show Rigel how painful it is when something you've worked so hard for is snatched away from you. Bianca, I'm so sorry for what happened to you, but it was an accident. Yeah, but it ruined my chances of becoming a ballet dancer. It's everything Mom ever wanted. After I stopped dancing, Mom basically lost interest in me. And then she got remarried and got busy with her life. I felt so lonely.
I was always there for you, Bianca, but you never warmed up to me.
Because every time I saw Mom being nice to you, I felt jealous. And then you started hanging out with Rigel, and that just made me angrier. Life always gives us a choice, Bianca. We can choose love or we can choose hate. You chose hate today, but I choose love. I forgive you for burning my drawings. With that, I walked out of the auditorium. A few weeks later, it was my birthday, and I'd thrown a small party for my friends. I was in my room getting ready when I heard Mom talking to someone. It was Bianca. Rigel, you never told me Bianca had moved to Washington too. It just slipped my mind. Just like it slipped your mind to invite me to your birthday party? Well, I'm here anyway. Happy birthday, Rigel. I don't want anything from you.
Just open it.
My jaw dropped when I saw it was a book of my anime series. But you'd burned all my drawings.
I tried, but I couldn't.
I just burned the empty folder that day, Rigel. When that accident happened, Mom kept blaming you for it, and I started believing her. And when I saw you after all these years, the hurt came back. I'm sorry for what you went through, Bianca. Believe me, if I could turn back time, I'd be on that bike instead of you. I know. When I saw you being so nice to Toby and encouraging him to play in the band, I realized maybe I was wrong all along. I know you think of me as this evil person, but I'm not as bad as you think. No, you're not. I hugged Bianca, and she hugged me right back, and it felt great.
Okay, now I'm feeling a little jealous.
Bianca and I laughed as we pulled Toby into a hug too. My anime series soon became a huge hit. With success came money, and my parents were shocked that what they considered a waste of time could actually be a full-time career opportunity. So, do you guys still want me to be a space scientist? Yes, but only in an anime. Hi, I'm Ariana from New York. Please like and subscribe. When I opened my eyes to this world, the first person I saw was my dad. And since that moment, I adored him, and he loved me like crazy. He gave me everything a girl could dream of. I loved my mom too, but she was a little harder to like. She had a serious problem. She wanted everything clean. I mean, really clean. Like when I was 4, Dad smudged a piece of birthday cake all over my face, and Mom went ballistic.
Oh God, she's all dirty now. I'll have to bathe her all over again. Why'd you do that, John? Oh, come on, it's her birthday. We're just having fun.
Mom and Dad would always argue because she was such a clean freak. She took the fun out of everything we did. Once in 2nd grade, my school had a mother-daughter bake-off event, and Mom wore plastic gloves the whole time, and she was so picky about everything.
Are you sure you washed the bowl properly? Twice, with hot water?
Yes, Mom. I washed it like 10 times already. Now, can we start baking? Because everyone is way ahead of us.
But these spoons look like they need to be sanitized.
I got so mad that I took the spoon and licked it.
There. Now it's sanitized.
Mom looked like she was about to freak out. I felt bad, so I got a new spoon and washed it well to ease her mind. But Dad and I had so much more in common. We laughed at the same jokes, watched the same movies, and we enjoyed our PlayStation challenges.
Beat you again.
Ah, how'd you become so good?
I learned from the best.
Ha, you got that right.
But my world turned around in 7th grade when my parents decided to get a divorce. I knew they fought a lot, but I hadn't seen this coming. It broke my heart when he moved out. I still saw him every day, and I was slowly adjusting to this new life when Dad dropped another bombshell on me a few months later. He introduced me to his new girlfriend, Amanda. She looked like she was a college graduate, and she was super pretty. I disliked her instantly. Oh, hi, cutie pie. You're just as adorable as your daddy said. Here, I got you a present. Why was she talking to me like I was 5? Thanks, but it's not my birthday. Oh, I know when your birthday is. But one can give presents at any time, right? I reluctantly pulled out a t-shirt, which was cute, but I just shoved it back in the bag and dropped it on the ground. I don't think we have the same taste. You can return it.
Ariana, you need to be nice to Amanda because she's being nice to you.
And from that day, Amanda was like a pimple that wouldn't go away. Every time I visited Dad, she was there, trying to act like we were a happy family. She also kept smothering me with gifts and her fake love, just so I would like her. But I hated her because she took my dad away from me. And even worse, Dad married her a year later. I was still struggling to deal with all of this, so I created a YouTube channel called Dads and Daughters. When I showed it to Dad, he loved it. And every day after school, he'd pick me up and we would create cool ideas together for the show. Once in 9th grade, Dad and I were at a restaurant, and when he went to the bathroom, his phone started buzzing. It was Amanda. You know he's at dinner with me. Can't you let us have some time alone?
Ariana, please give the phone to your dad. I don't have to explain myself to you.
And I don't have to give your message. I hung up and switched off Dad's phone. He didn't notice until the end of dinner that his phone was off, and when he switched it on, He looked shocked at his messages.
Oh my God, Amanda fell down the stairs. She's been trying to get in touch with me for 2 hours.
And when Amanda told him she'd spoken to me, he was furious. He'd never been angry at me before, and now he was practically shouting.
You will apologize to her or I'll cancel our YouTube show. I mean it.
I went up to their bedroom where Amanda was sitting up in bed. I'm sorry, Amanda, I guess. I was about to leave when she suddenly grabbed my wrist.
You better listen to me clearly, Brett. I'm here to stay whether you like me or not. And if you keep behaving this way, you won't be welcome in our house anymore.
It's my dad's house.
And mine. Don't mess with me again, Ariana, if you know what's good for you.
Just then Dad walked in and she was all smiles. She was more evil than I thought. She would definitely try to push me out of Dad's life. And just a few days later, Dad told me that he and Amanda had some big news.
You're gonna be a big sister soon, Ariana.
A big sister to what?
Your dad and I are having a baby. Isn't that great?
Did they expect me to be happy? All I felt was anger and heartbreak, but I managed a small smile. Congratulations! And soon after, when the baby was born, Dad looked at her the same way he looked at me and called her his little princess. That's what he used to call me. He was too busy being a new dad to shoot more episodes for our channel, and I decided I needed to stay away from him and his family. Amanda had won. Maybe Mom noticed that I was really downcast because one day after dinner, she said the two of us should go out for ice cream. I could see she was trying to connect, and I agreed. She wore her gloves as usual anytime she went out, but it didn't bother me anymore. I'd learned to accept her the way she was.
So tell me, what's bugging you?
I feel like Dad doesn't love me anymore.
Oh, honey, that's not true. You'll always be his little princess.
No, he has another princess now. Mom stayed quiet at that and just hugged me tight. And then she gave me some news. A girl from Thailand will be attending your school on an exchange program, and she'll be living with us for some time. Are you okay with that? Mom worked in a company that dealt with exchange students, but it was the first time we'd had one as a guest. As long as I don't have to share my room, I guess it would be cool. A week later, we fetched Macy from the airport. She was a short, cute girl my age, and she was so excited when she saw us. Hi, I'm Macy. It's so nice to meet you. You're both so pretty. She hugged me and Mom, and the whole ride home, she just wouldn't stop talking. The flight was so long. I'm so excited about school tomorrow. Have you ever been to Thailand? No, but Oh, it's such a beautiful place. You should visit. Maybe when I go back for the holidays, you can come with me. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, it would, I guess. Gosh, I had to live with this chatterbox for the next 12 months. And the next morning, she woke me up at 4 a.m. so that we could go jogging. Couldn't even say no because she was our guest and I was trying to be nice. When I showed Macy around school on her first day, she spoke to just about everyone. I was quite popular at school because of the YouTube show, and it felt a bit embarrassing that she said anything that came into her head. I could see people laughing at her. Later that day when school ended, I couldn't find her anywhere. That's when she texted me to come rescue her because some kids had locked her up in the janitor's closet. Listen, Macy, things are different here. People here don't just start talking to strangers, and we don't talk that fast. We let others speak and listen to them. Okay, so I shouldn't speak? No, you can speak, just not so much. Oh, I see. But those girls were really mean to me, and I hadn't said anything mean to them. I know, people can just be jerks sometimes. Just then, I spotted Dad's car and he was waving at me. He said he'd been wanting to catch up with me, and I was really surprised and happy. That is, till I saw the new baby was with him. Ugh. Amanda apparently had an appointment with the doctor, and Dad was taking care of my baby sister, Kara. I introduced him to Macy, and then he took us to the aquarium. Dad picked up Kara from her seat and held her in front of me.
Ariana, can you hold her for a moment?
What? I don't know how to hold a baby. Don't worry, I can do it. She's so cute. Thank God for Macy. She looked like she was really good with babies. And then Dad put Kara in her stroller. Macy was excitedly taking pictures of everything. And Dad and I just walked quietly through the aquarium. Things had changed between us, and we didn't have much to say to each other anymore. Just then his phone rang. It was Amanda. Our trip was over, and he dropped us home. You don't like your baby sister very much, do you? I never said that. Come on, you didn't even look at her. I'm not blind. I can tell when someone... And suddenly, I just lost my temper. Can't you ever be quiet? I thought we spoke about this earlier. Please, just leave me alone. I just stormed off to my room, and I didn't even go down for supper that night. And the next day, I sneaked off to school without Macy. I wasn't really angry with her, just my situation with Dad. When she arrived at school, she left a note on my desk and then quickly sat down. The note read, "Sorry for talking too much." I looked back at her and she smiled. She was an odd person with a big heart, and I couldn't help smiling back. As we sat down during recess, the same girls who'd locked her the day before walked up to us. "Hey, Ariana, you still have your walking, talking parrot with you? Aren't your ears bleeding by now with her nonstop chatter?" "No, I really like listening to her, but your voice is giving me a headache, so please go away and get a life." But just then, the girl dunked her juice on Macy's head, and I pounced on her. As we rolled around fighting, Macy came running and sprayed ketchup all over the girl's face. "Don't hurt Ariana, you witch!" We all ended up in detention, but it was totally worth it. Hey, thanks for standing up for me and saving my butt again. I should have never told you to act differently. Just be yourself, okay? Oh, what a mistake that was. It was hard to stop her, especially when we watched MSA videos together on YouTube. She had a running commentary going the whole time. Soon after, it was my 16th birthday, but Mom wasn't keen on having a party at home because of the mess, so Macy and I just went out to celebrate. As we were shopping at the mall, we bumped into Amanda and Kara. Macy immediately went all gaga over the baby, but I just stood on the side silently. "Happy birthday, Ariana."
Oh, you must be Ariana's stepmom. It's so nice to finally meet you.
I hated the word stepmom. I didn't want her to be anything to me. "Come on, Macy, let's go." "Wait a second. It's funny that I bumped into you. I just bought you a gift." "No thanks. I don't want anything from you." Why are you always like this, Ariana? I've really tried. Can you drop the fake nice act, please? The only thing you've tried to do is steal my dad, and you succeeded. Have you forgotten that you threatened me? Ariana, I was angry with you then. I didn't really mean anything. Before she could finish, I just started walking quickly. I heard Macy calling my name, but I wanted to get away from Amanda. Suddenly, I heard a scream, and I turned to see Macy slip on something and fall to the ground. I rushed over to her, and she was unconscious. Amanda quickly called an ambulance and went to the hospital with me. I was so anxious as I sat there waiting that I just couldn't stop tapping my foot. Amanda sat next to me and took my hand silently, and I felt better. The doctor came soon and said Macy had a minor concussion, and that she was okay. When I went to her room, she was sitting up in bed. As I sat next to her, Macy took off the locket she was wearing. "I want to tell you something, Ariana. I had a baby sister too, and she was 3 years younger than me. She was my best friend, and then she died 2 years ago." My eyes welled up as I looked at her sister's picture. "I carry her around with me everywhere. Love the people around you while you can, so you never have any regrets." I hugged her tight, and we both cried. The doctor said she could go home, and I found Amanda was still waiting outside for us. She drove us back home. When we got there, the house was pitch dark. I guess the lights are out. Just as I opened the door, the lights came on and many people yelled, "Surprise!" It was my birthday party, and Dad was there along with my friends from school. "Mom, I thought you didn't want to get the house dirty." "Don't worry, I'll sanitize the place once the party's over." I hugged Mom and Dad, and then I turned to Amanda. "Thank you for being there for me today. And I'm sorry for how I've treated you. I really am. Can I give you your present now?" "You already did." I picked up my baby sister and hugged her tight. Hi, I'm Nicole from Canada. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. My parents are both successful lawyers who graduated at the top of every class ever. University, school, and probably preschool. Education was everything to them. It was so important that they had me registered in a really fancy school before I was even born, because it had a long waiting list. Before I started, my parents wanted to make sure I knew all the basics. A is for astronaut and
Butterbug! Look, Mommy! I made a butterbug.
That's a butterfly with a B. Why is it so hard for you, Nicole? From the moment I joined kindergarten, I hated school. I couldn't sit still and focus on the lessons like the other kids, and it was so dumb that we couldn't talk to each other in class. Even when I silently sent paper airplanes to my friends, it made the teachers mad. They started making me sit outside the class often, and I loved it because I would draw in peace. It was the only thing I wanted to do. Once in 4th grade, my math teacher, Mrs. Mueller, was going on and on about frickin' fractions, and I started doodling. I drew her in my notebook with a horse's head on top of her body. It was so funny, I giggled. And the next second, she was glaring down at me. Are you drawing in my class, Nicole? What's this? A horse's head on a woman's body? That's so stupid.
I think it's you, Mrs. Mueller.
The whole class burst out laughing. I was immediately sent to the principal's office, and my parents were called in. My teachers had tons of complaints, but my parents wouldn't hear it. This is ridiculous. Nicole is probably bored because the teachers are boring. It's their fault. Well, it turns out it was my fault because I left that school and went to 3 others, but I wasn't doing much better. And when it was time for high school, my parents decided to send me to a normal one. Why spend money on a fancy school when you don't even care? You want to waste your time drawing? Fine by us. I felt bad for letting them down, but I was relieved I was going to an easier school now. On the first day at recess, I just sat down at an empty table when suddenly someone grabbed my arm. I looked up to see a girl with purple hair. Get up, punk. This table's mine. Maybe we can share it. Can't you see? There just isn't enough space for my friends. You're sitting in Luna's spot. Who's Luna and where is she? She's standing right next to you, dummy. I couldn't see anyone next to me. Was she crazy? I left the table, and as I was walking away, I saw her take out a chocolate bar and start eating it with a knife and fork while she talked to her imaginary friends. Just then, I heard someone call my name, and I turned to see Darren. He was Dad's best friend's son, and I had no idea he was at the same school. I joined him at his table and asked him about the purple-haired girl. Ella? She is trouble. Apparently, she's been to juvie twice. I don't even know why she comes to school. She's never been to class. Such a weirdo. Just stay away from her. Darren and I were in different classes, but we started hanging out whenever we could, and I was really glad to have a friend here. A few days later, I was sitting out on the bleachers and drawing when suddenly I heard Ella screaming in a megaphone at the football team. You guys suck. My grandma can play better than you, and she's dead. Why don't you let me play with you, huh?
Oh, do I scare you, you little scaredy cats? Afraid to get beaten by a girl?
Shut up, Ella. Unless you want to be a cheerleader, just buzz off. All the boys laughed and went back to practice. Suddenly, Ella dashed onto the field, grabbed the ball, and ran away. The whole team started shouting and running after her. One boy caught up to her and pushed her to the ground, and I jumped up as the two struggled over the ball. Hey, knock it off! Don't hurt her! I pulled the boy away and helped her up, and she instantly kicked him in the knees. He was about to attack her when the coach arrived on the scene and the boys left grumbling. I could have handled that myself. Oh, I'm sure you're a superhero who could have fought 10 boys alone. Or were your imaginary friends gonna help you? She looked at me and suddenly burst out laughing. I have 3 stupid foster brothers, so I know how to deal with boys. Also, I don't have imaginary friends. People think I'm weird, so I act weird. She sat down on the bleachers and suddenly noticed my sketchbook. You drew this? Yeah, drawing's the only thing I love. I hate attending classes. Me too. How about you don't go to class and we'll draw each other? I gave her a paper and some pencils, and we sat there drawing for a while, our shoes touching. As I looked at her closely, I realized she was actually beautiful. When we exchanged our sketches, I burst out laughing. She just made a stick figure. Yeah, I lied. I can't draw. But wow, Nicole, you're amazing. I love it. I was so happy to hear that. But just then the bell rang and I had to go. We agreed to meet at the same spot the next day.
As I was walking down the hallway, Darren caught up with me.
Hey, what are you doing with Ella? I told you, she's bad news.
I don't think she is, Darren. Maybe you shouldn't believe everything people say.
Listen, I'm just looking out for you because you're my friend. Don't hang out with her, okay?
He was starting to annoy me a little. If I wanted to hang out with Ella, I was gonna. So I kept coming up with excuses to ditch him and see Ella after school. And each day with her was an adventure. She showed me the best viewpoint of the city, and we went swimming in a gorgeous lake. We also had some of the fanciest free food in town because Ella was friends with the chef. One afternoon, Ella took me to some house and told me to hide in the bushes. Then she took off her backpack, which was full of rocks, and started hurling them at the windows. Oh my God, what are you doing? That's my last foster mom's house, and she's horrible. You gonna help me or not? Without another thought, I started picking up rocks and throwing them too. Just then, someone spotted us and started yelling. I grabbed Nicole's arm. Time to run! We ran like crazy till we left the house far behind, and we collapsed on the ground laughing. We lay on the grass for hours, and Ella told me about all the foster homes she'd been in. My current foster parents aren't great either. They hardly do anything for me. If I need new clothes, I have to shoplift them. It's why I've been to juvie twice now. Wow, that sounds tough. It's okay. I'll be out of here someday, and I'll do something amazing with my life. But for now, I'm really glad I found a friend. She pressed my hand gently, and I felt all warm inside. Later that night when I got home, I almost screamed to find Darren in my room. Jeez, you scared me. Why are you here?
Why were you not here? You've been hanging out with that weirdo, haven't you?
Darren, it's none of your business.
Don't be mad at me. You know I only care.
Yeah, so I'm fine, right? Happy? Now please, go away. I practically pushed him out of my window. This boy was getting on my nerves. And the next day when I met Ella outside of school, Darren appeared out of nowhere and said he was coming along.
Nicole, why did you bring this extra package with you?
I didn't.
I don't want her to be alone with you, weirdo.
Are you her watchdog? You sure smell like one.
I'm her boyfriend. Nicole, I've been looking for the right time to say this. I know you like me too.
And with that, he suddenly kissed me. I instantly pushed him away. Are you crazy? Why would you think you're my boyfriend? Just stay away from me, loser. We were walking off when suddenly he grabbed my hand and then Ella punched him in the face. We left him crying in pain on the ground. I didn't know what Ella had in store that day, but soon I realized where we were. Isn't this Principal Trent's house? Yeah, girl. Now tell me, how much do you hate him? A lot. Everybody does. But what are you planning to do, Ella? I thought we could be creative. You can draw whatever you want with this spray paint, my artist friend. I tried to talk her out of it, but she wasn't listening. She started without me, and it did look like a lot of fun. I joined in, and we both went crazy on the walls. Wow, what a thrill. This was so much fun, Ella. You are so much fun. She smiled at me, and she looked so lovely in the moonlight. Feeling impulsive, I leaned forward and kissed her. Then realizing what I'd just done, I pulled away.
What was that?
I'm so sorry. I don't know why I kissed you.
No, I mean, why did you stop?
She liked it. I pulled her close and kissed her again. It was the most amazing night. But the next day at school, I got a huge shock. I was called into the principal's office, and my parents were already there. And I was suspended for a month for spray painting his house. He had a video of me and Ella in action.
If it wasn't for Darren who gave me this video, I would have never had the proof to expel Ella.
Darren had followed us? Wait, Ella is expelled?
Yeah, she's been a problem since forever. You're lucky you're only suspended. I'm going easy on you because I know she's such a bad influence.
I got such a scolding from my parents, but all I could think about was Ella. Just when I was thinking of sneaking out to see her, I heard a tap on my window and Ella jumped in. Gosh, I'm so sorry you got expelled. Never mind that. Listen, my foster parents are kicking me out, and I'm gonna be sent to some other home far away. Ella, you can stay with me.
No, I can't. I'm running away, and I want you to come with me.
What? Just think about it. We'll never have to go to school. You can draw all day and… Ella, I can't just leave. I have my family here. But I don't have anything here. Nicole, why can't you just do this for me? I care about you so much, but I just can't. Just then we heard Mom's voice by my door, and Ella pushed me away and left. Mom came in to talk to me, and by the time she left, Ella was long gone. What if she couldn't find anywhere to go and ended up homeless on the streets? Without any hesitation, I sneaked out to the nearest police station. My friend ran away from her foster home, but she has no money. Do you have a shelter that can take her? She has long purple hair. I gave the police all the information I could about Ella so they could help her. They assured me that they'd keep me updated. But before they could, someone turned up at my doorstep the next day. Darren, what are you doing here, jerk?
I thought you might not have heard the news yet. Ella got arrested.
What? Why?
Apparently, someone reported her missing to the police, and when they found her, she had a bunch of stolen money and clothes in her bag. I told you that chick was trouble. It was stupid of you to reject me and go around kissing that weirdo.
I couldn't stand him anymore, and I gave him a hard slap. You never had a chance with me, Darren, because you're a creep. I slammed the door shut, but I could hardly believe it. Ella had been arrested because I'd reported her. She would never forgive me, and I'd never see her again. Seeing how miserable I was, my parents went easy on me, and I barely came out of my room the month I was suspended. But then one night, I suddenly got a text message from Ella. Sorry I've been missing. It turns out someone told the police my whole situation, and they're finding me a nice family for adoption. No more foster homes. And I know that someone was you, Nicole. Thank you. Can't wait to see you again. I saw Ella after a month at her new home, and she looked really happy. She lived an hour away from me, but I took a bus to see her on the weekends. And by the end of high school, I had hundreds of drawings of Ella. After graduation, I went to my parents with an admission letter to an amazing art school. I'd gotten in on full scholarship. I know you guys are disappointed that I'm not like you, but this is what makes me happy. Don't you want me to be happy? And suddenly my parents hugged me. Of course we do, Nicole. Your happiness means the most to us.
We're sorry we haven't said that before. We're really proud of your talent, honey. And we love you.
I love you guys too.
Hi, I'm Rue from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a renowned doctor and loved me to bits, but when I was 6, I fell from a tree and hit my head. And even though I recovered fine, Mom went crazy. She never let me out of her sight after that. When I started school, she hugged me and cried like a baby at the gate, and she'd even drop by during recess to check on me.
Blood? Oh my God, what happened?
She picked me up and started running to the hospital. Mom, put me down. It's just ketchup. And suddenly, we both went crashing into the food counter. By the time I was in 8th grade, I was super popular and a star player on the basketball team. Once during my match, I fell and bruised my knee, and Mom leapt out of the audience, screaming hysterically. It was so embarrassing. And then she forced the principal to grant me 1 month's leave to recover. Ugh! I spent the next week in bed watching MSA videos about crazy moms like mine. But a few days later, it was my friend's birthday party, and I felt well enough to sneak out. But just as I was about to kiss this cute guy there, Mom barged in and smashed the music system.
That music's loud enough to hurt my baby's ears.
Mom, are you crazy? How did you even find me? Apparently, she had a tracker installed in my phone to always know my location. On the way home, we had a huge argument. If you ever do something like that again, I'm gonna leave for good, and I'll throw away my phone, Mom. You won't be able to find me. And surprisingly, that worked. She kinda backed off, and I was relieved to be back at school soon. Guys, I'm back! I was hoping for an awesome welcome, but to my surprise, no one bothered to say hi. And just as I was about to sit, someone pulled my seat and I fell on my butt. You can't sit there. It's Sally's seat. Wait, what? This is my seat. And who's frickin' Sally anyway?
Me. I'm Sally.
And you are? I turned around to see a tall blonde girl offering me a hand. I'm Rue, and I think you're new because I've never... Oh, Rue, the one with the crazy mom. It's nice to finally meet you. I just joined this month, and it's okay. You can take this seat. She smiled and went to another seat, and all the kids followed her. What the heck? A new girl had taken my place while I was gone for just a month? After that, I noticed how everyone was just too pleased by her, even the teachers. Oh, Miss Olsen, did you get a new haircut? It looks so nice on you. Thanks, Sally. You're the only one to notice. You aren't just smart, you're kind too. And she helped the other kids with their homework too. Guys, I got this. You can copy from my assignment as long as you change some things. Sally, you're the best. Well, I doubted that. She was just too good to be true, and just happened to appear out of thin air and take my popularity. But I wasn't gonna lose to her. A basketball match was coming up, and I was gonna show her who the real champ was. But on the day of the match, I could see Sally cheering for me with everyone else. In fact, she was cheering the loudest. Woohoo! It's nice to have the champion back. Go Rue! Just then, I slipped on the basketball court and fell flat on my butt with a sprained ankle. OMG, someone help me pick her up. She's hurt. Sally made me lean on her and took me to the nurse's room. She stayed with me the whole time the nurse attended to me, and I was beginning to think I'd misjudged her. She really was quite nice. Later when I reached home, Mom came running and hugged me tight. Oh my God, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital right now. Ugh, Mom, I'm fine. It's just a small sprain. That's enough. You're not gonna play that stupid game anymore. Mom grabbed my shoes to throw them away, and that's when I noticed grease all under my shoe. Oh my God, someone did it on purpose to make me slip, and I knew in my bones it could be none other than Sally. But since I had no proof, I decided to play nice for a while and keep an eye on her. A few days later, there was a big selection quiz for the nationals team, and I saw Sally mixing something in the free juices for all the contestants. Minutes later, the kids were clutching their tummies and running in and out of the bathroom. Ah, that evil witch! Of course she was selected for the finals, but I knew what she had done and decided to confront her. I followed her to the girls' washroom and pushed her to the wall. I'm not fooled by you, Sally. I know what you did there. I saw you mixing something. Oh, Rue, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me? And saying that, she slapped her own face really hard and started crying loudly. What? Suddenly, some girls came out of the washroom cubicles and pushed me aside. Gosh, Rue, look at her face. You slapped her so hard. It's all red. We're gonna tell the principal that you're bullying Sally. No, don't do that. I don't want to cause trouble. We should give Rue a chance to fix this. If she says sorry to me, I'll let it go this time. What the freaking frogs? Me? Say sorry to her? Ugh, no way. I pushed her harder this time and stormed out of there. But now I knew she was a cunning fox, and I had to play smarter than her. Soon, the elections for the new school president were announced, and I was super excited to participate. But guess who else was running for president? Sally! She already had loads of kids working for her campaign and making her posters. One day while I was in the library working on mine, I heard some noises. I went ahead to check, and I was shocked to see Sally bullying a kid. What do you mean you didn't complete my assignment? I need it back within an hour, or I'll kick your butt, you moron. She took his glasses off and threw them on the ground and crushed them. The guy looked terrified as Sally walked away. Just then, I had a mind-blowing plan. I quickly went in and picked up the guy from the floor. Hey, you don't have to be scared of her, okay? I'll help you get rid of her, but you'll have to help me too. You just have to speak the truth in front of everyone, and I'll make sure she never lays a finger on you again. Deal? The guy looked at me with teary eyes and nodded. A few days later, we had an event where each candidate had to speak up in front of the entire school, and I was all set to see my plan in action. Minutes before Sally was about to come on stage, I was so happy to see the guy she'd bullied standing there already. Sally's whole act was about to be exposed. Yippee! I need to tell you all something. One of the candidates here is a chameleon who pretends to be your friend, but in reality, she's a bully. And saying that, he pointed at me. What in the father frickin' world? That's her, Rue. She even smashed my glasses the other day and put my head inside the toilet. She's a bully. What? Have you lost your mind? What are you talking about? It was Sally, can't you remember? She smashed your glasses. Who's Sally? And please, don't kill me. Please, someone save me from her. Saying that, he ran and hid behind the other kids, and all of them went bonkers on me. Rue, we already knew you could be a bully, and now you're blaming Sally for this? Everyone knows Sally would never do something this horrible.
Yeah, we saw what happened in the washroom the other day. You're the bad person here, and you don't deserve to be the president.
And they all started throwing paper balls at me. I ran out of there to save my butt, but I was so gonna kill Sally now. After the event was over, I followed Sally and saw her kissing that jerk who betrayed me in front of everyone. That's how she turned him on her side. She was such a devil. I heard them laughing and talking about how they'd humiliated me in front of everyone. I couldn't take it anymore. I went ahead and kicked him in the butt. You're such a world-class jerk. You lied in front of everyone for a wicked lizard like her.
Watch your mouth, Rue, or I'll tear off your tongue.
Whoa, look at that. Finally, your true colors are coming out, Sally. But guess what? I've known from day one that you're a witch, and soon I'll prove it to everyone.
You recorded us?
Oh, yes, I did.
You know, I'm tired of pretending to be nice to you. I wish you had slipped and hit your head that day, but you just got away with a little sprain. But today, I'm gonna kill you, squid face.
Saying that, she charged at me like a mad bull, and we broke into a wild fight. Within minutes, the cheating jerk came in and held me by my hands. Let go of me, you idiot, or I'll put your face in the toilet seat for real this time. I tried to fight them both, but they locked me inside a small janitor's room.
No one's going to come here till tomorrow, Rue, and I'm gonna be the next student president by then. And your little phone? I'm gonna destroy it.
Both of them left, and I tried to break open the door, but nothing worked. When I'd almost given up, I suddenly heard a loud thud on the door, and it flew open. Mom! Oh God, I can't believe you found me. I hugged her tight. Are you okay, sweetie? What happened to you? Wait, Mom, how did you find me here? Oh, honey, after you said you were gonna throw away your phone the next time you run, I may have put a tracker device in all of your shoes. Mom! Okay, sorry, but see, it helped. I was able to help you today after you didn't come home for so long. She was unbelievable. I immediately ran out to find Sally and saw she was making a bonfire in the school backyard, and she had my phone in her hand. I went in and hit her from behind, and the guy ran away, seeing Mom with me. What are you doing? Let go of me, you witch! I'm gonna kill you this time. Oh, you can try, but you're not getting away with anything now. This time, I tied her and made sure she didn't run away until we called the principal and her parents. Oh, we are really sorry, but she has a histrionic personality disorder. Because of that, she wants to be noticed and praised all the time. We kept it out of her records when she joined this school. Oh, God. I didn't know I was taking such a dangerous kid. But you've been really brave, Rue. I'm gonna announce you as the next student president tomorrow. No, I'm the best one. I'm the best. She's nothing. Saying that, she broke the ties and leapt towards me. I'm gonna burn this entire school with you in it, loser. Thankfully, the principal had called security and they took her away. After everything was over, I turned to Mom thinking she'd go all crazy again, but she hugged me. Oh, honey, are you okay? I was so scared. I'm fine, Mom. Thanks for saving my life today. I love you, but no more tracking devices, please.
Hi, my name is Elsie. I used to be one of the greatest musicians of all time. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll excel at your hardest subject. Growing up in a small town in Nebraska without siblings was super boring and lonely. I didn't like playing with toys by myself, so my parents would send me outside no matter how much I complained. There's nothing to do outside.
You could ride your bike.
But they wouldn't let me go anywhere since I was only 8, so I would ride in circles around the driveway. School wasn't much better.
I'd fall asleep in class and all the kids were boring too, except for my best friend Gina.
You want to help me with my science project?
Sure. We made a volcano that blew up at the science fair and a robot that went insane and tried to kick the teacher. The glitches may have been my fault, but Gina was always positive.
It's okay. We all make mistakes. It's how we get better.
Even Gina's life was more fun than mine. At least her parents took her on fun vacations. In high school, I realized that my life was lame because I wasn't special. I was an ordinary girl with ordinary parents and ordinary grades, and I just blended into the background, unlike a mean witch named Ashley.
Look at her. She's so amazing.
Wow, she's beautiful and talented. Ashley always got the leads in the school plays. She was head cheerleader, the student body president, and my worst enemy. It all started when I accidentally spilled some grape juice outside her dressing room on the night of the school play, and Ashley slipped and sprained her ankle. It was an accident, I swear. No one believed me because I was Ashley's understudy and ended up taking her place even though I wasn't very good. From then on, Ashley made my life miserable. She barred my entry into all the clubs and convinced the cheerleading coach not to let me try out too. How was I supposed to find a talent that made me stand out? Then one day in 10th grade, I was watching videos on my computer when I came across a girl playing the violin, and I was mesmerized. The video had a gazillion likes. She had sponsorships and a dozen fan pages, and she traveled all over the world playing to sold-out auditoriums. I knew right then that I wanted to be just like her. I begged Mom to sign me up for violin lessons. But they must have given me a broken violin because when I tried it, nothing but these awful screeches would come out of the stupid thing. Screech, squeak, screech, squeak. But my newfound love of music could not be ignored or abandoned. I just needed to find the right instrument. Next, I tried a guitar. Then I quit because the strings hurt my fingers. Singing seemed fun and easy, so I sang all the time. In the shower, at the breakfast table, on road trips, during my parents' important phone calls, late at night, until they finally screamed,
No more singing.
They should have said something sooner. It hurt my throat more than it hurt their ears. Finally, the piano. And the teacher was my own grandmother. She could play music better than the violin girl, and even taught me some easy songs. I was so excited, I invited Gina over to hear me play.
That's really cool. You're so talented.
Did I become a great musician right then? I wish. Is that the only song you know? Can't you play something else? Somehow, months passed and I could only play the same lame pieces. I hated practicing. It was tough and frustrating, and it took forever. Slowly, I kinda gave up on my dream of becoming some musical genius. It just seemed too far out of my reach. But then something happened in 11th grade that changed my life forever. I don't remember much after my parents dropped me off at the fair. One minute I was walking past the petting zoo and sending Gina a text. Then suddenly I heard a loud shriek. Eehaw! Then an angry donkey kicked me in the head and sent me flying into the side of a circus tent. I woke up in the hospital. My ears were ringing. Strange sounds and colors were going through my head. It's like I was seeing music? The doctor said I was fine and released me from the hospital, but on the way back home, I begged my parents to stop at Grandma's house. Oh dear, what happened? I ran to Grandma's piano, sat down, and started to play, and I was amazing! I could play any piece of music with perfect ease. I could even make up new music on the fly. It was all so clear and effortless. My goodness, where has she been practicing? Why, she sounds even better than me on my best day. Grandma entered me into a local piano competition, and I blew everyone's mind. I won first prize. People ran up to me to get my autograph, and I was even on the news. Ashley was so jealous. An agent came to my house and asked my parents if he could represent me, and soon I was playing gigs in so many cities. I was so busy, I missed Gina's birthday. So sorry, my schedule's been packed. I'm a superstar, you know. Oops, that's my agent. I'll call you back later, okay? Many successful concerts later, I was ready for a break. Zach, the most popular boy in school that I'd been crushing on since the 6th grade, invited everyone in class to his pool party. And I was so there. And I asked Gina if she wanted to tag along. We were supposed to go to the Science Museum today, remember? The Science Museum is boring. Can't we go another day? But today's the last day to see the electron microscope lab. I convinced Gina to skip the lame science exhibit and join me. Sitting on deck chairs,
I shared my adventure with all the popular kids. My life definitely wasn't boring anymore, but Gina didn't seem impressed. In fact, her bad attitude was messing up the vibe. We should have gone to the science museum. I'd rather watch paint dry than see Ashley and her friends prance around in bathing suits. It's a pool party. You're supposed to wear a bathing suit.
There's no one even in the pool.
This is such a stupid waste of time. Gina, that's rude. Why are you trying to spoil things for me? I can't believe you're being so selfish. I'm selfish? First, you forget my birthday, and then you make me miss the exhibit for this ridiculous party so you can impress all these kids that you don't even know. You've changed, and I don't like it. I haven't changed. You're just jealous. It's okay. Everyone can't be as awesome as I am. Well, you can be awesome by yourself. I'm leaving. I didn't like falling out with Gina, but it seemed like she just couldn't be happy for me. I was a shining star. I was living my best life. Maybe I just needed new friends to match. Then, Zach was suddenly standing right next to me.
Hey, aren't you that girl who's so good at piano that she's already on tour?
Something like that.
That's so cool. And you're playing in the talent show next week, right?
Yeah. I hadn't heard about it, but it sounded like kiddie stuff compared to what I'd been doing.
Sweet. I can't wait to hear you play. See you around, Elsie.
Zach walked away, and all the girls couldn't stop drooling over his perfectly sculpted muscles. I got up off my towel and dove into the pool, but it must have been the shallow end because the next thing I knew, I woke up back on my deck chair looking into Zach's handsome face.
She's awake. Elsie, are you okay?
Ow, my head. I think I hit my head.
On the bottom, yeah. You should have a doctor check.
I'll be fine. But I wasn't fine. After I passed out face first into my soup at the dinner table that night, my parents took me to see the doctor. He said I had a concussion and had to stay home for a week. I agreed, but only for 1 week. There was no way I was gonna miss that talent show if Zach was expecting me to be there. I was backstage when the day finally arrived, awaiting my turn to perform. I should have been excited, but something was wrong. Something felt different inside my head. I couldn't see the music anymore. My heart pounded as I walked on stage, feeling dizzy with panic. I sat down at the piano, but it didn't have that comfortable, familiar feel.
Yeah, Elsie.
The auditorium fell silent. By the time I touched the keys, my hands were shaking. I started to play, and I was horrible. Every note was off key, and the melody was all wrong. Zach and his parents covered their ears, a baby started crying, and a few dogs ran up to the windows and howled. Then everyone laughed. I jumped up and ran out, crying. It was over. Whatever gifts the mule had given me disappeared when I'd struck my head on the bottom of the pool. It was so unfair. I had everything I'd wanted, only to have it taken away at the worst possible time. Gina called me a few times and sent text messages to see if I was okay, but I didn't answer. I was so ashamed. I had no idea how to explain my story, and I had no desire to show my face at school. That winter, Grandma sold her house and everything she owned when she moved into a nursing home. But the one thing she insisted on keeping in the family was her old piano. When it was delivered to our house, I hated looking at it. It just reminded me of everything I'd lost. One day, I was sitting on the porch when Gina came up to me. "Are you okay?" "No, my life is over. I'll never play piano again, and no one will ever like me, and I'll live a boring life forever, and I was a jerk to my best friend." "Well, you were a real jerk to me, but the rest of the stuff just isn't true. There's no reason you can't play piano again. Maybe you just need to practice." Over the next few days, I couldn't get Gina's words out of my head. Maybe you just need to practice. I remembered that Grandma had told me the same thing. So I pulled out my old music books and sat at the piano and gave it a try. And it turns out, practicing isn't so bad. In fact, it wasn't long before I realized it becomes easier as you go. Plus, with Grandma teaching me over video chat, I actually understood what I was doing and why. I continued taking lessons from Grandma through the rest of high school. Gina and I started hanging out again. I even saved up my allowance to get us tickets to travel to the electron microscope lab that was 2 states away. Gina was right all along. My life wasn't over, it was just different. Now, you might be wondering, whatever happened to Zach? At first, I thought he was avoiding me after the talent show disaster, but then come to find out, he'd left town, and no one really knew why. I eventually stopped asking about Zach. I was too busy with school and piano for boys anyway. By the 12th grade, I was finally ready to play piano in front of an audience. You should enter the talent show. I don't know. Come on, you can do it. I think you could even win. Gina kept insisting, so I decided to sign up. The line was huge. Ashley and the other cheerleaders were in front of me. If we do the same routine from regionals, we'll blow the roof off this place. And that trophy is ours. I edged my way through the group, wrote my name at the bottom of the list, and the word piano beside it. Since when do you have talent, Elsie? Since I started practicing music. Then why do I seem to remember your spectacular failure last year? Didn't that bump on the head, turn you stupid or whatever? No, look at the dummy. She can't even speak. Get ready to lose, loser. You don't stand a chance against us. I stayed up all night practicing. On the night of the competition, I waited backstage for my turn. The moment Ashley and the cheerleaders took the stage, they were incredible. Even though I would play Beethoven, my little piano piece didn't stand a chance. And right before my performance, the power went out. Great! I took a deep breath and stepped on stage. Cell phone flashlights and displays blinked on throughout the audience like a brilliant starfield. I sat at the piano. There was just enough light to see the keys. I played the famous Beethoven piece to oohs and ahs and a standing ovation that led to winning the talent competition. I'd done it, not from a freak accident, but for real. Oh, and there was even a nice bonus. I ran into Zach in the lobby afterward.
You were amazing.
Thanks, but where have you been all this time?
China, exchange student program. I wanted to keep in touch, but everything happened so fast and it was my only chance. I couldn't even look you up on social media because the government restrictions kept me totally off grid. Really glad to be back though.
Me too.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Do you give lessons?
Only if you practice. Shall we say Wednesday after school?
It's a date.
Hi, I'm Julia from Brazil. Please like and subscribe. I live with my single mom in a small town full of rich people in big mansions. But we weren't one of them. Mom worked here as a maid. She would also make this amazing jam from some fruit trees in our backyard and sell it at the Sunday market. We didn't have a lot, but we had each other. Once when I was 5, she took me with her to one of the mansions where she worked. As I waited for her outside, 2 girls my age came out and started playing with the most beautiful dolls. I asked if I could join them, and we were having a really good time when suddenly a woman came out and started shouting,
"What are you doing with this girl? You'll catch lice from her."
What? I don't have lice. You can check my head, see?
Ew, get away from me. You two, come inside right now.
Wow, what a jerk. Growing up, I didn't have much to do with the rich kids, but in the 6th grade, Mom enrolled me in the fanciest school in town.
I've been saving up for it, Julia. You're not gonna end up a maid like me. You'll be someone amazing one day.
Well, for now, I was the school outcast in my old clothes and shoes, but I didn't care if the others ignored me. I was here to work hard and study my butt off. But there was one girl in my class who stood out more than I did, Andy. She was a total troublemaker who spent half her time in detention. One day in class, the teacher asked everyone what they'd like to do when they grew up. I said I'd like to be a doctor so I could help other people. But when Andy's turn came, she stood up and said,
"When I grow up, I want to have 100 kids so I can have 100 friends, and no one can say no to being my friend. They will love me and fear me."
That's a really silly answer, Andy.
Fine, I'll become a gangster then. If I can't be loved, I will be feared.
And with that, she jumped onto the table and started doing some weird karate moves as everyone started laughing. The teacher sent her off to the principal, and she just left grinning. A few weeks later, there was a festival in town, and Mom and I decided to set up a stall to sell her jams. Andy came over, and I asked her what she'd like to buy.
Oh, I never buy anything. I either steal it or take it for free.
And she just stuck her hand in a bottle and started eating it with her fingers. I pounced on her, and we broke into a fight. But Mom pulled us apart right away and started apologizing to her. She even sent her off with free jam.
Mom, why did you say sorry when it wasn't my fault?
Julia, we are the poorest here. We can't afford to pick fights with these people. Promise me that you won't fight her again." I reluctantly promised, although now I wished I'd kicked Andy's butt harder while I had the chance. A few days later, I was on my way to the market to buy some garden supplies when a couple of senior girls from the school blocked my way. One of them pinned my arms behind me while the other took the money I had in my pocket. They pushed me to the ground and started running. As I chased them, someone whizzed past me on roller skates and flew right at them, knocking them both to the ground. It was Andy.
How dare you bully my victim? Only I can bully her. If I ever see you bothering her again, I will hunt you down and kill your entire family and your cats. No, wait, cats are too cute. Just your ugly family, then.
The girls got scared and ran away, and I was shocked that Andy had defended me. Thank you, Andy. I really hadn't expected this from you.
Shut up, loser, and don't tell anyone that I saved your sorry butt. I don't want my reputation ruined.
And with that, she skated away. But I knew now she wasn't as bad as she pretended to be. So the next day at school, I sat with her at lunch and pushed an extra sandwich towards her. She looked really surprised, then picked up the sandwich and started eating it.
You're poor and your mama's ugly.
Oh my God, what is the matter with you?
Whoa, calm down. Friends joke with each other, right? Like, hey, you're ugly. That's why your dad left you. Haha. Someone said that to me once. That's what friends do.
No, they don't. Wait, did you just say we're friends?
I guess, since you're practically begging me. You can also be my minion and carry my stuff.
Let's just start off with being friends, okay? And since that day, we were. I was happy to finally have a friend in school, even if it was this weird Andy. One day after school, Andy asked me to come over to her mansion, but when we got there, I was kind of shocked. The place looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. When we went to the kitchen for food, all the pots were empty, even the fridge. Where's all the food?
How would I know? My mom's hardly ever around, and my blind old grandma doesn't know anything. She doesn't care if I starve.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for Andy. It was obvious that she was completely neglected here. I told her to come to my place instead, and as we were leaving, we spotted her grandma walking down the hallway. Andy called out to her,
"Hey, oldie, how long will you live? You've already been around for a century, and you do nothing except finish all the food. It's time to go now."
Her grandma yelled angrily and charged at us with her walking stick, but we ran off giggling before she could catch us. And since that day, I started inviting Andy often to eat with us at my house. A few weeks later, I found out about an amazing scholarship opportunity for the biggest school in the city. It was in a different town, but Mom told me she'd be happy to move if I got in. So I applied for it and started studying day and night. On the day of the exam, I was on my way when I heard someone screaming in pain behind a bush, and I was shocked to see Andy on the ground.
"Oh, Julia, I fell down from my bicycle and I'm in so much pain. I'm sure I've broken my ankle. Please help me and take me home. Oh God, I can't believe I'm gonna die before my grandma."
Jeez, Andy, stop being so melodramatic. You'll be okay. I got you. Lean on me. I was getting so late for my exam, but I just couldn't leave Andy alone in pain. I took her home and then ran to the exam venue like crazy. But when I got there, I was told that I was late and couldn't sit for the exam. I was devastated, but Mom consoled me when I got home and said there would always be other chances. The next day, I thought I'd check up on Andy and Mom came along, but when we entered her gate, I was stunned to see her playing football. Her ankle seemed perfectly fine, and I was furious. You witch! Yesterday was all an act, wasn't it? You weren't hurt. You just wanted me to miss my exam. Why? How can anyone be such a big jerk, Andy?
Well, I can be. I've had years of training, and I was actually saving you from disappointment. You weren't gonna get the scholarship anyway. Your dreams are too big for a maid's daughter.
That was it. I charged at her and knocked her down into the mud. As we screamed and fought, her mother came running out and went bonkers on me. How dare you touch my daughter? Oh, maybe if you were around more, you could have raised your daughter better. And she wouldn't have been such a horrible person. You two really deserve each other. Just then, Mom stepped in and practically went down on her knees, apologizing to Andy's mom. I stormed off furiously and Mom followed me. Andy, are you insane? Go back and say sorry to her. We can't afford to. Just stop it, Mom. Why are you so afraid of these rich people? You don't understand, Julia. She's on the school board and could have you kicked out. I don't care. I don't want to live in fear like you. I just wish you'd stop being a coward. I regretted those words instantly, but I felt too mad to apologize. I ran home, packed my stuff, and asked one of our neighbor's friends if I could stay with them for a while. Mom gave me some space, and anytime I saw that Andy in school, I just walked the other way. As I was walking home one day, I saw a poster outside a shop about an amateur food business contest. The winner would get prize money and a chance to work with a big company. I immediately thought of Mom, and I decided I had to make up with her and tell her about it. Mom, I'm really sorry for all those things I said. You're the strongest person I know, and you've always worked so hard to give me the best. I was angry at Andy, and I took it out on you. Please forgive me, and let me help you win this contest. I just know you can win. You're a strong girl, honey. I always believe in you. Mom hugged me tight, and we sent in her name right away. Each contestant was supposed to prepare 200 pieces of their own organic product. Mom and I worked like crazy making all that jam. And the night before the contest, we hired a van and loaded the bottles to take them to the venue. The next day, Mom had gone earlier to set up the stall. I waited for the driver, but he didn't show up. And when I went to the garage, the van wasn't there. I searched everywhere, shouting and crying, but I just couldn't find it. I rushed to the venue to tell Mom, and she was shocked. We just stood empty-handed in a corner while the other contestants set up their products. I was about to walk over to the judges to tell them what had happened when suddenly someone called out to me. I turned around to see Andy waving to me from our van.
Julia, I found it. Your jams are all in there.
Where was this? How did you get it? How did you even know?
You moron, this is not the time to talk about this. I'll explain later.
Mom and I went on stage and showed our products to the judges. They seemed really impressed. Sometime later, when the results were announced, we were shocked when Mom and I were declared the winners. We screamed and jumped for joy. I even pulled Andy into her hug, but seconds later, I pushed her away. Wait a minute. Did you take the van, Andy, just to mess with me again?
No, of course not. I came by to wish you luck when I saw you crying over your missed van. And well, I'm friends with half the thieves in this town. It wasn't hard for me to find it.
I don't understand you, Andy. You went through all this trouble to save the day. Then why did you make me miss my exam?
Because I knew that if you took that exam, you would have qualified and you would have left town. I don't want you to leave me. Just saying that makes me feel sick. And that's why I never wanted any friends. And
I grinned and hugged her. She was such a weirdo. After winning the contest, Mom started working with a big food company. And soon enough, we were able to shift into a lovely new home. Once it was ready, Mom and I went over to Andy's place one day to invite her over for dinner. But when we got there, we saw her mom at the door with a suitcase. And Andy seemed to be upset.
Mom, please don't leave me with Grandma for a month. I hate being here alone with her. Why don't I come with you?
Don't act like a baby, Andy. You have everything you could need. Why are you always whining? I can't take you to meet my boyfriend's family. He doesn't even know I have a child. Seeing the hurt on Andy's face, I couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Andy, I just came here to tell you that I'm always here for you, and so is my mom. We're like your family. Do you want to come and live with us? And for the first time ever, I saw Andy cry. She shouted a big yes and hugged us. But suddenly, her mom turned livid. What do you mean, yes? You can't just go live with them. You're gonna leave me? Your mama?
Oh, Mom, stop acting like you care. You should be relieved. Don't worry, I'll check up on Grandma, and I'll come see you every 3 months. That should be enough for you, right? Ciao.
And with that, we left. When we reached home, I took Andy to her very own room. From now on, this is yours. We'll get all your stuff and set it up. And if you need anything, just ask. Later that night, when I was sleeping, I suddenly screamed when someone jumped on my bed. It was Andy.
Scoot over. I'm sleeping here.
But you've got your own bed.
You said I could have anything. Ow! You just kicked me. I hate you, Andy. I love you too, Julia.
Hey there, I'm Natalia, and I just moved from Moscow to LA to live with my grandma while my parents are still in Russia. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Imagine being a young girl from Russia, starting 3rd grade in an American elementary school without your parents by your side. That's me. My parents sent me to live with grandma, and they said they would come when they got the opportunity. Fitting in at this American school wasn't easy, especially the language barriers. They can lead to some hilarious misunderstandings. One time I said,
Excuse me, can anyone tell me where the strawberry is, please? Are you trying to find a fruit or a place to read? I meant the library. Excuse me, can I borrow a racer, please?
Sure, Natalia. Do you want a Ferrari or a Lamborghini?
Oh, I meant an eraser. Excuse me, can I have a sheet of paper, please?
I have a cow of paper. Would that work? Hey guys, cut it out. She's new here and learning the language. We all make mistakes, right? Here you go, Natalia. Here's a sheet of paper. I don't know why, but I just hugged Jake and mumbled a thank you. The whole class laughed even louder.
When are you guys getting married?
Jake just smiled and shrugged off the teasing. Over the next few weeks, my friendship with Jake grew stronger. He became my go-to person for navigating both the school and the English language. We'd sit together at lunch, share stories about our families, and even work on homework together. One afternoon, after school, Jake invited me to his family's small flower shop. Jake's mom warmly welcomed me and offered me a cup of hot chocolate. As we explored the shop, Jake asked me about my favorite flowers, and I told him about the beautiful jasmine that grew outside my home in Russia. To my surprise, he found a small jasmine plant tucked away in the corner. Here, Natalia, I'd like you to have this jasmine plant. It's not much, but maybe it'll help you feel more at home. I couldn't help but smile. It was a sweet moment that strengthened our friendship and also made me feel more connected to my new home. I envied Jake for having such a lovely family, and I missed mine so much. Once in the 7th grade, my grandma fell ill and had to be admitted to the hospital. The doctor said it would be about a week before she could return home. With no other family nearby, I felt lost and worried. But when Jake's mom heard about my situation, she kindly invited me to stay with them at their place till grandma was out of the hospital, and I gladly accepted. Jake had been telling me that his dad was the sweetest, but that was far from the truth. His dad was a very moody man. Some days, he'd be yelling at his mom and having fights with Jake and his siblings, but some other days, he was just a cool, cheerful, annoying dad. While I stayed in their house, I took Jake's bed and Jake slept on the couch. One night, Jake's dad burst in yelling, "Jake, time for a little wake-up prank." With that, he splashed a bucket of water onto the bed, soaking me completely. Startled, I gasped and sat up. He immediately realized his mistake and his face turned red.
Oh, Natalia, I am so sorry. I thought Jake was in here. Are you okay?
But just then, Jake came in looking super angry. He pushed his dad away.
Can you just behave normally? Like a normal dad? It's not always the right time to joke or prank. You're the most...
It's okay, he was joking.
Stay out of it, Natalia. My dad is crazy. I don't know why he's here instead of being in a mental asylum.
Suddenly, his dad started crying like a little boy. It was so loud that he woke everyone up. This was crazy. But what happened in the morning was crazier. When Jake's dad saw me, he started yelling at me and threatening me for shouting at him yesterday. No, sir, it wasn't me.
Shut up. Just leave my house.
Jake held my hand and took me out. He started apologizing and told me that his dad had some issues and he was very ashamed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Jake. Some parents just love their children in their own way. The important thing is to understand them and respect them.
Respect a crazy psycho like him? Easy for you to say. You're lucky your parents don't even care enough to come for you. Oh, darn. I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
It's okay. Let's go to school. We're late. After that incident, Jake became a bit distant with me. It was as if he felt ashamed that I knew about his family secret. I wanted to talk it out with him, but then summer break started and life got hectic when my family came to visit. My parents and younger sister Sasha, who's 2 years younger than me, flew in from Russia. Sasha was a true people pleaser. She was always willing to go above and beyond to make others happy, even if it meant sacrificing something personal. One night, she and I went out to explore the city. We stumbled upon a street musician playing a dope tune, and Sasha started clapping like crazy. But then the musician just stopped and yelled at her.
Yo, your clapping just wrecked my jam. What's the deal?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your performance. Let me make it up to you.
She quickly grabbed some cash from her pocket and dropped it into the musician's hat.
Here, I hope this helps. Seriously, I'm so sorry. Okay, fine. Just take all my money. Here, please smile.
I stopped her and took the money back from the musician's hat. In fact, I took everything and we both ran like crazy. I mean, I didn't take all the money, but he started it by being a rude person. When we got back home, I started yelling at Sasha. Can you stop being such a fool? Just Be okay with making people upset, especially those who deserve your anger. Sasha, my sister, I love you. That's why I'm insulting you. Please listen to me. Just then, Mom barged in. Lucky for her, she has her entire life to listen to you. We're going back to Russia next week, and Sasha's going to stay with you and Grandma. We're coming to live here as soon as we can, honey. On the first day at school after summer break, Sasha was super excited to join me. As we walked through the hallways, I introduced her to my friends, and soon enough, we bumped into Jake. Hey, Sasha, nice to meet you. Your sisters told me a lot about you.
Oh, really? I hope it's all good stuff. Because, sometimes I can be a disappointment. And I'm not saying this because I'm nervous or anything, but I mean, in general, I am a disappointment.
Just then, the principal walked in, tripping on her own shoelace and accidentally dropping a stack of papers. Sasha immediately rushed to help her.
Oh, looks like school's off to a flying start, huh?
The principal laughed at her joke, and everyone around joined in. I liked that side of Sasha. She's kind and always rushes to help. I could see in Jake's eyes that he was also impressed. Maybe also because Sasha was prettier and taller than me. Maybe now he'd like her and something romantic would happen between them. That didn't bother me, right? Jake is only my friend.
I think you need to go stop your sister. She's giving away all her school supplies to some girls.
Oh God. Things between me and Jake started to go back to normal, and the three of us spent a lot of time together, and Jake even started coming more often to our home. He almost felt like a family member. One day, Grandma fell ill again, and we were very worried about her. To make us feel better, Jake offered to stay next to Grandma all night, especially since Sasha and I had exams the next day and needed to sleep well. I think maybe he'd also take any chance to spend time away from his dad. During the night, I heard some loud noises. I woke up and didn't find Sasha next to me. I rushed downstairs to find a group of shady-looking boys about to leave the house with Sasha, who seemed unsure and anxious. Sasha, what are you doing? Hearing my scream, Jake dashed downstairs.
Hey, let her go.
Jake threw a punch at one of the boys, making him stumble back.
Get out of here and don't come back.
The boys realized they were no match for Jake and scrambled out of the house. I turned to Sasha, feeling confused and shaken. Sasha, what just happened? Why were those guys here?
Please don't be mad. They said they needed me to help them with their science project, and they were scared that someone would see them and tell the teacher. That's why they wanted to work at night. I just couldn't say no.
Are you stupid? God knows what they wanted from you at this late hour. This is not about pleasing people. This is just pure stupidity, Sasha. She started crying, and Jake patted her back and winked at me to stop.
Hey, Sasha is smart, and I'm sure she won't do this again. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, Natalia, would you be my girlfriend?
What? What a weird timing.
No, it's perfect. I feel like I'm the man of the house. Just saved a damsel in distress. So what do you think?
I think I want to be your girlfriend. And with that, I kissed him. We started dating, and Sasha got stronger, and Grandma felt better. Life seemed good and peaceful. Jake was the perfect boyfriend, sweet and protective, and I loved him so much. I couldn't imagine my life without him. Years went by, and we both graduated high school and went to the same college. We lived together until we graduated college, and it was the best time of my life. Then Jake proposed, and I said yes. On my wedding day, everything was perfect, and I was the happiest. Just as I was about to put on my dress, Sasha came into the room, her face filled with worry and fear. Natalia, I need to tell you something important about Jake. I've been keeping this secret for years, but I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth.
What are you talking about, Sasha?
Do you remember that night when those shady boys came to our house? They were actually Jake's friends. He promised them a girl they could take to a dance club with them, and he convinced me to do it, saying he'd always protect us. He threatened me, saying that if I told you, he'd hurt me. I was young and terrified, but now I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth. He's gonna be your husband and the father of your kids. No, you're lying. Jake would never do something like that. Maybe you're just jealous and trying to ruin my happiness. Why did you wait all these years to tell me? I was scared, and I didn't want to hurt you, but I can't let you marry him knowing what he did. Please, believe me, Natalia. Leave, now. You're not invited to my wedding anymore. Soon after the wedding, we left for our honeymoon, but it was cut short when we received a phone call that Jake's mom had been in an accident. We rushed back to see his parents, who we hadn't visited much since graduating high school. Jake had mainly kept in touch with his mom through phone calls and social media. At the hospital, Jake went into his mom's room while I sat in the waiting area. His dad, who was sitting beside me, started to berate Jake.
My son is a heartless jerk. You never should have trusted him. You made a mistake marrying him.
Just then, Jake walked in and heard his dad's words.
Shut up, Dad. You have no right to talk about me like that. I'm ashamed that you're my son. You never stood by my side. You were born a jerk, and I bet you're cheating on your wife.
Jake couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed my hand and we left the waiting room together. I could see the pain in his eyes, and I chose to believe in the man I knew and loved, pushing away any doubts starting to creep in. A week later, later, we both returned to work. Jake left the house earlier than me, accidentally leaving his personal laptop open. On an impulse, I started going through his social media and stumbled upon his Instagram account, where I discovered he was chatting with several girls. Some of them were even sending him their pictures, to which he responded with compliments like gorgeous. I couldn't believe my eyes, and anger surged through me. But the next moment, I felt a strange sense of relief. Despite everything, he had chosen me in the end. I began rationalizing his behavior, thinking maybe he'd grown bored of being with just one woman for so many years, and that somehow made it acceptable. I started to blame myself, thinking maybe I'd been too busy with my studies, work, and life in general. In that moment, I made a promise to myself to become a better wife and to give Jake the attention he needed. Days went by, and I did everything to become a better partner to Jake. I even decided to become a stay-at-home wife, dedicating my life to our marriage. I also made up my mind to get pregnant, even though Jake had suggested waiting for 2 more years. I thought a baby would solve all our problems. Eventually, I got pregnant. I planned a romantic surprise dinner to share the news with Jake. When I finally told him, he snapped.
What? Are you serious? We agreed to wait 2 years. I don't want kids right now.
I thought it would be a good surprise, and it might bring us even closer.
Look, I'm sorry for reacting like that. It caught me off guard. I didn't mean to upset you.
Still horrified by his outburst, I told him I'd be sleeping on the couch that night.
I said I'm sorry, but if that's what you want, then fine.
The next morning, I apologized to Jake for my mistake and asked for his forgiveness because my reaction was exaggerated. He simply said, "I forgive you." Weeks went by, and it seemed like my plan didn't work, as I could still see Jake smiling at his phone, and I started getting depressed. One day, while pregnant and cleaning the house alone, I slipped. I called Jake multiple times, but he didn't answer. I had no choice but to call Sasha, who rushed me to the hospital. After the doctors examined me and said everything was okay, Sasha came to me. "Hey, I'm glad you're okay, and so is the baby. Jake is on his way. I'm gonna talk to him outside your room. Please, pretend you're asleep and just watch." Soon enough, Jake arrived and met Sasha in the waiting room, where I could see them, but he couldn't see that I was watching. He held Sasha's hands and touched her cheek in gratitude. I was stunned. Then Jake entered my room and kissed my forehead while I pretended to be asleep. As he leaned down, I grabbed the vase next to me and hit him on the head. "I've had enough of you, Jake. Just leave me and the baby alone. He's been hitting on me since forever." I sent him a message an hour ago telling him I agreed to be his girlfriend, and the rest you saw, Natalia.
Don't listen to her. She's lying.
Shut up, you lying jerk. Your dad was right about you, you heartless snake. I choose to believe my sister, to believe my own eyes, and what I saw on your laptop. I'm such an idiot for putting you first, but I know better now. I come first. I'm an amazing woman, and I deserve better. Just get lost, or I'll start screaming until security takes you out. Go to hell, Jake.
You're such a witch, a stupid immigrant that I felt sorry for and took care of. And this is how you repay me? An ungrateful monster?
He kept screaming like a madman till security guards took him away. I knew I'd never allow Jake to come back into my life again. I turned to my sister and I hugged her tight. Hey friends, I'm Esmeralda. I live in a small town in northern Spain. Please like and subscribe. The day I was born, my dad was shocked to see that I had a patch of white hair right in the center. Let me see her. Oh wow, my mom had a white patch too. We've been blessed by Mother Nature. My mom was so different from other moms. She was very superstitious and into exploring the healing power of nature. To protect me from the evil eye, she would cleanse the house with sage smoke and make me wear all types of charms. Well, my dad got sick of all this and left us when I was just 5. Because of Mom's beliefs and my white hair, the town folk were rather mean and called us witches. I always thought these people were so foolish because Mom was the nicest. She never seemed to be bothered by them, so I wasn't either. But things started to change in 7th grade, and I had a crush on a guy at school, Caleb. When I told Mom, she put a charm bracelet around my wrist. "Oh, sweetie, take this for some extra luck and ask him out." But when I did, Caleb started laughing in my face. "In your dreams, Grandma. Why would I like a freak? You could have just said a simple no, jerk." Oh God, have I made you angry? What you gonna do now? Ask Mommy to turn me into a frog? Or make some love potion for me? And I just saw red and attacked him. We were both sent to the principal's office and ended up in detention. You're such a witch. Oh yes I am. And you know what we do with people who know our secret? We curse them in their sleep. So I guess I'll see you tonight. The very next day, something bizarre happened. Caleb wasn't present, and his friend told everyone he'd gotten chickenpox. Suddenly, everyone was looking at me like I had something to do with it. Guess he should have gotten vaccinated. It was a joke, but the others didn't get it and started avoiding me like I had horns on my head. I was in a bad mood all the way home. Can't we just move away from this stupid place? I hate how people see us, Mom.
What's important is how you see yourself. We don't run away from our problems, love.
Easy for you to say. You don't have to go to school. I stomped out of the car as soon as we got home, when suddenly a ball of snow hit me in the head. It was Mom, and she was grinning at me. Before I knew it, we'd gotten into a snowball fight and we were lying in a heap laughing.
Say it. You know you want to. Come on.
Okay, you're the best mom ever. I could never be mad at Mom for too long, but soon I started losing the few friends I had because of Mom. She would either make them stupid charms or would do tarot card readings for them, and their parents really had a problem with that. Once at a parent-teacher meeting, Mom walked into the classroom and climbed onto the teacher's desk. The vibes in this room are so negative. Let me cleanse the aura first so we can have a positive, wholesome day. And then she closed her eyes and started chanting something, and everyone screamed and left the room. After that day, I became the school's official outcast. Why did Mom always have to be herself? I decided that things would be different in high school. I told Mom she didn't have to pick and drop me off anymore because I'd be taking the bus. I just wanted her to stay away from my school as much as possible. When I walked into the hallway on my first day, I heard some noise, and I saw a girl dressed as a goth holding Caleb by his collar.
Don't mess with me, punk. You think you're really cool for making fun of me, huh? I'll make you scream for your mommy.
When she let him go, I couldn't stop myself from clapping, and everyone stared at me. What? That was pretty awesome. Finally, someone showed him his place.
I guess she's a witch just like you. Did you both go to the same summer camp for witches?
Hey, shh. Do you hear that? It's the sound of me not caring about what you say. Seeing everyone laugh, Caleb looked like a ripe tomato.
I'll get back at you both.
And he stormed off.
What a jerk.
Yep, I can't believe I had a crush on him once. By the way, I'm Esmeralda.
I'm Aria, and I love your hair, girl. You look like a rock star.
OMG, it was the first time someone had complimented my hair, and I freaking loved it. We clicked instantly, and later that day, we even walked home together. We were going through a rich neighborhood, and I was shocked when she stopped in front of the most beautiful mansion on the street. Wow, her house was awesome. In school, Aria was fast becoming one of the most popular girls. Her dress sense was so cool, and she aced all subjects. She was like a beauty with brains. Since we'd become really good friends, I got a taste of what it felt like to be popular too, and I was rather enjoying it. But then one day, Mom came to school to pick me up unannounced. I so wanted to run away before Aria could see us, because if Mom met her, she would say or do something weird for sure. But it wasn't my lucky day. Aria spotted us and came over, and the two started talking. And then, Mom offered her a palm reading. Mom, can we please go? I don't think Aria is into that kind of stuff.
No, I'm really curious. Your mom sounds awesome, and I'd love to know.
Mom looked at her hand and then spoke. Yes, I see you have a tough life, but I also see something really positive here. Sweetheart, even with all the hardships, you'll make it big one day. Just trust that, okay? Aria was practically living in a mansion. Mom had it so wrong. Gosh, Mom, enough of this, please. No, it's fine. That was really nice. Thank you. Mom offered Aria a ride home, and when we stopped outside her house, Mom said, "Oh, this is where you live? I've come here several times because your mom buys my candles." She never mentioned she had kids, though. I guess she isn't so proud of me. Thanks for the ride. I gotta go. And before Mom could say anything else, Aria walked off and went inside. I wasn't quite sure what she meant by that, but I realized that she hardly ever talked about her parents. After that day, Aria and I grew closer, and she started coming over to my place for sleepovers too. She actually enjoyed Mom's company, and I finally had a friend who didn't find my mom weird. Things were going good, but my happiness was short-lived because just a few days later, I was performing a recital at school, and Mom burst into the auditorium looking panicked. "Esmeralda, you left the house without being blessed." Oh no. And then Mom lit a roll of sage and jumped onto the stage, circling around me with smoke. That set off the smoke detectors, and we had fire alarms blaring and sprinklers going off everywhere. There was chaos in the entire school. Everyone was screaming and running. It was a wet mess, all because of Mom.
Well, that was just a false alarm. Sorry, folks.
Mom, are you completely crazy? You ruined everything. Everybody is staring at us now, and I'll be the butt of everyone's joke.
Honey, aren't you overreacting a little? No one will even remember this incident by tomorrow.
I'm overreacting? Gosh, Mom, you really don't get it. You do weird things and it puts people off, and no one here forgets. We'll just be hearing about this till the end of high school. Sometimes I wish you'd just be more normal. I regretted my words as soon as I saw the hurt look on her face, but I was too mad to apologize. And it was true. I'd had enough. When I went to school after the weekend, I could feel people looking at me, and then Caleb popped out of nowhere.
Wow, amazing that you can show your face after the stunt your psycho mom pulled off.
But before I could say anything, somebody leapt forward and pushed him hard.
Aria, buzz off, jerk, and don't talk about her mom like that. She is 10 times the person you'll ever be. Yeah, 10 times crazier. Better crazy than a loser. Seriously, dude, no one cares about what you have to say. So why don't you just go and get a life?
I was really grateful to have a friend like Aria on my side, but it was just her, because everyone else said and thought the same things as Caleb. I tried to ignore them, but at home, I also grew distant from Mom. I just wanted to be 18 and get out of this place, and maybe even from her. It was almost the end of the term, and we were busy preparing for the school's talent show. Aria and I had paired up for a dance-off, but during practice one day, we found out that our favorite music teacher was leaving soon. We all really wanted to get her a farewell gift, so the entire class pitched in money and gave it to the class monitor the next day. During recess, I realized I'd forgotten my lunch in the classroom, and when I went to go get it, I got the shock of a lifetime. Aria was taking out money from the class monitor's bag.
Aria, what are you doing? Oh, I found it on the floor. It must have fallen out of her bag. I was only putting it back.
Just then, Caleb suddenly walked in, and he started yelling at the top of his lungs.
Oh my God, thieves!
His yelling attracted some other kids, and he told them he'd caught us stealing the money red-handed. Ultimate jerk! We were both taken to the principal's office, and she called our moms, but only my mom showed up.
Stealing? That's impossible. My girls could never do such a thing. I know my daughter. And I can also vouch for Aria. You better check that kid Caleb. He's always been trouble. And what a coincidence that he caught the girls.
Mom took my hand and squeezed it gently, and my heart just melted. I'd been such a jerk to her lately, but she was really the best person I knew. She then gently touched Aria's head, and all of a sudden, Aria started crying. What's wrong?
I can't lie about this. I did steal the money earlier today when everyone went to gym class, but I realized I was so wrong. So during recess, I decided to put it back. That's when Esmeralda walked in, and then Caleb saw us. He didn't steal anything, and neither did she. It was me, and I am so sorry.
What in the world? Before I could say anything, the principal sent me back to class. I didn't know what happened next, but when Aria didn't return, I decided to go to her place after school. But the lady there said Aria wasn't her daughter. She said Aria only came sometimes to mow the lawn. What? Luckily, the lady knew Aria's actual address and gave it to me. And when I got there, I found her sitting on the stairs.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live? Gosh, who are you, Aria? And why have you been lying to me all along about living in that mansion? I never said that was my place. I just said I'll stop here. Esmeralda, even this isn't my home. I don't have a home. I'm a foster kid. But why didn't you tell me? And you always wear nice clothes and shoes. How did you manage?
If you're thinking I steal regularly, I don't. I work part-time and I shop at thrift stores. And I only took the money this time to buy a costume for the talent show. It was wrong and so stupid. And I never told you about me because I didn't want to be pitied. I just wanted to fit in. I'm sorry.
I sat next to Aria and hugged her, and I told her I loved her no matter what. If it wasn't for your mom, Esmeralda, I would have been expelled today. What? And then Arya told me how Mom convinced the principal to give her a second chance. As a result, she was just suspended for a week instead of being expelled. I swear, your mom is an angel. At that moment, I felt even worse about all the things I'd said to Mom. I ran home, and the moment I saw her, I hugged her tight. I'm such an idiot, Mom. I'm so sorry I was so awful to you. You know I love you, right? Yes, sweetheart, I know. On the day of the talent show, I was really nervous about dancing alone. But right when I was about to step on the stage, Arya appeared with Mom. You're here! And the hair looks awesome! Well, I did the hair. And I'm here because your mom got me the dress and convinced the principal to let me participate. As the three of us hugged, we suddenly heard Caleb behind us. Oh my God, you aren't expelled? I'll have to take it up with the school board. Zip it, kid. When Mom turned and glared at Caleb, he suddenly stumbled on something and fell on his butt. You're all witches. When did I say we weren't? Hi, my name is Vivian. I was the only kid of super rich parents who adored me. I grew up in a fancy house and was sent to the best schools. On my first day in middle school, a pretty girl walked up to me and immediately put her arm through mine. My daddy says you can tell a lot about someone from their car. And wow, girl, you're richy rich. I'm Brenda, and we're friends now, okay? Later that day at recess, I saw a girl from our class eating alone. Hey, why don't we ask that girl to join us? Nuh-uh. I told everyone we're bringing smoked salmon bagels for lunch, and she brought gross egg sandwiches. That's poor people food. No one in class is going to talk to her now. That's the rule. I'm sorry, but that's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I joined the girl at her table and swapped my lunch with hers while everyone gasped. I'd broken the rule. That day onwards, Brenda hated me with a vengeance. She tried to beat me at everything: grades, friends, clothes. One day in 8th grade, she came up to me and said proudly, I got my period before you. Ha! I hit puberty first. This girl was crazy. I could hardly stand her. But then one day in 9th grade, something terrible happened and everything changed. Dad fled to some other country with all our money and left us with tons of debt. Mom had to pay it by selling almost everything we owned, including the house. By the next day, the news had spread across the school and Brenda came running to me. OMG, look at that. Super poor. Now that's one thing I can't beat you at. You're the clear winner here. But her laughter soon turned into cries when we discovered that my mom married her dad and she was my stepsis now. What the freaking fish? You cannot be part of my family. Gosh, someone just pinch me. It's definitely a nightmare. Well, I did what she asked for, and she went completely nuts. Dad, I want you to get a divorce right now. This woman definitely married you for money, and her daughter is a loser. What am I going to tell my friends at school? Oh, Brenda, what are you talking about? I'm so happy you're my sister. We'll get along so well. Get away from me, you witch. She stormed off angrily. I was going to have so much fun teasing her. But a few weeks later, I woke up one morning and noticed some light-colored patches on my hands. I thought it was just an allergy, so I covered it with a little makeup. But I was wrong. Within weeks, my entire body was covered with patches. I told Mom and she immediately took me to the doctor. I'm afraid she has a skin condition called vitiligo. No, it can't be. I cried all the way home and locked myself in the room. I couldn't believe I had to live with this condition my entire life. Honey, please open the door and let me in. You're still pretty, I promise. But no matter what Mom said, I knew things were just gonna be tough from now on, and I couldn't let anyone know, especially Brenda. So I started wearing tons of makeup and full-sleeved clothes to cover my skin. But Brenda even started picking on me for that. Wearing such tacky clothes in the summer? You must have gone crazy because of the heat. And saying that, she threw a glass full of juice over my clothes. Here, beat the heat, jerk. This was it. I jumped her and grabbed her hair, and soon the argument turned into a crazy fight. Obviously, we ended up in the principal's office, but I was the only one who got punished. Vivian, 1 week of detention for you. Any more of this nonsense and you'll be kicked out of the school for good. As I stormed off angrily, Brenda pushed me as she walked by. I have a rich daddy. Too bad yours didn't like you enough to stay. Later, in the detention room, while I was listening to music, someone pulled out my earplugs. Hey, what the... I looked up to see a really cute guy and my heart skipped a beat. Your eyes, they're stunning. What? Really? These old things? I'm Tanner, by the way. So, how was someone as charming as you in detention? Oh, yeah, it was all a big misunderstanding. I'm sure, 'cause there's no way an angel like you could do something wrong. OMG, he was so cute. For the next week, I got to see him every day and we kind of became friends. But I was afraid he might not like me if he discovered my secret. One night while I was changing into my nightwear, the lights were off and I saw a shadow sneak in from my bedroom window, and I screamed. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my mouth and said, "Hey, relax, it's me. Don't shout." Tanner, what are you even doing here? I just came to tell you that. I think I love you, Viv. I'm going crazy for you. Saying that, he pulled me closer to kiss me. But just then, Brenda barged into my room, and to my horror, she switched on the lights. Ha! Caught you. Wait a sec. What's wrong with your freaking skin?
OMG, gross. What's that on your face? And your body? Get away from me.
I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me whole as Tanner and Brenda stared at me. Is this what I think it is? OMG, you're a freak. I expected Brenda to act like a jerk, but Tanner, he just ran away from there like I was some monster, and that really hurt. The next day at school, I couldn't find him anywhere, but then I saw something that completely shocked me. Tanner and Brenda were sharing the longest kiss in the history of the planet behind the school. And then he said,
OMG, babe, I think I love you, and I'm going crazy for you.
Crazy for her? Hey, you literally just said that to me yesterday, jerk.
Love you? I would never. Look at yourself. Only someone blind can love you.
As I was just about to punch out his perfect teeth, Brenda stepped in and stopped me. Hey, stay away from my guy, or I'll tell everyone your little secret. Poor Viv. You know what? Take him. He's a jerk like you, and you guys belong together. After that, I made sure to stay away from those loonies. I didn't want to give her a reason to tell my secret to everyone. Soon after we started 10th grade, our teacher introduced a new student, Jacob, to the class. And I could see all the girls drooling over him. In the chemistry lab, everyone wanted to be his partner, but to my surprise, he walked over to my corner and said,
"Hey, you don't mind me joining you, do you?"
Of course I didn't. But while we were performing the experiment, I accidentally opened the wrong chemical flask and almost fainted from its smell. Just then, Jacob caught me in his arms and carried me to the nurse's room. He even stayed there till I felt better. Hey, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
OMG, he was so strong and such an angel. After that, we spent a lot of time studying and hanging out together. My life was close to getting perfect, but then Brenda happened again. I could see she was into Jacob and she'd follow him everywhere. Once when Jacob and I were walking down the corridor, she started walking unsteadily and crying out, "Oh, I feel so dizzy. I'm gonna pass out. Someone, please hold me." I knew what she was up to, so I held back Jacob's hand and she fell to the ground. "What do you think you're doing, witch?" "Saving you trouble." She then got up and whispered in my ear, "Don't you dare lay your hands on what Brenda wants, or your little secret will be out, princess." Psycho, don't you already have a boyfriend? What's your point? He's hotter, and what Brenda likes, Brenda takes. I knew once Brenda had her eyes on something, she was either gonna take it or ruin it, and that scared me. So later that day, when Jacob asked me on a movie date, I had to refuse because of Brenda. Good job, scaredy cat. You got what you wanted, right? Now leave me alone. Oh, not just yet, honey. I want you to cut all ties with Jacob and leave him alone. You're crazy, and you're a freak, and I know your secret. Remember that. I loved Jacob, but I had no choice but to listen to Brenda. the very next day, I broke up with him. I'm sorry, Jacob. It's just not working out between us. But Vivian, listen to me. He kept calling and texting, but I couldn't. I felt terrible. For the next few days, Brenda kept dancing around him and teased me about it. She was so evil. Then a few days later, while I was walking down the corridor, Jacob pulled my hand into an empty classroom. Hey, wait, what are you... Before I could even finish my sentence, he just pulled me close and kissed me. I wasn't expecting that. But whoa, it felt like heaven.
I know everything about what Brenda did to you, and I want to tell you, I love you for who you are.
But how did you know?
After you broke up with me, she kept pestering me all day long, but I told her I only love you. Then she got mad at me and told me about your condition. I instantly knew why you broke up with me.
Oh, Jacob, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. I love you so much.
I know, Viv. I love you too, sweetie.
Of course, we started dating again because I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. The guy I loved me back for who I was, and I was the happiest. Of course, Brenda looked livid. Before the junior prom, Jacob prepared a big surprise for me in the cafeteria and asked me to the prom in front of everyone. OMG! It was all so romantic, and of course I was going to say yes. But just then, Brenda threw a jug full of water over me and all my makeup washed away. And everyone was looking at me. This trash? You want to go out with her instead of me? I'm practically perfect, and not some weirdo like Miss Patches here.
Brenda, you're a complete nutjob. What's wrong?
I held him back and stepped up in front of Brenda. Brenda, since the day I met you, you've only cared about stupid things like money and looks. But those things aren't going to get you friends or love. You'll be all alone one day because you don't care about anyone except yourself, and that makes you ugly. And soon everyone around her started shouting at her. Yes, Brenda, Vivian is beautiful inside and out, and you're awful.
You're trash, Brenda.
You're a cheater too. Brenda ran from there, and I turned to kiss Jacob. Everyone cheered for us and congratulated us. Later that day, I went home and told Mom and Dad about everything Brenda did to me, and they decided to send her away to a boarding school for spoiled brats. Jacob and I continued to date until the last year of school, and then we got into college together. Hi, I'm Amy, and before I tell you my story, there are 3 things you should know about me. 1, I have a very normal family. You won't believe how normal they are. 2, I am not allowed to date. And 3, you will never be able to guess who my mom married. Sounds intriguing, right? But before I continue, please click the like and subscribe buttons. Thanks. I flinched as I washed my wound in the kitchen sink. I knew it was stupid of me to slide into home when I wasn't wearing a long-sleeved shirt, but I just had to make it to the plate. And we won the game. Besides, this wound was nothing compared to what would happen to me if Dad found out I had been playing baseball. Before I could even finish the thought, I heard him walk into the kitchen behind me. Uh-oh, busted. He took one look at me, threw up his hands, and started yelling, "How many times have I told you to stop playing that stupid game? This is not how girls are supposed to behave. You will never be a good wife." I tried to lie about how I got hurt, but he wasn't fooled. He knew I played baseball. As if that wasn't bad enough, Mom walked in just as soon as he was done. Sometimes my mom's a pain too. And obviously, with my stellar luck, I had flunked my math test that day, so it was her turn to go ballistic on me. How are you going to be a lawyer if your grades are so bad, you idiot? You're just going to end up on the streets if you don't get serious already. Blah, blah, blah. I had heard it all before. She was always on my case about school. I was so tired of being criticized all the time, so when they finally left me in peace, I decided to do the only thing that cheered me up. I baked. Chocolate was bound to make me feel better. But just as I was about to bite into a big, fudgy piece to drown my sorrows, my dad walked in, again, and knocked it out of my hand. I looked at him sadly. He shrugged and said, "You can't eat brownies, stupid. You have to stay fit and attractive. Otherwise, you'll never find a husband by the time you're 18. There's plenty of fruit in the fridge. Eat that." How am I supposed to find a husband when I'm not even allowed to date? I thought. I can't really catch a boy because I can't go out with anyone till I'm married. And why is Mom on my case to become a lawyer when apparently I'll be taking care of kids before I hit 20? Ugh.
These psychos were driving me crazy. That weekend, my best friend Katie was having a pool party. Obviously, I wasn't allowed to go, so I sneaked out when Mom and Dad went to bed. When I got there, I was thrilled. I needed to let off some steam so badly. When Paul, the cutest guy in our class, arrived with his friends, I decided to talk to him, but when I saw my stick-thin reflection in the patio doors, I heard my dad's voice telling me I wasn't girly or feminine enough. I stepped back into the shadows and smoothed down my hair, feeling shy and sad. But then I had an idea. I grabbed a couple of water balloons and dashed back inside. Thank goodness I had packed a sweater in my bag. I stuffed those water balloons inside my bra. When I turned sideways, the effect was amazing. I looked so curvy and spectacular, just like that cheerleader he was always talking to. I slowly and very carefully went back into the pool, but I couldn't spot Paul anywhere. Where he had been standing was only one of his lame friends. No, where was Paul? He needed to see my curves. I was about to rush past this boy when he suddenly spoke to me. "You're Amy, right?" he said with a shy smile. "I'm Liam." "Hi," I replied, keeping my arms crossed firmly over my chest. "Why are you in a sweater?" he asked, looking puzzled. "Don't you feel hot?" I brushed a strand of hair away from my sweaty face. I was feeling hot, and looking really stupid, too. I was wearing a sweater while everyone around me had changed into swimsuits. Amy," he added quickly, "you've got something on your shirt." I looked down. Oh my God! The water balloons were leaking. Everyone standing close to us had noticed, and they started to laugh. I ran back inside, feeling horrified. There was no way I could look like a cool cheerleader, ever. For the next few days, all I wanted to do was stay in the kitchen and make more brownies. I felt like a complete fool. I just couldn't do anything right, except make brownies. Obviously, it was time for my parents to add more drama to my life. They were just always fighting. One day I walked in and found them at it again. I heard my mom cry out that she always felt Dad had no interest in her and he barely even noticed her. Dad sounded really annoyed. "For God's sake, woman, stop saying the same thing over and over again. I have to get dressed because I'm expecting an important guest. Just shut up for a while and let me have some peace." A tall, handsome man came to our house that evening, and Dad introduced him as Will from his law firm. Boy, was my dad a different person around his guest. You'd think he was the kindest, calmest man on earth. He'd laugh extra loud at Will's jokes, most of which were pretty lame. He was so attentive, topping up Will's glass with more water or filling his plate with more food. And he had even ordered some fancy pastries from a French bakery that Will apparently loved. "Yeah, I love pastries too, Dad, but you never get them for me." "Look how your dad is acting like a little puppy around his guest. He looks like a fool," Mom muttered while we were taking the empty dishes to the kitchen. Uncle Will started coming around at least once a week for dinner. I didn't mind that too much. At least my parents weren't screaming at each other with him around. And he was pretty nice. He tasted my brownies and said I could definitely be a chef. But of course, Mom shook her head and said I'd be a waste of space and a failed investment if I just stayed in the kitchen. Dad had gone upstairs a few minutes before, and now he was back with a big box. He was just full of excitement. He told us he had asked his mother to send this, and it had arrived in the mail today. He lifted the lid and removed something from it, which he held up for us all to see. "Well, what do you think, Amy?" he asked. What did I think? I stared at the white dress in horror. It was clearly a wedding dress, and not even a pretty one. With its puffy, full sleeves and frilly high neck, it looked like something a bride in a horror movie would wear, one from the last century. I was speechless. Looking at my face, he frowned at me and said that I better start working out if I wanted to fit into his mother's dress. Dad spent the next half hour going on about how he wanted me to just settle in with a nice boy in a few years. What was wrong with that? Then he said the worst imaginable thing. Besides, sweetie, everyone dreams of having a son. He said it so matter-of-factly that I just walked out of the room. I cannot handle this. I was so confused about what I wanted from this life. It clearly wasn't the things my parents wanted for me. I decided to finally find something that I could be good at and be proud of myself. So I began talent hunting. I tried out for the Glee Club, but I didn't make the cut. No surprises there. I'm completely tone deaf. Then it was the chess club, but oh my God, what a snooze fest. I would be falling asleep during my partner's turn. I thought my mom would be proud if I joined the literature club. My dad should join it. Jane Austen's books are all about proper ladies and catching husbands, but I couldn't stand those boring old books. All my tryouts were turning into major disasters. What made it worse was that there was one person who was just always there to see me mess up each one. Liam. I swear, he was such a creep. I was just as clueless as ever. To make matters worse, Mom and Dad were fighting more than ever before. It was almost a relief when my mom had to visit my aunt for a few days. Finally, there would be some peace around here. But of course, there wasn't. Dad told me we were going out for dinner, and I'd better wear that pretty lilac dress he got for me a month ago. It was just perfect for my complexion, he said. I really didn't want to go anywhere, but there was nothing to eat at home, so I agreed. If I'd known what was in store for me, I would have chosen to starve. Dad walked toward a table for 3, where a nervous-looking young guy in a suit was already waiting for us. He shook hands with my dad formally and introduced himself as an intern in my dad's law firm. Oh my God, this was a setup. Dad had really crossed a line. I didn't even bother sitting down. I just stood there with my hands fisted in the fabric of that stupid lilac dress. Are you insane? I hissed. He flushed. Sit down, Amy. Even with the clink of the dishes and the sound of other people talking, I could hear the threat in his voice. It was the last straw. Before I knew it, I was yelling, "Why is it so important for me to get married? I'm only 15. You will sit down right now," he replied, glancing around at the strangers and the waiter, who were all staring at us. The poor boy looked terrified. And for just a second, I felt bad for him. "I won't," I cried. "You can't force me. I don't belong to you. You're going to need all the help you can get to find a nice boy to marry you." I heard Dad screaming as I stormed out of the restaurant. We didn't talk for the next few days, and I didn't mind at all. Soon enough, Mom was home, and they were back to fighting as usual. I was miserable. I started to have sleepless nights, and my grades began to drop. Dad was always on my case about the dark circles under my eyes. When my report card came, Mom had a fit. I didn't know what to do about all the stress. My skin started breaking out, and Dad started buying all these creams for my face. I somehow made it to 10th grade, barely. But then another life-changing thing happened. Mom and Dad got divorced. Dad packed all his things and moved out. I felt like it was my fault. If I had been a better daughter and made them proud, maybe they would have been happier. But I was so furious at them too. It wasn't my responsibility to make their marriage work. It didn't turn out to be such a bad thing, though. At least there was no more fighting and screaming. Mom soon got a job, and she looked much happier. I could see she was making more of an effort to dress up and would go out in the evenings with friends more often. Dad had gotten a nice little place, and I visited him twice a week. He was still going on about my marriage, but I didn't have to hear about it all the time at least. I thought things were looking up, and I started to feel better. But I spoke too soon. One day, not long after I had that thought, Mom took me to dinner one day when I was surprised to see that she had invited Uncle Will as well. I hadn't seen him in a while. When we finished our dessert, which, by the way, was disgusting, she cleared her throat and then did something even more disgusting than the dessert. She took Uncle Will's hand. Oh my God. Amy, I feel like a different person. A big reason for that is that I'm in love. They both smiled at me. I wanted to gag. I didn't even know how to hide how horrified I was. I didn't even know they were dating. She asked me why I looked so pale and quiet. She and Dad had just got divorced, and now she had just sprung this news on me out of nowhere. I liked Uncle Will, but I couldn't be happy for them, not yet anyway. Pretending that I had a headache, I stood up and left them. I went back home, but I didn't stay there. I packed up some clothes and went over to my dad's place. When I reached his house, I heard laughter from the kitchen. Dad had company over, it seemed, but I didn't care. I just wanted to hurt Will. I decided I'd smash the windows of his car. I ran to the garage. Dad had a lot of tools that would be perfect for the job. But in the very first drawer I opened, I came across a letter addressed to Uncle Will in Dad's handwriting. That was odd. I knew I shouldn't, but I felt too curious not to open it. And then I couldn't believe what I was reading. I felt dizzy with shock as my eyes scanned the page. It was a confession. Dad said that he'd had feelings for Uncle Will, but he knew about Mom and him, and he was okay with it. In fact, he was happy that Uncle Will had made him face the truth about himself and finally get out of a miserable marriage. What? I sank to the floor, completely dazed. My dad was gay? My dad was gay. So many things started adding up. So much of his behavior made sense now, and I could see why he and Mom just never got along. But this was a lot for me to take in. I rushed back to the kitchen and saw a smartly dressed, gorgeous guy pouring wine into glasses. Dad jumped to his feet the minute he heard me open the door. His hair was a little messed up and he had stubble on his face. Seeing me walk in, he grabbed an apron and tied it around his waist. He introduced the guy as a friend from his law firm. The liar. I literally just snapped. It was your stupid friend from a law firm that ruined this family before. I yelled and started throwing things around. I hate you, and Mom, and Will. Angrily, I grabbed the wine glasses and threw the wine all over the carpet. I needed fresh air. I rushed out of the house and started running back to my place, tears running down my face. I nearly bumped into someone on a bicycle. Of course, it was Liam. The boy was everywhere. But for once, I was so relieved to see him. I just burst into tears as soon as he asked me what was wrong. He took me in his arms as I let everything spill out, and I told him everything I had found out about my parents. He just listened to me and said maybe things would be better for me now if my parents were happy. Of course, he was right, but all I could think was, my dad's gay, and as unbelievable as it may sound, my mom was about to marry my dad's old crush. I couldn't go back to my dad's place that night, and I didn't want to go home to my mom's either. I decided to crash at Liam's house for a while, and that's where my parents found me the next day. They wanted me to come home, but I refused. I don't have a home, I shouted at them, and it's your fault, both of you. Then Mom took a deep breath, and I could tell things were about to get even worse. Amy, she said, I'm moving in with Uncle Will. You can stay with Dad or at the house. We'll make sure your expenses are paid. I didn't want to take their charity, but I agreed, resentfully. It's just for now. Soon I'll get a job and I'll pay my own way. I know all your secrets and I'm done with all your lies. Just leave me alone, I said. Thankfully, they did, and after all those years, I felt like I could finally breathe. Finally, I could escape their nagging and learn to be myself, whatever that meant. Liam had been waiting tables at a restaurant and told me they had a job opening. I took it and I realized it was really nice to have Liam around. I realized I was starting to have a bit of a crush on him. One day, my dad came by the restaurant during my shift and asked if we could talk. I reluctantly agreed. When we sat down at a table, I noticed he had tears in his eyes. He told me that over the last few months, he realized what a terrible father he had been to me. I was speechless. I felt a bit angry, but mostly I felt relief. I was glad Dad was finally learning to accept himself and the people he loved. He asked me if I wanted to move back in with him, but I told him with a smile that I was happy being on my own for now, and I needed this space to figure out my life. After he left, I went over to Liam, who was wiping some glasses clean. I gave him a big kiss. His eyes widened, but I could tell he was super pleased. What was that for? He asked. For always accepting me as I am, and for always supporting me.